Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 1: The Birth of a Child. The snow was flying heavily, and the ground was covered with frost. It was covered in silver before the eyes could see it. Most of the people walking in Qidian County were wearing heavy cotton-padded jackets. Occasionally, some people were wearing thin clothes, shaking like chaff in the wind and snow. And in a certain courtyard, there was a young man wearing thin clothes, practicing boxing in the wind and snow. Each punch was strong and powerful, and it seemed that white air was coming out of his head, which was very mysterious. After a long time, after finishing a set of punches, the young man's mind moved slightly, and his eyes seemed to contain a line of words that others could not see. Name: Qingfeng. Age: 2280. Realm: beginner level of leather refining. Martial arts: Collapse Mountain Fist. Introduction. If you want to achieve a small success in Collapse Mountain Fist, it seems that it cannot be accomplished in a short time. The young man shook his head slightly. His name is Qingfeng. Before the age of 16, he was no different from ordinary people. After he turned 16, he suddenly awakened to the wisdom of his past life and had one more lifetime of memories than ordinary people. When he realized that this was a world of chaos and chaos, Qingfeng realized that only strength was the basis for his foothold in this world. So, he did not hesitate to spend all his money, and successfully entered a martial arts school, became an apprentice, and learned a boxing technique called Bengshan Fist. Although this boxing technique is just an introductory martial arts, it is enough for Qingfeng for the time being. What a pity! Qingfeng's own talent is average. After staying in the martial arts gym for several years, I was never able to get started with Bengshan Chuan. Later, because I couldn't afford the subsequent tuition fees, I had no choice but to leave the martial arts gym. Finally, I wandered around and settled down in Qidian County. Until a year ago, Qingfeng was just introduced to Bengshan Fist. And the moment he started to learn Bengshan Fist, he discovered that the golden finger he had traveled through time also appeared. A simple properties panel. There is nothing else left. Qingfeng has studied it many times, but has not found the unnecessary function of the attribute panel. It seems that it is a simple panel, just a complete decoration. Over time, Qingfeng just gave up on this idea. Just then, I saw the property panel that had not changed all year round, with another line of small words next to it. Your first child is born, can only be triggered once. Reward improvement point *1. Reward chi and blood pill *10. The sudden change made Qingfeng look slightly stunned, as if he had seen something incredible. Today's properties panel. The two interfaces are already separated. One interface is the prompt message just now, and the other is your original property panel. The difference is, the current property panel also has some changes that are different from the past. Name: Qingfeng. Age: 2280. Realm: beginner level of leather refining. Martial arts: Collapse Mountain Fist. Introduction. Promotion points: 1. When Qingfeng's eyes fell on the promotion point, the corresponding message naturally appeared in his mind, letting him understand the function of the promotion point. Improve it. As the name suggests, it is to improve the level of martial arts. Just think of this. Qingfeng tried to use his thoughts to use the improvement points on Collapse Mountain Fist. Suddenly, just watch Bengshan Chuan transform from beginner to accomplished. Immediately afterwards, without waiting for Qingfeng to react, a majestic blood force emerged from his body, and at the same time his skin became tougher, as if a great transformation had occurred. Immediately afterwards, memories about the minor accomplishments of Collapse Mountain Fist suddenly emerged, and a picture appeared in Qingfeng's mind, as if he had practiced it thousands of times. When he looked at his attribute panel again, Qingfeng discovered that his realm had already broken through from skin refining to the intermediate level of skin refining. breakthrough. He looked happy. It wasn't until this moment that Gu Qingfeng discovered the true use of his attribute panel. I have been practicing Bengshan Chuan for many years and barely entered the beginner stage. Now I only used the improvement points to break through from beginner to minor success in one breath, and my realm has also been upgraded to the intermediate level of skin refining. In a small place like Qidian, the mid-level skin refiner is not weak. Then, Gu Qingfeng even discovered that there was an additional item column under the attribute panel, and the rewarded qi and blood pills were clearly listed. As soon as he thought about it, he saw a cyan bottle appear out of thin air in front of him. With quick eyes and quick hands, Gu Qingfeng directly grabbed the bottle in his hand, and then uncorked the bottle. A rich fragrance filled the air, and the bottle clearly contained the corresponding elixir. Qi and blood pill. Taking it can improve the warrior's energy and blood and assist the warrior in their cultivation. Gu Qingfeng had heard about this type of elixir when he was in the martial arts school, but he had never really seen it. After putting the elixir away, Gu Qingfeng continued to study his golden finger. From the prompts on the information bar and his own changes, he was able to determine one thing, that is, his golden finger seemed to be related to the bloodline of his descendants. The most urgent thing is to find my cheap son. Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. It is not difficult to find his son. After all, he came to this world only once and was unaccompanied. However, the other party is not from Qidian County, but these are not problems. After briefly packing up, Gu Qingfeng packed up his luggage and left the courtyard he had rented for a long time. 10 days later, Gu Qingfeng returned to Qidian again. But the difference is that there is an extra baby in his arms. 10 days. When Gu Qingfeng traveled thousands of miles to find his own child, he found that the child's mother had died in childbirth, leaving only an old couple. The latter was incapable of raising the baby and was about to abandon it for adoption. Got here. For the death of the woman. Gu Qingfeng was also a little sad. Although the two of them didn't have much emotion, and their relationship was due to some accidents, they still couldn't feel calm when they learned about the other's death. After giving most of the only silver he had to the elderly couple, Gu Qingfeng took the child and left. This is a baby boy. Gu Qingfeng named him Gu Yang. After bringing him back to Qidian, Gu Qingfeng began to worry about how to raise the baby. After all, he had never had any experience raising babies. This was the first time he had children of his own in 2 lifetimes. There is another question. That is, there is not much silver left. If the money problem is not solved, let alone raising children, even I will starve to death. Think of this. Gu Qingfeng took a deep breath, as if he had made a decision, and went out again with his child in his arms. But the difference is, this time he came to a martial arts gym. Gu Qingfeng, I would like to ask if the martial arts school is recruiting instructors. Teaching. The martial arts gym staff looked at the young man in front of him carefully, especially when he saw the young man holding a child. His expression was even more strange. There is no problem if you want to become a martial arts instructor, but there is one requirement, that is, your cultivation level must be at least intermediate level in skin refining. As soon as this statement came out, Gu Qingfeng's face suddenly showed a confident look. Chapter 2 7 years. The martial arts gym is called Qidian Martial Arts Hall. On 1/3 of an acre of land in Qidian County, it is considered a considerable force. The master of the martial arts hall is named Su Jun. He is a martial artist who has perfected skin refining, and then there are a group of high-level instructors in skin refining. Although Gu Qingfeng's strength is not too high, he has reached the intermediate level of leather refining and meets the requirements for joining the Qidian martial arts school. So, after he showed his strength, it was natural for him to become a teacher. A month of ordinary teaching is 5 taels of silver. Gu Jiaoxi should have no problem, right? Su Jun chuckled. Gu Qingfeng nodded, no problem. 5 taels of silver is not a small amount. In Lingxian, if an ordinary family of 3 saves a little money a year, 5 taels of silver is completely enough. This is the difference between warriors and ordinary people. Even if you are only at the intermediate level of skin refining, the treatment you receive is not comparable to that of ordinary people. Soon, both parties signed and pledged their signatures. Qingfeng is an ordinary teacher at the Qidian martial arts school, earning a salary of 5 taels of silver per month, but he needs to guide his disciples to practice for 20 days every month, at least 4 hours a day. If this requirement cannot be met, Qidian martial arts school has the right to deduct monthly salary. To this, Qingfeng had no objection. 5 taels of silver is more than enough to raise a child, and even hiring a wet nurse is no problem. But considering that he was currently in a tight situation, Qingfeng wanted to get 1 month's salary first, and Su Jun did not refuse. Get the silver. Qingfeng first spent 1 tael of silver per month to find a wet nurse who had just given birth and had enough milk to feed the child. The other party is a young woman in her 30s who still retains her charm, but her face is slightly sallow, which shows that she is usually malnourished. However, when she heard about the high price of 1 tael of silver, this young woman's face became much rosier. When everything is in order, Qingfeng's life is getting back on track. Practice every day. Then just wait for Gu Yang to grow up and see if there is another chance to trigger the reward. Originally, Qingfeng has the idea of marrying and having children again, but for him right now, the cost of getting a wife is not low. If he wants to raise more children, I am afraid he will be powerless. Not to mention, in terms of getting a wife, Qingfeng also hopes to find someone with good connections. Otherwise, it is not what I want to be reduced to just a puppet for reproduction and sewing. At least so far, Qingfeng has no such idea. Time flies. At the snap of your fingers. 7 years have passed. In 7 years, Qingfeng has become more mature. His age has also reached 29, and 1 step forward will be his 30s. As early as 2 years ago, Qingfeng had mastered Collapse Mountain Fist to great perfection, and his cultivation level had reached the advanced level of skin refining. It's not that his talent became stronger, but that he was able to achieve a breakthrough because he refined the Qi and blood pill and subsequently used his monthly salary to purchase a lot of resources for cultivation. When the realm broke through to the later level of leather refining, Qingfeng's status in the Qidian Martial Arts Hall also increased, and he was directly promoted from an ordinary instructor to a senior instructor. In terms of monthly salary, it also broke through from 5 taels of silver a month to 10 taels of silver. With this monthly salary, if you can work peacefully for a few years, the money you save will be enough for ordinary people to enjoy their old age comfortably. What a pity! As a warrior, Qingfeng makes money quickly and spends money like water. After several years, he didn't save much money. But Qingfeng bought the courtyard he originally rented a few years ago as his true foundation in Lingxian. After finishing a set of punches, Qingfeng stopped and allowed the boiling blood to gradually calm down. At this time, he saw a half-grown child coming back from outside. The other party has a delicate appearance, clear and bright eyes, and his brows clearly bear a resemblance to Qingfeng. Father! Is the class released so soon today? Mister, I have something to do today, so I left class early. Gu Yang chuckled. When Qingfeng heard this, he nodded slightly, and then he looked at his son in front of him. He was only 7 years old and was much stronger than ordinary children due to lack of nutrition since childhood. See here. Qingfeng said, you came at the right time. You are now 7 years old, and you are in the stage of laying the foundation. Today, Dad will teach you martial arts to see if you have any talent in it. Really? Gu Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. He had watched Qingfeng practice martial arts since he was a child, and he knew that his father was a senior instructor at the Qidian Martial Arts School and was considered a famous master in Lingxian County. Gu Yang once proposed the idea of practicing martial arts, but was rejected by Gu Qingfeng because he was too young. Now that Gu Qingfeng took the initiative to mention it, Gu Yang was overjoyed. Teaching Gu Yang to practice boxing is not difficult for Gu Qingfeng. After teaching apprentices in a martial arts school for several years, and having mastered Beng Shan Chuan himself, teaching a 7-year-old child was a piece of cake. I thought that Gu Yang was young and had a hard time practicing boxing, so it would be difficult for him to persist for a long time. Gu Qingfeng was ready to serve him with a stick. Unexpectedly. Although the other party is young, his perseverance is not bad at all. No matter how hard it was to practice boxing, Gu Yang persisted. And in terms of talent in martial arts, Gu Qingfeng found that Gu Yang was much better than him. He had practiced the collapse fist for several years before he could barely get started, but Gu Yang only took less than 3 months to successfully practice the collapse fist to the entry stage, allowing his realm to break through the initial stage of skin refining. And when Gu Yang broke through, Gu Qingfeng's information column, which had been silent for a long time, finally had new news. Your offspring Gu Yang broke through the initial stage of skin refining. Reward improvement point *1. Reward Qi and blood pill *20. Reward the inferior martial arts iron body art. This time's reward. It is much richer than the last time. Let's not talk about the improvement points for now. The Qi and blood pills are doubled compared to the last time, and this time there is an additional inferior martial arts iron body art. The so-called inferior martial arts is the entry-level martial arts. For example, the collapse fist that Gu Qingfeng is practicing now is a kind of inferior martial arts. But even inferior martial arts are particularly precious to many people and are difficult to obtain easily. Only by joining the martial arts hall and paying a large amount of silver can one have the opportunity to be taught low-grade martial arts. Now, one reward adds a low-grade martial art, which naturally makes Gu Qingfeng feel satisfied. And through this time, Gu Qingfeng has completely figured out how to trigger his attribute panel. If his offspring's cultivation breaks through, he will get corresponding benefits. At present, Gu Yang has broken through the initial stage of skin refining, and he has received such a generous reward. If he breaks through to a higher level in the future, the reward will be even better. Chapter 3, Later Stage of Leather Refining. Name, Gu Qingfeng. Age, 2980. Realm, Late Skin Refining Stage. Martial Arts, Collapse Mountain Fist, Great Completion, Iron Body Art, Not Started. Improvement Points, 1. In the bedroom, Gu Qingfeng glanced at his attribute panel and saw that the words Iron Body Art had been added to the martial arts column. At the same time, in the inventory, there was already a thin secret book, which was the Iron Body Art. This is another function of the inventory. As long as it is a rewarded item, it can be extracted from the inventory and put back into the inventory, but non-rewarded items cannot be put into the inventory. But even so, it also saves a lot of convenience. Then, Gu Qingfeng looked at the extra improvement points and had an idea in his mind. Don't worry about the Iron Body Art for now, let's improve the Collapse Mountain Fist to perfection first. Collapse Mountain Fist Perfection. His own cultivation can break through the perfection of skin refining. In today's 1 acre and 3 points of land in Lin County, perfect skin refining is already quite amazing. It's said to be top-notch. Not much different. Immediately, Gu Qingfeng just thought about it and used the extra improvement points directly on the Collapse Mountain Fist. In an instant, a lot of memories about the Collapse Mountain Fist emerged in Gu Qingfeng's mind, as if he had practiced the Collapse Mountain Fist for decades, and the skin on his hands became much rougher and thicker. Tough skin. Hard to be injured by ordinary swords and knives. Skin refining perfection, it's done. Gu Qingfeng let out a long breath, his eyes flashing with brilliance. With his qualifications, it would take at least decades of normal practice to reach the perfection of skin refining. But now, it only took him a dozen years to break through the perfection of skin refining. Now, after entering the perfection of skin refining, Qingfeng felt that his current strength was completely different from the previous breakthrough. Skin refining warriors mainly temper their physiques to the point where they are hard to be injured by ordinary swords and knives. But ordinary skin refining warriors, although their skin is much tougher than that of ordinary people, are not difficult to be injured by swords and knives. Only when the skin refining is perfect can they enter this level. After the skin refining is perfected, the next step is to break through the blood refining realm. It's just that the breakthrough at this level, if there is no corresponding martial arts, it is not so easy to improve. It is not known whether the Qidian martial arts school has intermediate martial arts that can break through blood refining. But even if the Qidian martial arts school has such martial arts, it is estimated that it will not allow outsiders to practice. Martial arts are the foundation of a party's power. Don't think that you can learn martial arts by joining a martial arts school and paying some silver. In fact, any martial arts school has its own unique skills. Such unique skills cannot be obtained by simply paying some silver. Moreover, whether the Qidian martial arts school has intermediate martial arts that can break through blood refining is an unknown thing. In the final analysis, there are no blood refining warriors in the Qidian martial arts school. Let alone the Qidian martial arts school. Even in the entire Lin County, Qingfeng had never heard of the existence of a blood refining warrior. The next day, Qingfeng left home and walked towards the direction of the Golden Bull Martial Arts Hall. Along the way, he found that many people gathered in a certain place. When they whispered to each other, fear appeared on their faces from time to time. Tisk, this family died tragically. By the way, did they offend some enemy? You're kidding, what kind of enemy can do this? In my opinion, there must be something unclean. Listening to the discussions of other people, Qingfeng saw several constables coming out with swords and driving away the crowd. Go, 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 all go away, don't gather here. Seeing the constables driving them away, the other people did not dare to go against the government officials and hurriedly dispersed. At this time, several constables came out with stretchers covered with white cloth. Suddenly, a cold breeze blew by, and the white cloth on one of the stretchers was blown away, revealing a middle-aged male corpse with a blue face, dilated pupils, and a stiff expression. The other party's chest was broken open with a blood hole, and his internal organs were completely emptied. The corpse exuded a rotten and foul smell, which made people instinctively want to vomit. When seeing this corpse, Qingfeng's pupils also shrank suddenly. Especially when he met the corpse's eyes, a strange and ominous cold feeling emerged from his heart, causing Qingfeng to speed up his pace and leave. But even so, his mind was still constantly echoing with the face of the deceased and the voices of the surrounding people. Unclean things. Qingfeng shook his head, took a deep breath, and discarded all the distracting thoughts in his mind. Came to the Qidian Martial Arts Hall. Qingfeng began to teach his apprentices every day. In his spare time, he also listened to some of the apprentices' discussions during their rest time. Most of these conversations were just gossip, but there were some special words that made Qingfeng listen involuntarily. Unclean. Weird. Qingfeng looked at the person who was talking. He was a boy of 16 or 17 years old. He remembered his name. Li Niu. An ordinary name, and the other party's qualifications were also ordinary. He had joined the martial arts hall for more than a year, but he had never been able to learn martial arts and enter the ranks of leather refining warriors. Li Niu, come here. Qingfeng's voice came, causing those who were talking to pause. Then a young man named Li Niu walked up to him and bowed his head respectfully. Gu Jiaoxi, what are you looking for? Li Niu asked cautiously. As he spoke, he felt a little excited inside, wondering if he had been taken aback by the other party. After all, in novels, it is common for a poor boy to be attracted by a hidden master and then teach him martial arts to reach the top. Gu Qingfeng is a senior instructor at Jinyu Martial Arts School. In the eyes of ordinary apprentices like Li Niu, he is no different from a hidden master. I just heard you say something dirty and weird, so I wanted to ask, do you know something? After hearing Gu Qingfeng's question, Li Niu's face was obviously disappointed, but he quickly returned to normal and spoke enthusiastically. What Gu Jiaoxi doesn't know is that several families in the county have died mysteriously these days, and they died miserably. They were all disemboweled and their internal organs were hollowed out. We all suspect that these things were not done by humans, but by some unclean things. With so many people dead, didn't the government find anything? Hey, where can I find out? My father said that this is not something that humans can do. If the government investigates, it will be in vain. Hearing Li Niu's words, Gu Qingfeng's expression changed slightly. As a warrior, his keen sense made him instinctively aware that things were not simple. After all, although Lingxian County is not big, there are people from the government stationed here. If there are really crazy people who kill people, it is impossible for the government not to find any traces. This way, things seem to be getting a little more serious again. Chapter 4 Dead Man. From Li Niu and other martial arts disciples, Gu Qingfeng finally understood that this was not the first day that a dead person appeared in Lingxian County. As early as a month ago, people in Lingxian County died one after another in various miserable and strange ways. It's just because Lingxian is a county after all, not too big or too small. In addition, Gu Qingfeng has always been a frontline person in the martial arts family and doesn't pay much attention to external affairs, so he didn't hear about it. The following days, Gu Qingfeng has a deeper understanding of Lingxian's affairs. He found out the frequency of deaths in Lingxian County is getting higher and higher, and they are becoming more and more dense. At the beginning, it took every 3 to 5 days for one family to die. Now, one family dies almost every day, and sometimes 2 or 3 families die each day. As the death toll increased, the news of unclean things appearing in Lingxian County became more and more intense. Many people were panicked, and many people even thought of moving away from Lingxian County. To this end, the government came forward to issue a notice stating that a murderer had fled to Lingxian County and committed such murders. However, the government had already grasped the whereabouts of the murderer, and it would not take long for him to be captured and brought to justice, so that all the people could rest assured. As soon as the news came out, the unrest of the people was suppressed to a minimum. But this news fell into Gu Qingfeng's ears, but it made him frown slightly. A fugitive murderer. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Of course. Gu Qingfeng just thought about these things. How exactly, he couldn't figure it out yet. Returned to the courtyard. Gu Qingfeng saw Gu Yang who was practicing Bengshan fist, and he frowned slightly. Don't you have to go to private school today? The teacher said that there has been some unrest in the county recently, so he temporarily gave us a few days off, and we will be notified of the start of the lectures later. Gu Yang answered honestly. Gu Qingfeng nodded slightly and glanced at his attribute panel. Suddenly, the worries in his heart dissipated a lot. Why think so much? Regardless of whether he is weird or a fugitive murderer, as long as he is strong enough, all problems will not be a problem. Right now, if he wants to improve his strength as soon as possible, he must let Gu Yang break through. The sun breaks through. Only this guy can make a breakthrough. Think of this. Gu Qingfeng calmly took out the qi and blood pill and handed it to Gu Yang. This is the qi and blood pill, specially designed to assist you in practicing Bengshan fist. It just so happens that private schools are not open now, so you can stay at home and practice hard. Just take one pill every day. Remember not to take too much. Otherwise, the meridians may be injured at least, or the body may die on the spot. Gu Qingfeng said with a serious expression at the end. Naturally, eating qi and blood pills will not kill anyone, but eating too much is not a good thing after all, so he deliberately made the consequences more serious to prevent this kid from turning a deaf ear to his words. Sure enough, when he heard that eating too much would kill someone, Gu Yang's face suddenly turned pale and he hurriedly said, "Don't worry, Dad, I won't eat too much." "Well, that's the best." Gu Qingfeng pointed out some details of Gu Yang's practice of collapsing mountain fist, and then walked to the other side and began to practice the iron body technique. It has been a month since he obtained the iron body art. Perhaps because of his breakthrough in skin refining, Gu Qingfeng got started countless times faster when he was practicing the iron body technique than when he was practicing the collapsing mountain fist. It only took him a month to successfully master the iron body art. As he started to learn the iron body art, Gu Qingfeng could feel that his skin had become a little tougher. Although the change was not particularly obvious, it was really getting stronger. But on the attribute panel, the realm has not changed much. To this, Gu Qingfeng didn't care either. The fact that the attribute panel has not changed does not mean that he has not become stronger. In the current environment, he naturally wanted to improve his strength as much as possible. Time passes. Another 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 3 months, Lingxian County has become much calmer again. There have been no more accidental deaths of people, as if everything is back on track. Gu Qingfeng didn't pay much attention to these things. When he ran out of qi and blood pills, he used his savings to buy some body-tempering medicated baths and pills from the Jinyu martial arts school. These things, Gu Qingfeng gave most of it to Gu Yang for training, but he used a small part himself. But even so, 3 months. Gu Qingfeng also successfully practiced the iron body art to the stage of completion. The iron body technique has been completed. Gu Qingfeng felt that he had become obviously different. He found a weapon and slashed it towards his arm. The sharp blade did not leave even a white mark on his skin. Then he squeezed it hard with his palm, and the weapon that had been tempered for many times turned into a piece of scrap metal. Good. Gu Qingfeng nodded with satisfaction. When he had perfected his skin refining before, although he could be invulnerable to swords to a certain extent, he would never be able to reach this level now. Visible. This is the mystery brought about by the breakthrough of iron body technique. At this time, the information bar, which had been silent for a long time, was refreshed again. Your heir Gu Yang has broken through to the intermediate level of skin refining realm. Reward improvement points *2. Reward qi and blood pills *30. Reward blood refining pills *10. This time, there is no martial arts reward, but there are 2 points of improvement, and there is also a new kind of elixir. Blood refining pill. When Gu Qingfeng's thoughts fell on the elixir, the corresponding information also appeared. This is a kind of elixir taken by blood refining realm warriors, which can refine the blood and qi of warriors and accelerate the breakthrough of blood refining realm. At the same time, warriors with perfect skin refining can also take it and then step into the blood refining realm. 2 points of improvement. Can the collapse of the mountain fist break through to a higher level? Gu Qingfeng looked at the words of the collapse of the mountain fist, his mind moved slightly, and suddenly a piece of information appeared in his mind. Break the limit of the collapse of the mountain fist. 5 points of improvement are needed. Sure enough, Gu Qingfeng was delighted. The perfection of the collapse of the mountain fist has already allowed him to break through the perfection of skin refining. If he can break through to a higher level, then he may be able to rely on the collapse of the mountain fist and directly become a blood refining warrior. However, after seeing the 5 points needed for improvement, Gu Qingfeng frowned again. The points needed to break the limit are not few. Up to now, all the points he has obtained are only 4 points. It will take a long time to accumulate 5 points. Thinking of this, Gu Qingfeng looked at the iron body art. Since the collapsing mountain fist cannot be improved, then improve the iron body art first, and we will talk about the future later. The main thing is to improve my strength as much as possible now. Chapter 5, Evil Spirit. With 2 improvement points on the iron body technique, this sex martial arts will reach perfection in an instant. At the moment when the iron body art was perfected, a large number of memories of practicing the iron body art emerged in his mind, and then Qingfeng felt his skin itching, and a layer of dead skin fell off, revealing his bronze skin. When Qingfeng found a weapon and slashed it on the skin with all his strength, there was only a slight touch, but the defense was not broken at all. Subsequently, Qingfeng used the iron body technique again and struck out with all his strength again. When the blade of the knife touched the skin, there was a sound of gold and iron, and in the next breath, the long knife broke with the sound. Good! Qingfeng looked overjoyed as he truly verified the power of the perfect iron body technique. Now, with his physical defense alone, he can completely ignore the attacks of the skin refining perfection warrior. It is not known whether he can block the blood refining warrior's attack if he uses the iron body technique at full power. But at least, the perfection of the 2 martial arts gave Qingfeng the capital to dominate the realm of skin refining. And then, Qingfeng just took out the blood refining pill. He saw that the whole blood refining pill was red, as if it was made from blood, and a strange smell hit his nostrils. Qingfeng just sniffed it briefly, and felt that the blood was faintly boiling. Immediately, Qingfeng just swallowed a blood refining pill. The elixir enters the abdomen. The medicinal power 10 times more powerful than the qi blood pill burst out from the belly, and the billowing qi blood was like a torrent of rivers, constantly washing away the flesh and skin. Under such a powerful medicine, Qingfeng's skin turned red all over, like a cooked prawn. It was not until a long time later that the medicine gradually faded away that his skin returned to normal. Call. Qingfeng let out a long breath. The effect of taking the blood refining pill is more effective than a year of hard training. Now, he has already faintly felt the barrier of the skin refining realm. Normally, if you want to break through the blood refining realm, you must have corresponding martial arts. But nothing is absolute. Blood refining pill is a shortcut for skin refining warriors to break through blood refining. But with Qingfeng's current level of cultivation, he can only take one of these pills a day. If he takes too many, it will only damage his own foundation. The next day, Qingfeng went to Qidian martial arts school. The atmosphere in the martial arts hall was dull. Before Qingfeng could figure out what happened, a disciple came and asked him to go to the lobby of the martial arts hall, saying that the master of the gym had important matters to discuss. Qingfeng didn't think much about this. When he came to the martial arts hall, he saw Su Jun, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Since Qingfeng entered Qidian martial arts school, he has only met Su Jun a handful of times. I learned from other teachers that this person has been in seclusion all year round to attack the blood refining realm, so he rarely appears in front of others. But when Qingfeng looked at Su Jun now, he found that although the opponent's aura was strong, it did not put much pressure on him, which showed that the opponent had not succeeded in breaking through. Other side. Su Jun also looked at Qingfeng. When his eyes fell on Qingfeng, his expression changed slightly, and he immediately smiled and said, "Long time no see, Teacher Gu. I've met the owner." Qingfeng also bowed his hands in greeting. Su Jun immediately stood up, pointed to an empty seat next to him and said, "Since Professor Gu is here, please sit down first. When other teachers arrive, we will discuss the matter in detail." Qingfeng nodded, without any intention of shirk, and just sat next to Su Jun. When other teachers saw this scene, their eyes became weird. Among the many senior teachers, Qingfeng was not the oldest one. When facing other senior teachers, Su Jun was not so enthusiastic. The current changes have given some people other ideas. But After waiting for others to speculate secretly for too long, Su Jun said, I didn't expect that our Jinyu martial arts school would be able to produce another master who has perfected the skin refining. I wonder how long it has been since Gu Jiaoxi achieved the breakthrough of skin refining. It was just a lucky break a few months ago. Gu Qingfeng smiled slightly and made up a random time. Although his own energy and blood are obscure, it cannot be hidden from the eyes of masters like Su Jun. It is normal for him to be seen through the reality. The skin refining is complete. When they heard Su Jun's words, all the teachers looked at Gu Qingfeng differently. All the doubts and jealousies that were there before turned into awe at this moment. Good. Just awe. Warriors have always respected the strong. Gu Qingfeng was able to reach the perfection of skin refining and become one of the only masters in the Jinyu martial arts school. The rest of the people did not dare to look down upon him. Congratulations to Professor Gu. It's really gratifying to have another perfect skin refining master from our Taurus martial arts school. Everyone congratulated each other, and Gu Qingfeng responded with a smile. You're welcome. A long time. The remaining instructors all arrived. The originally noisy lobby became much quieter in an instant. Su Jun had a solemn look on his face, looked at everyone present, and said in a solemn voice, No more nonsense, Su. I got news today that a strange blood mist appeared outside Lingxian County. Everyone who stepped into the blood mist will be treated as such. Lost his life in a strange way. These people who lost their lives were disemboweled and their internal organs were ripped out, exactly like the other tragedies a few months ago. If Su guessed correctly, I'm afraid Lin County has been targeted by evil spirits. Evil. When these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed drastically, as if they had heard something incredible. Gu Qingfeng's expression was also startled, and he suddenly asked, What exactly is the evil spirit mentioned by the owner of the museum? Why has Gu never heard of it? Hear the words. Su Jun smiled bitterly and said, It's normal that Gu Jiaoxi has never heard of the existence of evil spirits, because wherever evil spirits appear, most of them have no survivors left. In the past, Su heard about evil spirits. When he was still young, he was lucky enough to learn about it from a person. The so-called evil spirits are not enough to explain in a few words. All you need to know is that they are extremely terrifying existences. Whenever evil spirits appear, at least a city will be destroyed, and at worst, an entire county may even be turned to death. For example, in Qingjiang Mansion and Xianshui City behind it, there were rumors that a plague occurred, killing all the people. In fact, it was not the case. That was because the evil spirits broke out in Qingjiang Mansion and Xianshui City, and all the people in the mansion and city died at the hands of the evil spirits. It was just that the imperial court fabricated rumors about the plague in order to cover up the truth. Now that something like this is happening in Lingxian County, there is a high probability that evil spirits are targeting this place. Speaking of which, Su Jun's face was full of regret. If he had known about Xie Sui earlier, he would definitely not have stayed in Lingxian, but it was too late to say anything now. Chapter 6 Su Jun and Number 039, S Purpose. As Su Jun talked about the evil spirit, everyone in the hall was terrified and at a loss. Only a few older teachers and Gu Qingfeng could barely keep calm. Gu Qingfeng asked, According to the owner, how strong is the evil spirit? I don't know how strong the evil spirit is, but Qingjiang Mansion, which was destroyed 30 years ago, and Xianyuan City, which was destroyed 15 years ago, both had many powerful forces in charge. I don't know what level these powerful forces are, but there must be blood-refining warriors. But even so, the two places were destroyed by the evil spirit. Su Jun's words made Gu Qingfeng's heart sink slightly. According to the other party, even blood-refining warriors may not be able to match the evil spirit. Afterwards, Gu Qingfeng asked again, What are the plans of the owner now? We can't stay in Lin County any longer. Although Lin County is trapped now, we may not have no chance to leave. You are all warriors who have entered the skin refining realm, and Gu and I have perfected the skin refining. In this way, if we work together to leave the city, we may have a chance to break through the blood mist and leave Lin County. Su Jun finally said the purpose of summoning everyone. His words made many instructors' faces change, and I don't know what they are thinking. Everyone is not a fool. According to Su Jun, the evil spirits are particularly terrible. Even warriors in the blood refining realm are not the opponents of the evil spirits. Can they, a group of skin refining realm warriors, really break through the evil spirit blockade? Looking at the changes in everyone's faces, Su Jun also saw what they were thinking. Everyone, evil spirits are strong or weak. Not all evil spirits are as strong as the evil spirits in Qingfeng Prefecture. With our strength, we have no chance of survival. What's more, the longer we stay in Lin County, the more dangerous it will be. The evil spirits are just besieging Lin County now, and they haven't really taken action. When the evil spirits really take action later, it will be impossible for us to leave. This sentence. It became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Leaving is just a matter of life and death. Not leaving is a matter of life and death. It seems that there is no need to say more about how to choose. At this time, Su Jun looked at Gu Qingfeng, who was silent, and asked, "What does Gu Jiaxi think?" According to the owner of the hall, evil spirits are not something that ordinary people can understand, but the government should have ways to deal with evil spirits. I wonder what the government is like now. Gu Qingfeng's words made everyone else look stunned. Yes. They all forgot the existence of the government. After all, Lin County is also under the jurisdiction of the Taixuan dynasty. If there really is an evil spirit, the government would not have done nothing. Su Jun said, "The court does have capable people who can deal with evil spirits, but the problem is that Lin County is just a small place, so how could such a master stay in Lin County? Now the blood mist has besieged the entire Lin County, and the news cannot be spread at all. As for the power of the Lin County government, it is not that Su looks down on them, but with their strength, I am afraid they are not qualified to deal with evil spirits. When the news of Lin County really reaches the court, by that time, Lin County has already followed in the footsteps of Qingfeng Prefecture." At the end, Su Jun also smiled bitterly and shook his head. Relying on the court, he has never thought about this problem. His words. It also shattered the thoughts of other people who had just raised their hopes. Then, someone asked, "When does the owner plan to act? The matter of the evil spirit cannot be delayed for too long. We will prepare for 3 days at most. After 3 days, we will gather in the martial arts hall and leave together. Remember, this news must not be leaked, otherwise too many people will know about it, which may affect our plan." Su Jun said seriously. After all, the flesh and blood of living beings are very attractive to evil spirits. If a few people leave Lin County, the evil spirit may not take any action. But if many people leave Lin County together, the evil spirit may take action in advance. His words here are already quite obvious. He undoubtedly wants the people of Lin County to attract the attention of the evil spirit, and he will take this opportunity to leave. In this regard, many teachers are normal, not surprised at all. For them, of course, their lives are more important. Gu Qingfeng frowned slightly, but did not say much. When Gu Qingfeng left the Golden Bull Martial Arts Hall, he saw that the pedestrians on the street were in a panic. What they were discussing was related to the blood mist. For this reason, Gu Qingfeng could not help but come to the city gate, and saw that the blood mist was filled with strange and cold breath outside the city gate of Lin County, as if there seemed to be some terrible danger hidden in the blood mist, which made him instinctively feel threatened. In front of the blood mist, the bloodstains had not dried up yet, but there were no corpses of the people. It was estimated that they were cleaned up by the government. Blood mist. Evil spirits. Gu Qingfeng took a deep look at the blood mist, then turned and left. He had no intention of going deep into the blood mist alone. After all, the so-called evil spirits were likely to be hiding in the blood mist. If he stepped into the blood mist alone, he would probably face the evil spirits. At the same time, what Su Jun said also reappeared in Qingfeng's mind. The evil spirits love the blood of living beings. The owner of the Golden Bull Hall called everyone to leave Lingxian together, not necessarily for their own good. From Su Jun's words today, Qingfeng already understood that the other party had a cold heart and was not a good person. But it doesn't matter what Su Jun's plan is. What matters is that he is strong enough. Su Jun probably only thinks that I am an ordinary skin refining perfectionist, but he doesn't know that I have reached perfection in both martial arts. After all, it is not easy for ordinary people to practice one martial arts to perfection. It is not that easy to perfect two martial arts. Qingfeng was confident in his own strength. Although Su Jun was the master of the Jinyu martial arts school, he was not necessarily stronger than him. In addition, he also has pills like the blood refining pill in his hand. If you can rely on the blood refining pill to break through the blood refining realm within 3 days, you will be more confident when leaving Lingxian. But whether a breakthrough can be achieved within 3 days is also a question. Back at his residence, Gu Yang was still practicing martial arts. The other party had a soft spot for practicing martial arts, which was something Qingfeng wanted to see. Yanger, there is going to be big trouble in Lingxian County. I will leave here with my father in 3 days. Qingfeng said. Hearing this, Gu Yang had some confusion on his face. What trouble is Dad talking about? Don't ask so many questions. You've just been practicing hard these days. Qingfeng didn't want to say anything. He just asked Gu Yang to practice well. At the same time, he handed a bottle of qi and blood pills to the other person's hands and asked him to take the pills to assist in his practice. Chapter 7, The Evil Suppression Division. Next 3 days. Qingfeng did not go to the Jinyu martial arts school, but quietly refined the blood refining pills, hoping to break through the blood refining realm as soon as possible. But although the blood refining pill is powerful, but the breakthrough from the skin refining realm to the blood refining realm cannot be achieved in a short time. After refining 3 blood refining pills in 3 days, Qingfeng could clearly feel that his own cultivation had reached the limit of the skin refining realm, and he was only one chance away from completing that great transformation. It's just that this step of transformation is not so easy to achieve. If he had given himself a few more days, Qingfeng would be more confident that he could break through the blood refining realm. But now, he doesn't have that much time anymore. Because today is the day agreed with Su Jun. With other teachers from the martial arts school serving as bait, the probability of leaving Lingxian was much higher. Without Su Jun and others, Qingfeng was not sure that he would be able to leave Lingxian safely even if he broke through to the blood refining realm. Good. After understanding Su Jun's intentions, Qingfeng also had the same plan as the other party. Su Jun regarded him and other teachers as bait, and he had the same idea as him. In this troubled world, death is a common occurrence. In the past 30 years, Qingfeng had seen quite a few dead people, so he didn't have much emotion at all. Immediately, Qingfeng simply packed his luggage. In fact, he didn't have much to take away. The only thing he wanted to take away was some silver coins. Then, he just took Gu Yang out. Compared with 3 days ago, now the faint blood-colored mist can be seen in the sky above Lingxian County. The faces of pedestrians and people are worried and confused, but it has not yet reached the point of disorder. Qingfeng doesn't want to care so much now. He just wants to leave Lingxian as soon as possible. After all, the blood mist has already appeared in the sky, and no one can guarantee when new changes will happen. However, when Gu Yang saw the blood mist, his big bright eyes showed curiosity. Dad, what is that? You don't need to pay attention to these, you just need to remember and stay close to me. Gu Qingfeng gave a serious warning, and Gu Yang nodded in understanding. It didn't take long. The two came to Qidian Martial Arts Hall. Gu Qingfeng frowned slightly when he saw the martial arts hall in front of him as usual. The more normal the scene was, the more abnormal it was. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Gu Qingfeng, led by the disciples of the martial arts hall, came to the lobby of the martial arts hall, where all the instructors and Su Jun from a few days ago were here. Seeing Gu Qingfeng's arrival, Su Jun stood up to greet him enthusiastically. Jiaoxi Gu is here. I've met the owner of the museum. Today, my father and son are here as agreed. But judging from your intentions, is it possible that you don't plan to leave Lingxian? Gu Qingfeng first returned the greeting with his hands. After sitting down, he looked at Su Jun and the others and said with an unhappy expression. The words fell. A lot of the teachings are with strange expressions on their faces. Only Su Jun forced a smile on his face and said helplessly, Gu Jiaoxi didn't know something. Just yesterday, someone from the Evil Suppression Department ordered all the people to stay in the county and not leave. As for the problem of evil spirits, it is up to them to solve it. Secretary of Evil. Gu Qingfeng's expression changed slightly. Without him having to ask, Su Jun responded promptly, Gu Jiaoxi doesn't know something. The Evil Suppression Department is a mysterious organization of the Imperial Court. Its main purpose is to deal with evil spirits everywhere. Anyone who can join the Zhengzai division is extremely powerful. Now that the people from the Evil Suppression Department have stepped in, the evil spirits in the county will not be a problem. If this is the case, we don't need to risk leaving Lingxian County. We can just wait until the Evil Suppression Division solves the evil spirits. What's more, it is the order of the Evil Suppression Department that no one should leave, and we dare not disobey it, otherwise we will really anger the experts of the Evil Suppression Department, and the consequences will be disastrous. Su Jun's words also made other teachers nod with the same feeling. Who is willing to take risks if he can survive safely? Since the Evil Suppression Department is the court's agency to deal with evil spirits, they can wait until the Evil Suppression Department solves the evil spirits. And leaving Lingxian County is equivalent to offending the Zhengzai division. It is best not to provoke such institutions that are affiliated with the Imperial Court. Su Jun's words made Gu Qingfeng understand what the situation was like now. Subsequently, he didn't say anything more, just took Gu Yang and left. Practice well. After returning to his place of residence, Gu Qingfeng told Gu Yang, then returned to his room and prepared to start refining the blood refining pill in order to speed up the breakthrough to the blood refining realm. The arrival of the Zhengzai division made him feel uneasy. It's not that Gu Qingfeng can't trust the Zhengzai division, but everything is too coincidental. As Su Jun said before, Lingxian County is not a big place, the terrain is remote, it is a small county town, and it is blocked by blood mist, so the news cannot be transmitted at all. As a result, just a few days after the blood mist appeared, someone from the Evil Suppression Department came immediately. It was really a coincidence. Too much of a coincidence. It's often not a coincidence. One more thing. That is, the Evil Suppression Division ordered all the people not to leave Lingxian County, which also made Gu Qingfeng feel that something was wrong. If it is this command alone, there is no problem. But combined with the previous events and the current order, Gu Qingfeng understood that things were definitely not as simple as Su Jun said. The purpose of the Suppression of Evils division was somewhat intriguing. However, Gu Qingfeng only thought about these things in his heart and did not tell anyone. It is the most taboo to talk about deep things with someone you have just met. Although Gu Qingfeng has been a teacher at the Qidian Martial Arts School for several years, he is only a casual acquaintance with Su Jun and other teachers. Of course, it is impossible to tell these ideas directly to the other party. If the Suppression of Evils division really has other purposes, and someone spreads this idea to the ears of the Suppression of Evils division, then it is just asking for trouble. Therefore, Gu Qingfeng did not tell anyone. At the same time, he was sure of one thing, that is, he could not stay in Lin County. I can't count on the people of Jinyu Martial Arts School. If I want to leave Lin County, I still have to rely on myself. In the final analysis, everything is a matter of strength. If I am a warrior in the blood refining realm, or even above the blood refining realm, then many problems are not problems. The most important thing now is to break through the blood refining realm first. Although I don't know how strong the people of the Evil Suppression Division are, I am afraid that the strength of the people who can make Su Jun, who has perfected the skin refining, so fearful is also extraordinary. With this thought in mind, Gu Qingfeng abandoned the distracting thoughts in his mind, and then swallowed a blood refining pill into his stomach, began to refine the power of the pill, and forcibly impacted a higher level. Chapter 8, Breaking the Limits of Martial Arts. Night falls. The lights inside the government office are brightly lit. Several people were sitting there discussing things. If there are other people here, you will find that one of them is about middle-aged, with an elegant and easy-going face, but there is a bit of the majesty of a superior person between his eyebrows. This person is clearly the county magistrate Zhao Zhang. Two others. A tall and thin man named Shang Guanzhang. There was a tall man named Ye Yuan. Zhao Zhang looked humble and flattering in front of these two people. Two adults, now that Lin County has been completely sealed off, what should we do next? The blood spirit formation is almost complete. People from the Yamen must guard all entrances and exits, and the previous incident must not happen again. Otherwise, if you delay important matters, you, the county magistrate, will be in trouble. Ye Yuan's eyes were cold and his voice was cold. His words. Zhao Zhang nodded in agreement again. Looking at Zhao Zhang, Shang Guanzhang said with a gentle expression, Master Zhao, don't worry, if this matter can be done properly, I will recommend you to take up the post elsewhere. After all, a small place like Lin County doesn't have many prospects. With Mr. Zhao's talents, he can definitely go to a better place to show his talents. If he makes some achievements, he might be able to step into the temple in the future. Thank you, sir. Zhao Zhang looked happy. Right now. Shang Guanzhang's eyes suddenly became strange, and there seemed to be a cold and strange power emanating from his body, and his shadow under the candlelight seemed to undergo some subtle changes. I am a little hungry. Seeing him like this, Zhao Jiang's heart skipped a beat and he said hurriedly, Sir, please wait a moment, I'll make arrangements right now. Finished. Zhao Jiang just retreated in a hurry, fearing that something bad would happen if he stayed for a moment longer. In the courtyard, Gu Qingfeng is practicing the collapsing mountain fist move by move. He has perfected this boxing technique, and the moves are smooth, as if they were made by nature. The so-called perfection. It is to step into the realm of the person who created this boxing technique. Using improvement points to improve martial arts is equivalent to Gu Qingfeng really immersing himself in Bengshan fist for decades, relying on his own hard work to improve this boxing method to perfection. As the boxing skills were used, he seemed to have some different insights. This realization is very subtle. Sometimes Gu Qingfeng wants to grasp it desperately, but there is no way. He understands. If you can grasp this insight, you will very likely break the limits of Bengshan fist and push this boxing technique to a higher level. That time, even without external force, one can break through the blood refining realm by oneself. But it is not easy to grasp that moment of insight. It is difficult to create your own martial arts. It is even more difficult to break the shackles of the original martial arts. After several punches, Gu Qingfeng completely digested the power of the blood refining pill in his body. Boxing like this. His purpose is to speed up the digestion of the blood refining pill, so as to speed up the pace of breaking through the blood refining realm. This was the third day since he learned about the Zhengzai division, and it was also the sixth day that Gu Qingfeng took the blood refining pill. 6 days down. Gu Qingfeng felt that his energy and blood power had reached a certain critical point, and there was only one opportunity left to completely break through. Feeling the majestic energy and blood in his body, Gu Qingfeng's eyes suddenly became fierce, and he swallowed another blood-refining pill. The moment the elixir fell into his belly, the terrifying power of the elixir exploded, causing his energy and blood to boil instantly. The skin all over his body suddenly turned red, and his meridians were swollen and painful, as if he couldn't bear the energy of the elixir and was about to explode at any time. However, such changes. But it made Gu Qingfeng's eyes light up, as if a hidden opportunity was about to come. Breakthrough in blood refining. Just today. Immediately. Gu Qingfeng used the mountain collapsing fist again, and every move he made contained terrifying power. The winds of the fists roared out, and the air suddenly exploded. Boom! Boom! The punch was like thunder, waking up Gu Yang, who was sleeping. When he came here, he happened to see the collapse fist practiced by Gu Qingfeng. Every move contained unparalleled power, as if it could really collapse mountains and crack rocks. This scene. Gu Yang was stunned. But Gu Qingfeng didn't pay much attention to it. Now he has entered a mysterious realm. The majestic power of the blood-refining pill and the full use of the collapse mountain fist, the two blend together as if some kind of transformation has occurred. As Gu Qingfeng punched out again, blood suddenly rose like smoke, turning into a huge fist and shooting out of the air. A tall rockery with two people was shattered under this punch. The rocks shattered. Shocked everywhere. When the punch struck out, Gu Qingfeng's muscles and bones crackled, and the energy and blood power in his body that was like wolf smoke gradually disappeared. Call. He let out a long breath, and then looked at his attribute panel. Name, Gu Qingfeng. Age, 29/100. Realm, elementary level of blood refining. Martial arts, Bengshanquan, level 1, iron body technique, perfection. Promotion points, 0. The blood refining realm has become. Gu Qingfeng looked somewhat delighted, as if he had expected everything. However, the changes in collapsing mountain fist made Gu Qingfeng feel a little surprised, and he soon seemed to understand. Invincible, so this is the change brought about by martial arts breaking the boundaries. This realm. Gu Qingfeng named it breaking limits. To break the limit of perfection is to break the limit. And after breaking through the limit, Bengshan Fist has broken through the category of low-grade martial arts and been promoted to mid-grade martial arts. The so-called indestructible, the moment the Bengshan Fist broke through, Gu Qingfeng felt that his fist had become much harder, and the 5 knuckles contained extremely powerful power. If when the iron body technique was perfected, Gu Qingfeng's physical body was as hard as iron, then the breakthrough of collapsing mountain fist now allows his fists to go further on this basis. Crack mountains and rocks with bare hands. It's a no-brainer. Of course. The biggest transformation is naturally the change brought about by the breakthrough in cultivation. Before breaking through to the blood refining realm, Gu Qingfeng had never been able to understand how this realm was different from the skin refining realm. But now after the breakthrough, only then did he truly realize the power of the blood refining realm. If it were his previous self that had broken through, Gu Qingfeng would now be sure to kill him with 3 punches. This is the difference between the initial stage of blood refining and the perfect skin refining. A breakthrough. It can be regarded as a difference between cloud and mud. In the current martial arts scene in Lingxian, Gu Qingfeng, who has broken through to the blood refining realm, is already considered the #1 master in Lingxian. Even if Su Jun is in front of him, he is sure to suppress it easily. Chapter 9 Murder. Next, it's time to leave Lingxian. After breaking through to the blood refining realm, Gu Qingfeng's 5 senses became much sharper. The entire Lin County gave him a strong uncomfortable feeling, and the blood mist in the sky was full of weirdness and ominousness. In his eyes, Lingxian is now a dead land. Stay here. It must be a dead end. But before leaving Lingxian, Qingfeng consolidated his lower level of cultivation and took all the remaining 3 blood refining pills to refine them. After his cultivation breakthrough, the restrictions on his taking blood refining pills were much less. 3 blood refining pills. It only took Qingfeng 1 day to refine it. But the blood refining pill is worthy of being taken by blood refining realm warriors. As the 3 blood refining pills were refined, he felt that his qi and blood were much stronger. If there were a large number of blood refining pills, he would be able to break through the blood refining pill in the future. Intermediate level, I guess it won't be a problem. Warriors practice. One is to rely on martial arts, and the other is to rely on resources such as elixirs. Needless to say about the former, martial arts such as collapsing mountain fist and iron body technique actually allow warriors to polish their bodies by using specific methods, thereby breaking through to a higher level. If there is no corresponding martial arts, then you can only rely on yourself to explore a little bit. And then it's the elixir. It doesn't matter if you don't have the corresponding martial arts to polish your body, as long as you have enough elixirs. With enough elixirs in hand, breakthrough is easy. The day after breaking through the blood refining realm, Qingfeng finally decided to leave Lingxian. Immediately, he just took Guiyang and walked towards the city gate. It didn't take long. The two came to the city gate. I saw that there were already police officers guarding the gate of Lingxian city. This made Qingfeng frown, but he still did not stop. At the same time, the policeman guarding there also discovered his whereabouts. The county magistrate has issued an order that no one is allowed to leave Lingxian County without authorization. The leading middle-aged detective said coldly. Qingfeng did not reply, but looked at the other police officers. He saw that everyone was unconsciously holding the handle of the knife with their right hand, staring at him coldly, as if they would take action if they disagreed with each other. Listen to what I say. Just when the middle-aged detective was about to scold him, he saw Qingfeng suddenly let go of Guiyang's hand, suddenly stepped forward, and his shoulder suddenly hit the other person's chest. Boom! Qingfeng's body was as hard as iron, and the extremely powerful impact caused the agent's chest to dent. His whole body flew out like weeds, and he was already dead before he even hit the ground. Be bold! Kill him! The remaining police officers were all frightened and pulled out their swords one after another, intending to kill Qingfeng completely here. However, subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Just when they were about to take action, Qingfeng had already made a move. His right fist was punched out like a yellow dragon. Under the horrified gaze of the policeman, he punched him in the face. Bang! A punch powerful enough to crack a monument and crack a stone, causing the opponent's head to explode like a watermelon. This time, attacks from other police officers also arrived. The bright long knife was blown down by the strong wind, and the several police officers had ferocious expressions on their faces, as if they had seen Qingfeng being chopped into pulp by himself and others. However, when the long knife fell, the expected splash of blood did not appear. The blade was like cutting on a solid rock, and the powerful shock force even made several gaps in the blade. What? Several police officers were shocked. Qingfeng also turned around at this time, grabbed a blade with the 5 fingers of his right hand, and then squeezed it hard. The long knife made of fine iron suddenly shattered. A large number of blade fragments were thrown out by him, and several arrests were killed in an instant. The Yamen servant's body was penetrated. Ah! The severe pain caused these people to scream in agony. But when they saw Qingfeng's figure, they were no longer as arrogant as before, and begged for mercy with panic on their faces. Spare my life! Let me go! Qingfeng looked cold and stern, punching one after another, and completely killed all of the police officers on the spot as they begged for mercy. This battle started abruptly and ended quickly. In just a few breaths, all the police officers had been killed. Gu Yang stood there in a daze, looking at the scene of bloody corpses on the ground in front of him. His little face was dull, he didn't know whether it was because of fear or something else. When Gu Qingfeng came to him, the smell of blood hit his face, which made Gu Yang wake up. "Father! Now the blood mist is filling the air. They deliberately blocked the city gates to let us die here. This is the way the world is. If you don't kill people, others will kill you. In troubled times, kindness will only harm yourself. Today, my father is teaching you the first lesson. It's okay if you don't take action. Once you take action, you must eradicate it and avoid future troubles." Gu Qingfeng's expression was serious, and the bloody murderous intention in his body after killing people increased a little bit out of thin air. Gu Yang was stunned for a moment, then looked at the body on the ground, and finally nodded vigorously, "I understand, kid. So best." Gu Qingfeng also observed Gu Yang's reaction and was satisfied when he saw that the other party was not much afraid of the dead. What worries him the most? Gu Yang fears killing and is kind by nature. If it were a peaceful and prosperous era, this kind of character would be fine. But in today's chaotic world, this kind of character will only harm himself. In this world for more than 20 years, Gu Qingfeng has seen too many killings. Although he has never really killed anyone before, he has long experienced this kind of chaotic world. Now when he really kills someone, Gu Qingfeng's heart is not too volatile, and there is even a little inexplicable excitement in his heart. That's right. Excitement. Gu Qingfeng did not reject this change in himself. He glanced at the bodies of the constables and yamen runners on the ground. There was a lot of noise here. It is estimated that the government officials will arrive soon. When he thought of this, he did not plan to delay any longer. He directly took Gu Yang's hand and walked towards the blood mist outside the city. Not long after Gu Qingfeng and the others left, other people who had been hiding also slowly emerged. Where did this ruthless man come from? He dared to kill people from the government. That man looks familiar. He seems to be a teacher from the Qidian martial arts school. He is not only killing people, but also daring to walk out of the city. Many people were shocked by the scene just now. Because Gu Qingfeng has been in Lin County for many years, some people also recognized his identity. When they heard the words Qidian martial arts school, some people looked relieved. Then they looked at the broken bodies and arms on the ground, with obvious fear in their eyes, but when they looked at the blood mist outside the city gate, their eyes flickered again, and I don't know what they were thinking. Chapter 10 Blood Mist Crisis. Stepping into the blood mist, Gu Qingfeng found that his vision became much more blurred. At the same time, a strange and cold breath permeated the air, giving people a chilling feeling. Dad! Gu Yang looked a little panicked, and followed Gu Qingfeng closely, fearing that something strange would appear in the blood mist. Dad is here, don't be afraid. Gu Qingfeng looked serious. The blood mist in front of him could block his vision. If an ordinary person entered it, it would be easy to get lost. But after breaking through the blood refining realm, his 5 senses became much stronger, and the blood mist could not really block his vision. Just as Gu Qingfeng led Gu Yang forward, suddenly there were blurred shadows swaying in the blood mist. When the two walked in, they found that the so-called shadows were actually several corpses hanging on the tree. Each corpse was disemboweled and hung on the tree by the neck with a rope. The hideous face had already rotted a lot, and the eyes were empty, as if the undead in the abyss were looking up at the living. Such a sudden change! Gu Qingfeng was shocked, and Gu Yang beside him was even more frightened and his face turned pale. Bloody mist! Dead tree and corpse! Anyone who suddenly saw this scene would be surprised. However, after the shock, Gu Qingfeng looked at the corpses on the tree, and from the rotten faces on them, he saw a sense of familiarity. Lu Hong. Gu Qingfeng's expression changed slightly. Lu Hong. a senior instructor of Jinyu Martial Arts School. The other party has joined Jinyu Martial Arts School for many years and is considered an old-fashioned late-stage master of skin refining. He didn't expect that the other party would die here. Obviously. This person also guessed that something was wrong, so he left quietly, but he didn't expect to die here. Although the corpse is now somewhat rotten, Gu Qingfeng can still see a lot of things from the surface. There is no sign of struggle. The other party was killed in one blow. Being able to kill a warrior at the later stage of skin refining in a second means that the things in the blood mist are definitely not simple. At this moment, Gu Qingfeng suddenly felt a warning in his heart. He pulled Gu Yang away from him, and then immediately activated the iron body technique. His right fist suddenly blasted out like a cannonball, colliding with a black shadow. Boom! The two forces collided, and the black shadow flew out in an instant. Gu Qingfeng himself was also attacked by a huge force, and his body could not help but retreat a few points. Hehe, a warrior at the blood refining stage, I didn't expect that the small Lin County would be surprising. A low voice came, and the flying black shadow attacked again. This time Gu Qingfeng finally saw the other party clearly. It was a tall and thin middle-aged man. The other party's face was covered with blood, but his eyes were as fierce as a venomous snake. His movements were as fast as thunder. Gu Qingfeng was slightly shocked, and he did not dare to be careless. He directly exerted all his strength and fought with him. Gu Qingfeng was seen urging the blood and qi of his body, and blood and qi rose from his head like wolf smoke. His mountain-breaking fist was powerful and heavy, and each punch seemed to be able to collapse mountains and split rocks, and the air made a violent explosion. Blood and qi wolf smoke. You are not an ordinary blood refining realm. Shang Guanzhong was slightly surprised when he saw the blood and qi wolf smoke appear. It was unexpected enough for a blood refining realm warrior to appear in a small place like Lingxian. Unexpectedly. The other party was a blood refining realm warrior who had practiced blood and qi wolf smoke. Immediately, Shang Guanzhong's eyes became colder and colder, his tongue licked the blood at the corner of his mouth, and his face showed an extremely weird look. The internal organs of a warrior with blood and qi wolf smoke must be much more delicious than ordinary people. Give up struggling and die obediently, and I may let you suffer less. As he spoke, Shang Guanzhong had already launched a fierce attack, and Gu Qingfeng responded calmly. However, every time he collided with his opponent's fists and feet, he felt an extremely strange breath eroding himself, as if it was corroding and freezing himself. Fortunately, Gu Qingfeng had a strong blood and qi, like a rushing river, and the extremely strong and yang blood and qi forcefully dispelled this cold breath. A warrior with blood and qi is indeed not simple. Seeing that Gu Qingfeng had been fighting with him for a long time and was still moving smoothly, Shang Guanzhong's face was gloomy. Let me make you understand that warriors are not worthy of being in the elegant hall after all. Shang Guanzhong's face was ferocious, his eyes were extremely cold, and the flesh and blood of his right hand suddenly withered, turning into a blue-black ghost hand, bombarding with that strange power. Boom! Another punch was thrown, and Gu Qingfeng only felt a stinging pain in his fist. He saw that there were several hideous wounds on the back of his right hand, and the flesh and blood on them were rotten, which was extremely hideous. What kind of method is this? Gu Qingfeng was also shocked. The changes in Shang Guanzhong in front of him caught him off guard. Even with the indestructible characteristics of the iron body art and the collapsing mountain fist, he couldn't defend against the opponent's attack. Shang Guanzhong looked crazy, his eyes were full of brutal murderous intent, and the strange aura on his body became more and more intense. Kill! Gu Qingfeng understood that he had no room for maneuver. In this battle, he would either kill the person in front of him, or both father and son would die here. At this moment, he no longer cared so much. Either live or die. The blood and blood smoke were mighty, and Gu Qingfeng's fists shook the mountains, and he fought with Shang Guanzhong thoroughly. Boom! Boom! In the blood mist, the roaring sound was endless. The two bodies kept fighting. The defense of the iron body art could not stop the attack of the ghost hand, but Shang Guanzhong himself was not indestructible. When he was attacked by Gu Qingfeng, he was also injured. But both of them seemed to have no sense of pain at all. They wanted to kill each other. Boom! Shang Guanzhong's ghost hand grabbed Gu Qingfeng's shoulder. His 5 fingers easily broke through the skin defense and penetrated into the flesh. The severe pain in his shoulder made Gu Qingfeng's face hideous. Instead of retreating, he rushed forward and took advantage of the situation to punch the former in the chest. The powerful attack made Shang Guanzhong's chest cavity sink immediately, and his body was like a withered grass flying everywhere. For an ordinary person, such injuries would be enough to kill him on the spot. However, Shang Guanzhong still did not die. Without waiting for the other party to struggle to get up from the ground, Gu Qingfeng took 2 steps forward and punched him like dense raindrops. At this moment, on Shang Guanzhong's face, an emotion called fear finally appeared. You can't kill me. I am from the Evil Suppression Division. Shang Guanzhong wanted to speak and intimidate Gu Qingfeng with his identity as the Evil Suppression Division, but Gu Qingfeng didn't pay any attention to him at all. There was only one thought in his mind, that is, to beat the other party to death here. When Gu Qingfeng threw the last punch, Shang Guanzhong's head suddenly exploded, and the headless body twitched slightly, and then there was no movement at all. Chapter 11, Spiritual Magic. Behead Shang Guanzhong. Gu Qingfeng searched the other party's body again, and finally found an identity token and a thin secret book from the body. Psychic Magic, the Heart-Eating Demon. Looking at the words on the cover, it seemed as if there was a breath of blood rushing towards his face. Gu Qingfeng frowned and immediately put away the psychic magic. When he looked at the token again, the other party's name was written on the front, and the 3 characters Zhengzai Division were written on the back. He really is from the Suppressing Evil Department. When Shang Guanzhong revealed his identity before his death, Gu Qingfeng already knew it, but now that he got this token, it was completely confirmed. From what Su Jun said, the people in the Suppressing Evil Division were a mysterious organization of the Taixuan dynasty, specifically responsible for dealing with evil spirits. But now it seems, these people from the Suppressing Evil Division are not simple. At this time, Shang Guanzhong's long-dead body trembled slightly, as if something was about to wake up from it. Gu Qingfeng's face changed slightly, and he immediately did not dare to stay where he was, and left directly with Gu Yang. Without Shang Guanzhong's obstruction, Gu Qingfeng broke through the blood mist easily. The moment he escaped from the blood mist, the strange and cold aura that had been lingering in his heart also dissipated without a trace. Looking again, I saw that the blood mist was lingering, and there was no trace of him in the huge Lin County. The tense mind relaxed slightly, and suddenly a sharp pain hit him. Gu Qingfeng looked down and found that the many wounds on his body were badly decayed and exuded a foul smell. If he were an ordinary person, he would have died from such injuries. But Gu Qingfeng broke through the blood-refining realm and his vitality was much stronger than ordinary people. Even such a serious injury could not really damage his life. But if this matter continues to be delayed, it will only become more and more troublesome. Let's get out of here first. Gu Qingfeng took Gu Yang away. It wasn't long before he left. Shang Guanzhong's body in the blood mist suddenly trembled violently, and a strange black shadow seemed to break away from the body. The green-black face was ferocious and terrifying, the arms were slender and unusually long, and the 5 fingers had sharp claws, as if they were relaxed. It can cut through a person's skin and dig out their flesh and blood and internal organs. The first time this strange being came back to life, he looked at Shang Guanzhong's body with a greedy look in his eyes, and then he lay on the ground and ate. Less than a moment, the flesh and blood of the corpse had been devoured, leaving only a pile of bones scattered on the ground. The strange black shadow roared, and a terrifying and cold breath burst out from the blood mist, alarming the entire Lin County. When Ye Yuan, who was in the yamen, felt this aura, his expression suddenly changed. Evil breath! No! This is the Heart Eater! In an instant, Ye Yuan rushed out of the yamen. When he rushed into the blood mist, he saw the scattered bones and torn clothes on the ground, and recognized the identity of the other party at a glance. Shang Guanzhong is dead. Ye Yuan's face suddenly turned green. It doesn't matter if Shang Guanzhong died, what's more important is what caused Shang Guanzhong to die here. You must know that Shang Guanzhong is a warlock. Even the weakest warlock is not comparable to ordinary warriors. What's more, Lingxian is so big that the strongest ones are just skin-refining realm warriors. Such warriors! How is it possible to kill the warlock? And Shang Guanzhong died. Then it seems that the things in the other party's body have already come out. Just when Ye Yuan's idea came to him, a strange and cold aura suddenly hit him, making him feel a strong warning sign in his heart. He moved away without thinking, and in the next breath he saw sharp claws breaking through the air. A strange black shadow appeared in sight. Heart Eater! Ye Yuan's heart sank. The worst outcome is already in sight. Shang Guanzhong fell. The heart-eating demon in the opponent's body has also completely awakened. Seeing the heart-eating demon heading towards him, Ye Yuan's eyes were fierce. Damn it, don't let me know who killed Shang Guanzhong, otherwise this matter will never end. Master! In a certain courtyard, a middle-aged warrior dressed in powerful clothing was standing respectfully in front of someone. This person is no one else. It was Qingfeng who left Lingxian. Still no news. To report to the family head, we have tried our best to secretly inquire about the situation in Lingxian County, but Lingxian County seems to have disappeared out of thin air, and there is no news at all. The man answered truthfully. Hear the words. Qingfeng nodded, then waved his hand and said, in that case, you can go ahead. Yes. The man left respectfully. Qingfeng stroked his beard slightly, and occasionally a cold light appeared in his deep eyes. Lingxian's whereabouts could not be found. This shows that something must have happened in Lingxian County. Otherwise, how could such a large county have no whereabouts at all? It has been almost half a year since Lingxian left. After Qingfeng left Lingxian, he took Guiyang to Beishi Road in Guangyang Prefecture. Taixuan Dynasty. 36 counties in Kyushu. 1 county and 12 prefectures. Guangyang Prefecture is a city under Taishan County. Xinjiang Prefecture, where the plague wiped out the population, is also under Taishan County, and Lingxian County is under Guangyang Prefecture. When he first entered Beishidao, Qingfeng also acted low-key and gradually figured out the strength of Beishidao. Investigation found. The martial arts foundation of Beishidao is much stronger than that of Lingxian. For example, in Lingxian, Jinia Martial Arts School is a well-known martial arts force in the county, and the strongest person in its martial arts school is only at the level of perfect skin refining. But in Beishidao, although there are not many martial artists who have perfected skin refining, they are definitely not rare. Above skin refining, there are also martial artists in the blood refining realm. One is called Qin family, which has 5 blood refining realm martial artists sitting in the seat, and the other is called Taigu Gang, which has 4 blood refining realm martial artists sitting in the seat. These are the 2 most powerful forces in Beishidao. Under the 2 major forces, there are also many large and small forces intertwined, but no matter what, as long as you can step into the blood refining realm, you can be called a strong person in Beishidao. After figuring out the situation in Beishidao, Qingfeng settled down in Beishidao. A force called Gu family appeared quietly. For the forces in Beishidao, the appearance of a strange family would naturally attract the attention of many people. Some people even focused their attention on the Gu family. But when Gu Qingfeng showed his strength in the blood-refining realm, many voices fell silent. In the final analysis, the Jianghu still respects strength. Although the Gu family has a weak foundation, a blood-refining realm warrior is enough to solve most of the troubles. For example, forces with the same blood-refining realm in charge do not want to tear their faces with warriors of the same realm for no reason, and forces without the blood-refining realm in charge dare not fight with the Gu family. In this way, after more than half a year, the Gu family founded by Gu Qingfeng has also gained a firm foothold in Bai-Shidao. Chapter 12 Warlock. The Gu family was established. Recruit guards. To grow a family, it is impossible to rely on two people. After Gu Qingfeng showed his strength as a blood-refining realm warrior, many Jianghu warriors were willing to join the Gu family and become their guards. After all, having the Gu family at your back is equivalent to having a blood-refining realm warrior to support you, which is a good thing. What's more, the fact that the Gu family has a blood-refining realm warrior sitting in charge means that the other party must have a corresponding martial arts inheritance. If he can gain the respect of the head of the Gu family, he might be able to receive this kind of inheritance. For martial arts practitioners, the higher the level of martial arts inheritance, the harder it is to obtain it. The martial arts of Bai-Shidao are prosperous, and warriors are like crucian carp crossing the river, but there have never been many blood-refining realm warriors, because of the shortage of inheritance. Even if the major forces hold the martial arts inheritance of the blood-refining realm in their hands, they cannot spread it out at will, so for ordinary people in the world, the martial arts of the blood-refining realm are highly desired. All the sects and gangs of aristocratic families with blood-refining realms are the targets of these scattered people. For nothing else. They just want to find opportunities to break through to a higher level. Regardless of the shallow foundation of the Gu family created by Gu Qingfeng, there are still 50 or 60 warriors willing to join the Gu family. Among the 50 or 60 people, the lowest cultivation level is at the intermediate level of skin refining, and the highest cultivation level is around the perfect level of skin refining. As for the warriors in the blood refining realm, there are none. After all, a strong man of this level can create his own force, so how can he be inferior to others? Since the founding of the Gu family, Gu Qingfeng has maintained a low profile and developed some industries independently, but has not made any drastic moves. Still the same sentence. The water on Baishi Road is very deep. Gu Qingfeng asked himself that his strength was good, but he had no real intention of going against all the forces in Bai-Shidao. At least, when he was not strong enough to suppress the entire Baishi Road, he mainly kept a low profile. But this also has a premise. That is, no one else can mess with him. Otherwise, Gu Qingfeng would not be polite. Since establishing the Gu family, Gu Qingfeng has secretly asked people to investigate Lingxian's affairs, but to his disappointment, Lingxian seems to have disappeared out of thin air. No matter how he probes, there is still no news. It can be seen from this. There must be other changes in Lingxian County. But Gu Qingfeng had no idea of returning to Lingxian to investigate the situation personally. After all, Lingxian County was weird, and it involved the evil suppression department, so Gu Qingfeng didn't want to get into trouble. Other side. During his stay on Baishi Road, Gu Qingfeng also inquired about evil spirits from various aspects. But just like in Lingxian, ordinary people know nothing about evil spirits, but the major forces seem to have some knowledge about evil spirits. It's just that Gu Qingfeng couldn't ask these things face to face. From above, Gu Qingfeng was certain of one thing. That is, the Taixuan dynasty strictly controls the problem of evil spirits, and no news of evil spirits will be leaked easily. Just think of this. Gu Qingfeng took out the psychic magic book again. This is the secret book obtained from Shang Guanjiang's corpse. Psychic magic. What is recorded in it is how to become a warlock. Good. That's the warlock. From the psychic magic, Gu Qingfeng finally understood why Shang Guanzhong was in such a state. By carrying evil spirits within oneself, one can master the power of evil spirits and become a true sorcerer. Once a warlock dies, the evil spirit sealed within his body will awaken. In addition, after becoming a warlock, there are also various limitations and shortcomings. First of all, the warlock will be affected by the evil spirit and become bloodthirsty and crazy. At the same time, the more power the evil spirit uses, the more it will be seriously corroded by the evil spirit, and then the body will die and become a real evil spirit. But the same thing. Warlocks also have methods to suppress evil spirits, allowing themselves to better control their power and advance to higher levels. The spiritual treasure technique does not record much, but only records how to carry an evil spirit called the heart-eating demon, as well as subsequent cultivation methods. The way to carry the heart-eating demon is to first use gold as a vessel to suppress and seal an evil spirit, then pour the blood of 100 people on the gold vessel, then bathe it in human blood for 100 days, and then use the 5 internal organs and other things as a medicine guide. It can finally carry away evil spirits. Of course, these methods are not 100% successful. Once it fails, it will be swallowed up by evil spirits. If you succeed, you can master the power of evil spirits and become a true sorcerer. After becoming a warlock, you also need to take animal blood and 5 internal organs to help you practice. If you can take human blood and 5 internal organs, it will be the best. These things all are recorded in the psychic magic. Warlocks. Xie Sui, if we just look at the methods of psychic treasures, what is the difference between those so-called warlocks and Xie Sui? The tragedies that happened in Lingxian County, if you are not wrong, should be Shang Guanzhong's fault. Gu Qingfeng shook his head slightly. Judging from Shang Guanzhong's performance, the warlock is undoubtedly much stronger than the warrior. According to the records in the spiritual treasure art, the opponent should be the weakest warlock. But even so, he still has strength comparable to the blood refining realm. If it were a more powerful warlock, he would probably be no different from an ant in the blood refining realm in front of him. In comparison, the warriors in the world who can cultivate to the blood refining realm are not weak, and on the 1/3 acre land of Beishi Road, they can be called strong. From here we can see the difference between warriors and warlocks. But the same thing. It is also extremely difficult to become a warlock. Gu Qingfeng knew that if the psychic magic book in his hand was thrown out, it would probably cause an uproar, and many people would be unable to restrain themselves and want to snatch it. After all, it is human nature to yearn for more powerful power. But Gu Qingfeng just thought about this idea. The art of psychic magic is related to the suppression of evil division. For this organization founded by the Taixuan dynasty, he will not naively think that he can compete with it with his own small blood refining level. If it were me back then, I might really take the risk to practice the art of psychic communication. After all, in this troubled world, human life is just like a piece of grass. Only by mastering powerful power can we truly live, and only by living can we be qualified to talk about other things. However, for me now, the psychic magic has no effect. As long as I get enough improvement points, my subsequent realm breakthroughs will be easy. Gu Qingfeng knows where his advantage lies, which is to train Gu Yang and let the other party break through to a higher level. In addition, regarding Golden Finger, Gu Qingfeng still had many things that he didn't understand. Now that I have established a foundation in Beishi Road, I have enough time to slowly study the other functions of the Golden Finger. Chapter 13, Strong as Iron. In the blink of an eye, 2 years have passed. For 2 years, Gu Qingfeng has been quietly managing the Gu family, and at the same time, he has mobilized the power of the Gu family to collect other martial arts. After all, the breakthroughs in the Collapse Mountain Fist and the Iron Body art made Gu Qingfeng understand that even if he did not make a breakthrough in his cultivation, as long as he practiced enough martial arts, he could passively improve his strength. Each martial art has the function of tempering different parts. Like the collapse mountain fist. This martial art truly strengthens the fists, and the skin and flesh are just a side effect. As for the iron body art, it is an overall defensive martial art that can temper the epidermis and make it as hard as iron. So, the more martial arts you collect, the greater the benefits. If it is an ordinary person, with limited qualifications and cultivation, it is impossible to practice multiple martial arts. However, Qingfeng is different. He has improvement points. As long as the improvement points are enough, it is not a problem to practice all martial arts to perfection. However, even though they are all low-grade martial arts, they are also divided into strong and weak. Qingfeng naturally looked down on the weak low-grade martial arts. So, in the past 2 years, Qingfeng has found 3 relatively powerful low-grade martial arts. The Great Stone Smashing Hand, Iron Leg Skill, Iron Refining Finger. Although Qingfeng's martial arts aptitude is not high, because he is a blood-refining martial artist, he can practice low-grade martial arts much faster than ordinary people. In 2 years, Qingfeng has practiced all 3 martial arts to the minor success stage. From the outside, he can't see anything, but only Qingfeng himself knows that his strength has made great progress compared to 2 years ago. At this moment, the information panel that has not moved for a long time suddenly refreshed new information. Your offspring Guiyang has broken through to the late stage of the skin refining realm. Reward promotion points *5. Reward blood refining pills *30. Seeing the information on the information bar refresh, Qingfeng's face suddenly brightened. Good, I didn't expect Yang to break through to the late stage of skin refining so quickly. Guiyang practiced martial arts at the age of 7, and now it has only been 3 years, and he has entered the late stage of skin refining. Such talent is already amazing. At least in Beishidao, Qingfeng has never heard of anyone who can enter the late stage of skin refining at this age. Of course, Guiyang was able to break through because Qingfeng often gave him blood and qi pills. But no matter what, Guiyang's talent in martial arts is already quite excellent. Now Guiyang has broken through. 5 promotion points. Qingfeng wanted to continue to improve the collapsing mountain fist at the first time. After all, among all martial arts, the collapsing mountain fist is the highest grade. However, when Qingfeng's eyes fell on the collapse mountain fist, he found that the improvement of this martial art required 10 points. Such a change! Qingfeng frowned. Last time, the collapse mountain fist only needed 5 points to improve, but now it needs 10 points. It seems that after breaking the limit, the improvement points required for martial arts are much more than before. 10 points of improvement. Qingfeng certainly didn't have it. He had only accumulated these 5 points of improvement in the past 2 years. Thinking of this, Qingfeng gave up improving the collapse mountain fist and changed to improve the iron body art. After all, the iron body art is also very important. If he hadn't practiced the iron body art to perfection, making his own defense much stronger than that of ordinary warriors, he might have died in Shang Guanjiang's hands. Now that the collapse mountain fist can't be improved, Qingfeng will naturally improve the iron body art. As for the other low-grade martial arts, Qingfeng doesn't want to waste the improvement points for the time being. It's a very simple reason. As long as time is spent on training, it is not a problem to improve the lower-grade martial arts to perfection, but it is not so easy to break the limit of martial arts. When the collapsing mountain fist was able to break the limit, Qingfeng knew that he had the help of the blood refining pill and coincidence. Otherwise, it is basically impossible for the collapsing mountain fist to break the limit. This point, you only need to look at the fact that there are many Beishidao martial artists who have perfected the skin refining, but the number of martial artists in the blood refining realm has dropped sharply, and you can see it directly. Breaking the limit of martial arts. Not everyone can do it. Now even with the blood refining pill, Qingfeng is not sure that the iron body art can break the limit, so he simply uses 5 points to improve the iron body art and break the limit. The thought moved. The 5 points of improvement disappeared. Qingfeng suddenly felt a surge of memories. In his memory, he practiced the iron body art for decades, training in the coldest days of winter and the hottest days of summer, relying on martial artists to beat their bodies and tempering their bodies with waterfalls. Only after such a long period of accumulation could the iron body art successfully break through the limit. When the iron body art broke through the limit, Qingfeng's skin turned into a bronze color, and his muscles seemed to contain explosive power. The majestic blood filled the air. It turned into blood smoke and rushed into the sky. After a long time, the boiling blood calmed down, and Qingfeng looked at his attribute panel again. Name, Qingfeng. Age, 32/100. Realm, blood refining elementary stage. Martial arts, collapsing mountain fist, indestructible level 1, iron body art, body as hard as iron level 1, great stone smashing hand, minor success, iron leg skill, minor success, iron refining finger, minor success. Improvement points, 0. As hard as iron. Qingfeng looked at the characteristics of the iron body art, and used the 5 fingers of his right hand to grab his left arm. The power that could easily break stones and split gold could not break the skin defense, but only left a few white marks on it. Seeing this scene, Qingfeng's face was delighted. After the iron body art broke the limit, his defense ability has transformed to a terrifying level. Since the collapsing mountain fist broke the limit, and the subsequent practice of the great stone smashing hand plus the iron refining finger, Qingfeng's fingers are comparable to ordinary magic weapons, but even so, they cannot break his own defense. This shows his current physical defense strength is estimated to be impossible for ordinary blood refining beginners to break through. Only blood refining intermediate warriors can pose some threats to themselves. As for the comprehensive combat power, Qingfeng didn't know what level he had reached. After all, combat power still needs real combat. At this time, Gu Yang had already walked in from outside. My son meets his father. Compared with 2 years ago, Gu Yang's posture is more upright now, no different from a teenager, and because of years of martial arts training, he also has a masculine and vigorous vitality. Qingfeng smiled slightly. Yang is here. Dad, I just broke through the backstage of skin refining. Gu Yang's face was full of joy. After the breakthrough, he couldn't wait to come and report the good news. Qingfeng nodded with satisfaction. Yes, you can break through the backstage of skin refining at such a young age. His achievements in the future will definitely surpass your father. The Gu family will need you to support it in the future. Chapter 14 Gu Family Fist. Get praise. Gu Yang's face became more and more delighted. Then, Qingfeng looked at the other party and said, since you have entered the final stage of leather refining, today my father will teach you the complete collapse of Mountain Fist. Complete collapse Mountain Fist. Gu Yang looked startled. He has been practicing Bengshan Chuan for several years, so he understands that this martial art is not a profound skill, but only a low-level one. For martial arts at this level, reaching the perfection of skin refining is already the limit. As a warrior, Gu Yang knew that the Bengshan fist he practiced was not defective. That's why now when I heard Qingfeng's words, I felt a little dazed. Qingfeng said, Bengshan Chuan is not as simple as you think. My father entered the blood refining realm with this martial arts. With your talent, it is inevitable to break through the blood refining realm in the future. It just so happens that you made a breakthrough today, so I will teach you the complete Bengshan fist. I hope you have a good time practicing it. Finished. Qingfeng stopped talking nonsense and started to demonstrate the brand new collapse mountain fist in front of Gu Yang. After Bengshan Chuan broke through the limit, this martial art has become different. All aspects of breathing regulation and methods of mobilizing qi and blood have been adjusted accordingly. Often, slight changes are like the finishing touch, making Gu Yang's eyes gradually brighten. And when the last punch was struck, Gu Qingfeng's energy and blood turned into smoke, and the fierce fist seemed to be able to collapse mountains and shatter mountains. Boom! Punch out! Thunder suddenly breaks out. The strong wind was raging. The rockery a few feet away in front shattered into pieces at this moment, turning into countless debris flying. This scene. Gu Yang was completely stunned on the spot. In front of this punch, he felt his own insignificance. The joy and pride that he had just broken through to the lower level of leather refining disappeared without a trace at this moment. Without seeing a blood refining realm warrior take action, you will never be able to understand the power of this level. After performing a set of boxing techniques, Gu Qingfeng calmed down his turbulent energy and blood, and looked at Gu Yang, who was stunned on the spot, with a faint smile on his face. This is the complete Bengshan fist. This boxing technique was originally a low-grade martial arts, but later my father's inner understanding allowed him to break through the limitations, so it is comparable to the middle-grade martial arts. As long as you practice to perfection, you can directly enter the blood refining realm. This time, Gu Yang finally came to his senses from his stunned state, and he couldn't help but said, "So, the Bengshan fist is considered to have been created by my father. I can't say it's self-invented, it's just some innovative breakthroughs based on predecessors." Gu Qingfeng said it in a low-key manner, but Gu Yang knew very well how difficult it was to break the limits of a martial arts. So, when he looked at Gu Qingfeng again, his eyes were full of admiration. Since this martial arts is my father's own innovation and breakthrough, if I continue to call it Bengshan fist, I think it would be a bit inappropriate. In my opinion, it might as well be called Gu family boxing. Gu family boxing. Hearing this name, Gu Qingfeng was slightly startled, and then nodded in agreement. Let's call it Gu family boxing. Just right. The Gu family also needs a martial arts to support the scene. Although Bengshan fist is not a popular boxing technique, it is still practiced by many martial artists, so it is far inferior to the Gu family's reputation as a martial art. Nowadays, the Bengshan fist that has broken the limit is more refined than the original Bengshan fist. It can be regarded as a different kind of boxing, and it is no problem to call it Gu Jiaquan. When Gu Qingfeng finished speaking, he saw the attribute panel suddenly appeared, and the original wording of Bengshan fist was actually changed directly to Gu Jiaquan. See this? Gu Qingfeng felt clear again. The name of martial arts is not static. If you want to change it, it is just a matter of thought. Just saying. A name is just a name after all, changing the name will not make martial arts stronger. Next time. Gu Qingfeng practiced silently, taking blood refining pills to improve his cultivation. At the same time, he occasionally gave guidance to Gu Yang and some of the Gu family guards on their cultivation. After all, these warriors are willing to join the Gu family not only for the resources provided by the Gu family, but also because they want to learn 1.5 advanced martial arts from the Gu family. So, Gu Qingfeng is certainly not stingy. Of course. For example, the part about breaking the limit of martial arts involves the blood refining realm, and Gu Qingfeng will not spread it out rashly. The martial arts related to breaking through the blood refining realm must be passed on, but not now. Only when his strength reaches a further level will Gu Qingfeng consider passing on these martial arts. This way, even if there is any problem, you can directly suppress it with your own strength. The blood refining pill is worthy of being taken by blood refining realm warriors. One pill can save me months of hard work. Gu Qingfeng refined a blood refining pill again, feeling the power of his own energy and blood, and the smile on his face became more obvious. There is a blood refining pill. It is much easier for him to break through the intermediate level of blood refining. It's a pity that it is simply impossible to obtain such pills through ordinary means. Over the years, Gu Qingfeng has also purchased some elixirs from outside that are taken by blood refining realm warriors, but unfortunately, those elixirs are not as effective as 1% of the blood refining elixirs. What's more, those elixirs come with their own erysipelas, and taking too much will affect your own foundation. So, after Gu Qingfeng only took it once, he stopped taking those pills again. It wasn't until Gu Yang's breakthrough in the blood refining pill reward that Gu Qingfeng started to use pills to assist his practice. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Gu Qingfeng took all the blood refining pills, and his cultivation naturally broke through the middle stage of blood refining. Realm breakthrough. His strength has reached a higher level. The only pity is that after breaking through the middle stage of blood refining, there is no increase in lifespan. From this, it can be seen that only when a great realm is broken through, the lifespan of a warrior will be increased accordingly. This day, a guard of the Gu family arrived. I greet the head of the family. You are here, but what happened? Gu Qingfeng looked at the person in front of him and said lightly. The person who came was a guard leader of the Gu family, named Meng Peng, a warrior with perfect skin refining. Before joining the Gu family, he was also a well-known individual in the Bai Shidao Jianghu. Later, the Gu family was established, and this person joined the Gu family. Because of his good strength, Gu Qingfeng promoted him to the guard leader to manage other guards. Meng Peng said respectfully, I have received news that Yun Pavilion will hold an auction in 3 days. I heard that there may be mid-grade martial arts there. Mid-grade martial arts. Gu Qingfeng's expression changed slightly. He had always asked the Gu family guards to find out the whereabouts of the mid-grade martial arts, but he didn't expect that there would be a result. Do you know the origin of this martial arts? Yun Pavilion has done a good job of keeping these things secret. The information about the mid-grade martial arts was also deliberately spread by them. The extra information is not known for the time being. Meng Peng answered truthfully. Gu Qingfeng fell into deep thought after hearing this. Chapter 15 Cloud Pavilion. Cloud Pavilion. This is a mysterious force of Baishi Road. The other party never participates in rivers and lakes battles, only does business. On the surface, Yunji's strength does not seem to be strong, but in Gu Qingfeng's view, Yunji's strength is definitely not simple. Otherwise, how can the other party have the qualifications to establish a stable foothold on Baishi Road? According to Gu Qingfeng's understanding, Yunji not only laid its foundation in Baishi Road, but also had its presence in other places in the Taixuan dynasty. But these things have nothing to do with Gu Qingfeng. At least for now. Not much related to each other. With the emergence of middle-grade martial arts, it is estimated that all major forces are bound to win, so prepare some more coins and see if you can win this martial arts. Gu Qingfeng pondered for a moment and made a decision. Get orders. Meng Peng immediately bowed and retreated. The location of Yun Pavilion is in Baishi City. The so-called Baishi Road is a collective name for the rivers and lakes with Baishi City as the center in a radius of 500 miles. But it is not easy to gain a foothold in White Rock City. Just like the Gu family, it was also because Gu Qingfeng showed enough strength that he was able to establish a 3-acre foundation in Baishi City. And Yunji. It was in the most prosperous area of Baishi City, and the decoration was splendid. When Gu Qingfeng brought Gu Yang, Meng Peng, and others, the Yunji attendants hurriedly bowed to greet him. The head of the Gu family is here. Well, I heard about the Yunji auction, so Gu came to take a look. Gu Qingfeng nodded slightly and said with a neither sad nor happy expression. Hear the words. The attendant became more and more respectful. Master Gu's coming will definitely make the Yunji Pavilion shine. Please come in and take a seat. Good work. Gu Qingfeng smiled slightly, and then walked into the Cloud Pavilion under the leadership of the attendant. Other people who were queuing up at the entrance of Yunji looked at the attendants who led them inside, and most of them showed envy and awe. But There were also people who looked dissatisfied. Why don't they have to queue? That's it, can the rules of Yunj be broken at will? Hearing these people's words, others looked at them as if they were fools, and then another Yunj servant said in a neither humble nor overbearing tone. The one who entered just now is the head of the Gu family. He has entered the blood refining realm. If you are also a blood refining realm warrior, you can enter in advance. As soon as this statement came out, those who were originally dissatisfied were completely silenced. Blood refining realm warrior. This is the top master in Beishi Road. Because the Gu family had just come to Beishi Road just a few years ago, and Gu Qingfeng had always kept a low profile, not everyone had heard of the Gu family's name. Of course, the appearance of a strange blood refining realm warrior and force will naturally attract the attention of many people. There are still many people who know about the existence of the Gu family. Other side. In a restaurant outside a certain Yunj, several people were watching what was happening at the entrance of the Yunj. That is the head of the Gu family. Judging from his strong energy and blood, he is probably not very old. One of them said slowly, his eyes full of solemnity. An upright blood refining realm warrior in his prime should not be underestimated. Another person also nodded. It is said that the head of the Gu family is less than 40 years old and has already aspired to the blood refining realm. With his talent, there may be the possibility of further advancement in the blood refining realm in the future. In addition, the young man next to him is said to be the legitimate son of the Gu family, and has reached the intermediate level of skin refining at a young age. However, from the current point of view, this direct son of the Gu family is not simple. It is rumored that he is only in the middle level of skin refining, but judging from his energy, blood, and demeanor, I am afraid that he has entered the late level of skin refining. As soon as this statement came out, the remaining people were slightly shocked. At this age, he is in the advanced stage of leather refining. Not even their Tianyun sect has such a monster. This time, everyone looked at the person in the main seat, who was the leader of Tianyun sect, Yun Tianxing. Seeing everyone looking at him, Yun Tianxing said calmly, when the auction is over, the Gu family can try to win over 1 or 2. What if the Gu family doesn't agree? Disagree? Yun Tianxing smiled slightly, and there was a different kind of cold aura on his elegant and easygoing face. If they don't agree, there is no need for them to exist on Beishi Road. Master Gu, please wait for a moment. In about half an hour, the auction will officially begin. The attendant said respectfully, then turned around and went out to give some more instructions. Then he saw 3 maids in palace clothes walking in from outside, serving around a few people. Gu Qingfeng glanced at the 3 maids, and then looked at the window of the box, where he could see the auction table below. Moreover, the window of the box is opened in a particularly clever position. Only the auction table can be seen from here, but the pictures of other boxes cannot be observed. Mr. Gu, these are the details of this auction, please take a look. At this time, a voluptuous maid came forward, holding a book with a gold cover in her hand, and her voice was soft and gentle. Gu Qingfeng glanced at the other person and smiled calmly, "What's your name?" "For Master Gu, my name is Chu Shui." The smile on the woman's face became more and more charming. When she handed the gilded post to Gu Qingfeng's hand, her slender jade fingers also touched the other person's palm. Gu Qingfeng nodded slightly, "Chu Shui, this name is good. How long have you been working in Yun Pavilion?" "I have been working in Yun Pavilion for about a year." Gu Qingfeng hummed lightly and did not speak again. Seeing this, Chu Shui beside him did not say anything, but just stood beside Gu Qingfeng and poured tea for him. As for the other 2 maids, they served Gu Yang and Meng Peng. The former was a young man, and his face was a little red because of the maid's enthusiastic service. The latter was an old man, but Gu Qingfeng was sitting here, so he did not dare to be presumptuous. At this time, Gu Qingfeng opened the post, and a group of words on it came into his eyes. It was the details of all the items auctioned this time. On the last page, he saw the middle grade martial arts auctioned this time. Liang Pom. Middle grade martial arts. The top martial arts created by Liang Zhenren in the past. This martial arts practice and tricks are integrated. If you can practice to the peak, you can enter the realm of perfect blood refining. Fiery Sun Palm. Gu Qingfeng's eyes lit up. There are 3 types of martial arts in the world. The first type is mainly based on cultivation, the second type is mainly based on moves, and the third type is a combination of both. For example, the collapsing mountain fist belongs to the third type. It has both moves and methods to cultivate the body, which can help martial artists improve their overall strength. As for the iron body art, it is more inclined to the first type. The fiery sun palm in front of him, like the collapsing mountain fist, belongs to the third type. The first 2 types have their own flaws. The former is supplemented by moves. Even if the cultivation is successful, it is just a cultivation without enough means to deal with the enemy. The latter has enough means to deal with the enemy, but there will be deficiencies in cultivation. So, among the 3 martial arts, only the third type is the most expensive. Cultivation and moves are integrated, and the 2 complement each other. You only need to get one to have a complete inheritance. Chapter 16. Soon, other people also arrived one after another. Gu Qingfeng looked at the auction table quietly, waiting for the auction to begin. It didn't take long. A middle-aged man in colorful clothes appeared in Gu Qingfeng's sight. He also knew this person. He was a steward of Yunj named Ji Ping. At the same time, this is also a master who has taken half a step into blood refining. The so-called half-step blood refining. It was a realm that Gu Qingfeng only learned about after coming to Beishi Road. Strictly speaking, this realm also belongs to the category of perfect skin refining. It is only a half-step forward on the basis of perfect skin refining, but does not really enter the realm of blood refining, so it is called half-step blood refining. The biggest difference between the blood refining realm and the skin refining realm is whether qi and blood are transformed or not. The qi and blood of a warrior in the skin refining realm are not much different from those of ordinary people. However, after entering the blood refining realm, the qi and blood transform into the most powerful and yang power, and the warrior's strength also increases greatly. Even in the Beishi Dao, a warrior who can step into the half-step blood refining realm has a high status. Nowadays, even one of the stewards of Yun Pavilion in Beishi Dao has a half-step blood refining level. The strength of the entire Yun Pavilion can be imagined. At this time, the auction is already underway. A maid brought a brocade box, and Ji Ping opened it. There was a long sword on it. The handle was engraved with dragon patterns, and the blade was white and emitted a cold light, which was extraordinary. The top-notch low-grade divine weapon Hanyu sword is made of fine iron and blood copper. It is extremely sharp. The starting price now is 1,000 taels of silver, and each increase in price must not be less than 50 taels. When Ji Ping finished speaking, someone quickly made a bid. The top low-grade magic weapons can play some role for ordinary blood refining realm warriors. Therefore, in a short period of time, Hanyu sword's value soared to 1,500 taels of silver. But Gu Qingfeng just watched and had no intention of competing for the bid. Not to mention that he doesn't practice swordsmanship. Even if he gets the Hanyu sword, it won't have much effect. And that's it. Gu Qingfeng's physical defense is now comparable to that of a blood refining realm warrior, and his hands are comparable to divine weapons due to the indestructible nature of Gu family fist. The so-called Hanyu sword, to put it bluntly, is not as useful as his hands. Such a treasure. Gu Qingfeng naturally looked down upon him. At this time, Chu Shui on the side said softly, "I heard that the Hanyu sword came from the famous sword villa. Doesn't Mr. Gu have any ideas about this kind of treasure? It would be good if it were a middle-grade magic weapon, but it's a pity that the low-grade magic weapon is a bit inferior after all. Gu Qingfeng shook his head. Hear the words. The maid's eyes were obviously a little dim. For them, the more customers trade here, the more commission they can get, so Chu Shui naturally hopes that Gu Qingfeng can get the Hanyu sword. But for the heads of such aristocratic families, once they make a decision, it is not something that others can easily influence, let alone a little maid like themselves. Too many words lead to mistakes. This makes sense. Chu Shui understands. So, when Gu Qingfeng finished speaking, Chu Shui stopped talking and only focused on serving Gu Qingfeng, adding tea and water to him. At this moment, the competition for the Hanyu sword auction is still going on. In less than a moment, the price of this magic weapon has soared to 2,000 taels. When the price has reached this point, there are not many people fighting for it anymore. Final. Hanyu sword fell into the hands of a warrior for a price of 2,200 taels of silver. The Hanyu sword auction ended, which aroused the atmosphere of the entire auction house, and other items were auctioned one after another. These things, either a magical weapon or an elixir. Some things are even helpful to blood refining realm warriors. For example, in the auction house, there is a pill called blood nourishing pill, which can be taken by blood refining realm warriors to nourish qi and blood and enhance their own cultivation strength. As soon as this elixir came out, many blood refining realm warriors competed for it, but Gu Qingfeng completely scorned it. After all, it's not like he hasn't taken the blood nourishing pill before. Compared with the blood refining pill, these pills are completely different from each other. But Gu Qingfeng didn't take any action at all. For example, he took pictures of some elixirs or elixirs needed for training in the skin refining realm. Gu Qingfeng doesn't need these things himself, he prepared them for Gu Yang. Time passes. One by one, the auction items were sold, and then the auction came to an end. Ji Ping took out a gilded brocade box. Everyone's eyes fell on the brocade box, and the fiery look in their eyes was undisguised. I believe that most of the people present here come here today for this purpose, so Ji will not say much nonsense. Fire Sun Divine Palm. If you practice the top middle grade martial arts to perfection, you can enter the realm of the peak of blood refining. The starting price for this martial arts school is 10,000 taels of silver, and each increase in price must not be less than 100 taels of silver. I'll pay 20,000 taels. 30,000 taels. 40,000 taels. The moment Ji Ping finished speaking, the price of the Liang Divine Palm Sword, directly exceeding 50,000 taels of silver. Everyone knows how useful a top middle grade martial arts is. For example, the top powerful forces in Beishi Dao now only master such martial arts. If he can get it, then his family's power may also dominate Beishi Road. No matter what, there is no problem in taking your own cultivation further. Said without politeness. 90% of the warriors coming to Yunj now come for middle grade martial arts. Hearing that the price continued to soar, reaching over 100,000 taels in a blink of an eye, Gu Qingfeng frowned slightly and looked to Meng Peng aside and asked, "How much money do we bring this time?" "I only brought a total of 120,000 taels. The owner of the family just auctioned off 10,000 taels, and now I only have about 110,000 taels left." Meng Peng replied without hesitation. When Gu Qingfeng heard this, he looked in the direction of the auction table again. Looking at the 110,000 taels of silver, it was probably impossible to win the palm of the fierce Sunday. This is also something that can't be helped. After all, the Gu family's foundation is shallow. After 2 or 3 years of development, it is the limit to be able to come up with hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. But subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Even so, Gu Qingfeng still shouted a price. But the price of 110,000 taels was surpassed by others in less than a moment. "See this! Gu Qingfeng gave up his plan to fight for the palm of the fierce sun, and then motioned Meng Peng to come forward with his eyes, and whispered a few words to him, and the latter exited the room as if he understood it. Then, Gu Qingfeng was watching the auction like an old god. Wait until the end. The price of the Liang divine palm was fixed at 200,000 taels of silver. Chapter 17, Fight. 200,000 taels of silver. Gu Qingfeng let out a long breath. The price of middle-grade martial arts was much more expensive than he imagined. This time, the people at the auction house also sent over all the items that Gu Qingfeng had bought, and Gu Qingfeng immediately paid the corresponding amount of silver. Go back. After walking out of the cloud pavilion, Gu Qingfeng looked at the hurried expressions of the other Jianghe warriors. A mysterious smile appeared on his face, and then he said something to Gu Yang. Return to the Gu family. Gu Qingfeng handed over all the resources obtained from the auction to Gu Yang. With these resources, it should be much easier for you to reach the level of skin refining. My child will definitely live up to his father's high expectations. Gu Yang said seriously. With 10,000 taels of silver resources, it would be a shame if he could not achieve the perfection of skin refining. Half an hour later, Meng Peng comes back. How's the investigation going? Let me report to the head of the family. The news has been clearly heard. The person who got the Liang divine palm this time is the leader of Tianyun sect, Yun Tianxing. Meng Peng said in a low voice. Tianyun sect. When he heard the name of this sect, Gu Qingfeng's expression did not change. Tianyun Zongming also has several warriors from the blood refining realm who are in charge, and it is rumored that their strength is second only to the Qin family and the Iron Bone Gang. In fact, the forces that can capture the Liang palm this time are destined to have a lot of background, otherwise who can come up with 200,000 taels in one go? So, after hearing what Meng Peng said, Gu Qingfeng didn't dare to be surprised. Where are the people from Tianyun sect now? Since the auction ended, the people from the Tianyun sect have left immediately, and must have left Beishi city now. However, according to the observations of my subordinates, many people are secretly watching the Tianyun sect. I'm afraid their trip won't go too smoothly. Meng Peng said in a deep voice. Gu Qingfeng looked indifferent. The top middle grade martial arts can directly lead to the state of perfect blood refining, and it is normal for the major forces to be excited. What's more, the Qin family and the Iron Bone Gang may not be willing to see another strong man who has perfected blood refining in Beishi Road. The head of the family also has thoughts about the Liang divine palm. Who among the top middle grade martial arts students has no idea? If the Tianyun sect can obtain the palm of the fierce sun, why can't my Gu family? Let's go. Maybe they are already fighting outside the city. If we go too late, I'm afraid someone else will get it. Gu Qingfeng left with his hands behind his back, and Meng Peng hurriedly followed behind. Outside Beishi city, the killings started suddenly. Just as Gu Qingfeng said, the people of Tianyun sect were ambushed by various forces not far from Beishi city. The purpose of these forces was very simple, which was to obtain the Liang divine palm. But this time, Tianyun sect is not without powerful people coming. Sect leader Yun Tianxing and 2 elders followed, a total of 3 strong men in the blood refining realm. Many people who ambushed those who wanted to compete for the palm of the Liang god were killed on the spot. When Gu Qingfeng and Meng Peng arrived outside the city, they saw that the place was littered with corpses, and more than a dozen figures were fighting fiercely in the field, just to compete for the palm of the fierce Sunday. The people from the 2 major forces are indeed here. Meng Peng looked at the fighting in the field with a look of shock on his face. The 2 major forces he mentioned were naturally the Qin family and the Bone Refining Gang. Gu Qingfeng also looked at the battle in the field. Although everyone was masked, he could determine their identity just by looking at their martial arts skills. There were many blood refining realm warriors who intercepted and killed Tianyun sect this time. Even if Tianyun sect was powerful, they were completely unable to withstand them. Less than a moment. 2 middle-level blood-refining elders from the Qidian sect died. Under the siege of many powerful men, they were killed on the spot. See this scene. Yun Tianxing's eyes were about to burst, and the killing intent in his chest surged, but there was nothing he could do. Seeing that it was difficult for him to escape, he threw out the brocade box containing the divine palm of the fierce sun and shouted sternly, "The divine palm of the fierce sun is right here. If you want to take it, just do what you can." The words have not yet finished. Yun Tianxing had already withdrawn and retreated. Everyone who was fighting before now stopped and rushed towards the brocade box without thinking. Yun Tianxing took advantage of this opportunity and left the battlefield directly. After all, under the siege of many strong men, he himself had been severely damaged. If he did not leave, death would be waiting for him. "Fire Sun Divine Palm, this is mine." There was a masked old man with a hoarse voice, his blood vibrating in his body, and a long sword shining with cold light. The terrifying cold sword light had already forced everyone to retreat. Just when the opponent was about to get the brocade box, a strong man broke through the sword light with both hands, and the palm of his fist collided with the sword, making a sound of gold and iron. "If you want to get the palm of the fierce sun, ask me if I will agree." Snort. The scene was chaotic. The blood-refining realm warriors from all sides were fighting each other. Gu Qingfeng and Meng Peng were hiding in the dark, just watching the changes in the situation quietly. Not long after, even other blood-refining realm warriors died, and some were seriously injured and left the field. Only the strong men from the two forces are still fighting for the palm of the fierce Sunday. It's almost time. Gu Qingfeng's eyes narrowed slightly. The remaining two major forces had a total of 6 blood-refining realm warriors, but they were all exhausted. Now the longer the time is delayed, the more things will happen. So, Gu Qingfeng decided to take action. He casually pulled off a piece of cloth to cover his face, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed. He told Meng Peng to hide and not show his face, and then he attacked directly. Boom! Gu Qingfeng jumped out from the dark like a big bird, and grabbed the brocade box on the ground with his palm. Seeing that someone was fighting for it, the two major forces that were fighting tacitly joined forces and killed him directly. "Humph, if you want to take advantage of the situation, ask us first." A blood-refining warrior suspected to be from the Qin family sneered, and the long sword broke through the air and attacked. He seemed to have seen the scene of Gu Qingfeng being pierced through his body. However, without waiting for the long sword to come, Gu Qingfeng punched out suddenly, and the fist comparable to a divine weapon collided with the tip of the sword. The latter could not withstand such a strong pressure and suddenly broke apart. Then, Gu Qingfeng's arms shook the sky, and his extremely powerful strength blocked all the attacks. The attacks of the 6 blood-refining realm warriors were so powerful that they could break mountains and split rocks. Even though Gu Qingfeng had pushed the iron body art to its limit, his blood was still boiling. However, compared to Gu Qingfeng, the other 6 were even more shocked. No one had expected that. Even with their combined efforts, they could not kill the opponent on the spot, not to mention injuring him severely. The terrifying strength of the newcomers made them suddenly feel a great threat. However, before everyone could be shocked, Gu Qingfeng's powerful blood burst out, like a billowing wolf smoke rushing into the sky, and his fists blasted out with a force that shook the sky. In the shocked eyes of everyone, he directly blasted a blood-refining realm warrior away. Chapter 18, Killing and Blood Refining. The blood-refining realm warrior's chest collapsed, as if he had been hit by an unimaginable blow. When he flew out, he was already dead before he actually landed. Chi-blooded wolf smoke. When did a strong man like you appear on Beishi Road? The remaining 5 blood-refining realm warriors were all shocked. Bloody smoke. This is a performance that blood-refining realm warriors can only perform after they have reached a certain level. The appearance of the qi and blood wolf smoke has nothing to do with the level of the blood refining realm warrior. Such a phenomenon can only occur when a body of qi and blood is tempered to a higher level. So, the qi blood wolf smoke represents potential and invincible combat power in the same situation. If a low-level blood refining warrior masters qi and blood wolf smoke, then even a mid-level blood refining warrior may not be his opponent. Only, it is difficult to practice qi and blood wolf smoke. Looking at the entire Beishi road, no one can step into this realm. The appearance of a powerful man with blood and blood at the moment naturally shocked them. However, Qingfeng did not give them a chance to breathe. After taking the lead to kill a blood refining realm warrior, he then moved towards another person. The man reacted hurriedly and mobilized his own strength, trying to block Qingfeng's blow with his arm. What a pity! The gap in strength between the two is too big. With just one punch, Qingfeng shattered the opponent's arm into several sections. The broken arm bones pierced the flesh and blood and were exposed to the air. The severe pain also caused the opponent to scream in agony. Ah! However, the screams stopped abruptly as soon as they appeared, because Qingfeng had already exploded his head with a punch. The headless corpse twitched slightly, then made no more noise. Until this time, the remaining warriors finally reacted. This beast is ferocious, let's wait until we work together to kill it. One of the blood refining realm warriors spoke coldly, and the rest did not raise any objections, but tried their best to kill the opponent. Using the power of thunder to instantly kill two blood refining realm warriors, Qingfeng's exposed strength shocked them. Seeing the four blood refining realms coming to kill, Qingfeng's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, and the blood in his body was boiling. Especially the smell of blood in the air made him faintly excited. Kill! No unnecessary words. Qingfeng used all his energy and blood to turn into wolf smoke and blood mist. Each punch was powerful and heavy, and his hands were comparable to divine weapons. The four blood refining realm warriors were horrified. A moment of effort. Qingfeng crushed the long sword with his bare hands, and pierced the blood refining realm warrior's throat with one finger under the horrified gaze of the blood refining realm warrior. The latter staggered to the ground, clutching his throat, and died after struggling for a moment. Subsequently, Qingfeng struck out another palm like a cattail leaf fan, and struck another blood refining realm warrior like a blow that cracked open a monument, causing his body to be torn into pieces and his flesh and blood remained scattered on the ground. This moment, the remaining two blood refining warriors could no longer suppress the fear in their hearts and left without looking back. It's too late to leave now. Qingfeng laughed loudly. The killing in his chest made his eyes seem to turn red. The majestic blood energy gathered between his legs. He rose into the air and hit one of the blood refining realm warriors with a whip leg, causing him to spurt out a mouthful of blood, and the scarf on his face came off. When seeing the opponent's true face, the expressions of those who secretly watched the battle and wanted to take advantage of the situation changed drastically. Yuan Hao. The opponent is the leader of the Iron Bone Gang's Shengong Hall, a top powerhouse who has entered the lower stages of blood refining. But now, the spine of the opponent's back was broken, and he fell to the ground. He was bleeding from all his orifices. At the same time, he was vomiting blood in large mouthfuls, mixed with pieces of internal organs. He was obviously not weak anymore. After killing Yuan Hao, Qingfeng kicked several pieces of gravel away, hitting another warrior's legs, causing him to scream and fall directly to the ground. The next moment, Qingfeng took 3 steps forward and raised his fist to strike down. Seeing this, the man said with horror in his eyes, "Don't kill me, I am the Qin family." The words were not finished. Qingfeng's fist fell in, hitting the opponent's unknown throat, causing his voice to stop suddenly, and he died on the spot in an instant. After doing all this, Qingfeng returned to the original place and grabbed the brocade box stained with a lot of blood. "Open the brocade box." Inside is a martial arts called Liang Divine Palm. Qingfeng put it in his arms and left. It wasn't until he left for a moment that anyone else dared to come out of the darkness. Looking at the tragic situation on the ground and the many dead blood refining realm experts, many people had a look of shock and uncertainty on their faces. Chi-blooded wolf smoke. Suppressing 6 blood refining realm warriors by oneself, and among them was the master of the Shengong Hall of the Iron Bone Gang. Where did this ruthless person come from? Everyone was shocked. Killing 6 people in the blood refining realm, and one of them is a strong person in the lower level of the blood refining realm, the opponent's strength must have reached the peak of the blood refining realm. Otherwise, how could it be possible to do this? Subsequently, someone else took off the scarves of the remaining deceased, causing another uproar in an instant. Elder Qin, the leader of the Iron Bone Gang. Among the 6 blood refining realm warriors, the weakest one was at the middle stage of blood refining, and there were 2 who had entered the late stage of blood refining, namely Qin Wei, the elder of the Qin family, and Si Yuan Hao, the head of the Divine Art Hall of the Iron Bone Gang. Such a record! It is even more certain that the other party is a strong man at the peak of blood refining. Moreover, in such a short time, killing so many blood refining realm strong men, the other party is probably also one of the strong ones at the top of the blood refining realm. The sky of Bai Shidao is probably going to change. Someone looked at the corpse on the ground and muttered to himself. Any blood refining realm warrior has a high status in Bai Shidao. Now there are no less than 10 blood refining realm warriors who have fallen here. Among them, the Qin family and the Iron Bone Gang have lost 3 blood refining realm warriors respectively. Even with the foundation of the 2 major forces, it is probably a serious injury. Everyone can imagine how the Bai Shidao will be shaken next. Soon, the battle outside Baishi city spread like a hurricane throughout the Baishi Dao Jianghu. Many warriors secretly speculated which force the mysterious blood refining expert who attacked secretly came from. However, some people also speculated the other party might not be from Baishi Dao. After all, the experts who can enter this realm are all well known and no one can match their strength. But no matter what, the moment this news spread, the Qin family and the Taigu gang were furious, and at the same time, the news of offering a huge reward for the mysterious expert shook the huge Baishi Dao again. Chapter 19 Reward. Master. In the inner courtyard of the Gu family, Meng Peng looked extremely respectful, looking at Qingfeng with eyes full of awe for the strong. He could be said to have witnessed the battle outside Baishi city with his own eyes. Qin Wei, the eldest elder of the Qin family, and Si Yuan Hao, the leader of the Iron Bone Gang's Shengong Hall, 2 well-known strong men in Baishi Road, were directly killed by the other party. With his own strength, he killed 6 blood refining realm warriors, and the weakest were all intermediate blood refining level warriors. This kind of strength is considered top-notch throughout Baishi Road. All the time, Meng Peng thought that Qingfeng was just in the blood refining realm. His purpose in joining the Gu family was to see if there was a chance to learn the Gu family's middle-grade martial arts, nothing more. But now, Meng Peng put away all his little thoughts, and the few dissatisfactions he had disappeared without a trace at this moment. In his opinion, with Qingfeng's terrifying strength, it is not impossible for the Gu family to aspire to be the overlord of Baishi Road in the future. In today's troubled times, the imperial court's control over local power was weak. The aristocratic sects established by powerful warriors were completely exempt from the control of the imperial court. Now that the Gu family has just started, if he, Meng Peng, follows closely behind Qingfeng and serves him wholeheartedly, the rise of the Gu family in the future will definitely benefit him. Likewise, if he betrays the Gu family, in Meng Peng's view, there may be no place for him in the entire Baishi Road. This can be seen from the fact that Qingfeng directly used thunderous means to kill 6 people in the blood refining realm without blinking an eye. How's the situation? Gu Qingfeng asked lightly, and he could see the awe in the other person's eyes. And this is also the effect Gu Qingfeng wants to see. The Gu family didn't have many available people in Beishi Road. Meng Peng had done well in all aspects over the years, so he took Meng Peng to snatch the palm of the Sunday. The purpose of doing this is to show enough strength to awe the other party. Loyalty. Strength is often needed as a deterrent. Meng Peng said respectfully, now the Qin family and the Iron Bone gang are furious and are searching for the mysterious strong man, but no one knows for the time being that the mysterious strong man is the head of the family. In addition, on the Tianyun sect, the two major forces' ambush and murder of Yun Tianxing was also exposed. It is estimated that the Tianyun sect will not let it go. Gu Qingfeng nodded after hearing this. After all, Tianyun sect is a major force in Beishi Dao. Although it is not as powerful as the Qin family and the Iron Bone gang, it is still very powerful. If the identities of the two families were not revealed and they turned a blind eye to certain things, Tianyun sect would have no choice but to swallow this dumb loss. But now, the identities of the Qin family and the Iron Bone gang have been exposed, so the Tianyun sect will not give up. This way, Shiraishi Road is destined to become chaotic. In Gu Qingfeng's eyes, these things are only good for the Gu family and not bad. After all, the more chaotic Beishi Road is, the more room his Gu family will have for development. In addition, after this battle, Gu Qingfeng has a comprehensive understanding of his own strength. Although he is only at the middle level of blood refining now, if he uses all his strength, he can rival those at the peak of blood refining. Look at the entire Beishi Road. There are only a few strong men at the peak of blood refining. The only pity is, after all, the foundation of the Gu family is shallow. In the huge Gu family, among the warriors who have entered the blood refining realm, Gu Qingfeng is the only one. Even if his strength is comparable to the peak of blood refining, it is difficult to conquer the entire Beishi Road. After all, a strong dragon will not overwhelm a local snake. In the eyes of Beishi Dao's forces, the Gu family is just an outsider. If it was just a matter of keeping a low profile in the past, but if it were really revealed that a strong man with the peak of blood refining was in charge, he would definitely be targeted by other forces. Even if Gu Qingfeng is extremely confident in his own strength, he is not sure about fighting against the entire Beishi Dao. Unless able to break through the limits of the blood refining realm and reach a higher level. Just wanting to break through to this point is not easy. It took Gu Qingfeng almost 10 years to go from the initial level of skin refining to the intermediate level of blood refining. From the intermediate level of blood refining to the next level, it is destined to take longer. The blood refining warrior has a 100-year lifespan. Gu Qingfeng was almost a third gone. His current goal is simple, as long as he can break through to a higher level before he is 50. That way, your own lifespan can also be extended. Subsequently, Gu Qingfeng looked at Meng Peng and said in a deep voice, "You did a good job this time. I know your purpose of joining the Gu family. As long as you serve the Gu family with peace of mind, I will give you a chance to break through to the blood refining realm." Speaking of which, Gu Qingfeng took out a secret book from his pocket and handed it into Meng Peng's hands. This is half of the Gu family boxing. If you can practice it to perfection, I will teach you the other half, and then you can make a breakthrough. It's just that Gujiaquan is of great importance and must not be spread without permission. Otherwise, you should know the consequences. My subordinates must die for the master of the family. Meng Peng held the Gu family fist in both hands and looked excited. Even if what is in front of him is only a half step of Gu family boxing and does not involve blood refining, in Meng Peng's view, it is still a great opportunity. They are both martial arts in the realm of skin refining. Ordinary low-grade martial arts, compared with half of the middle-grade martial arts, the latter is of course much more advanced. Although Meng Peng himself is a perfect skin refining martial artist, he only practices ordinary martial arts, which is naturally not as exquisite as Gu's family boxing. Okay, you go first. I'll take my leave. Meng Peng left. Gu Qingfeng looked at the other party's back as he left, his eyes narrowed slightly. Then, he took out the gold-plated brocade box from his arms, and then opened it. What came into view was a thin secret realm, with a few big words written on the cover. Blazing Sun Palm. Gu Qingfeng himself was a little excited to get the top middle grade martial arts for the first time. He immediately opened the Blazing Sun Palm and began to read and study carefully. When he deeply observed the Blazing Sun Palm, Gu Qingfeng could understand the depth of this martial arts, which was completely incomparable to the original Gu's family boxing and iron body art. Half an hour later, Gu Qingfeng put down the Blazing Sun Palm, his eyes full of emotion. The Blazing Sun Palm is indeed a top-level mid-grade martial art. The depth of this unique martial art cannot be compared even with the Gu family fist and iron body art after breaking the limit. Generally, martial arts are divided into 4 stages: entry, minor success, major success, and perfection. But the Blazing Sun Palm is different. The Blazing Sun Palm is divided into 9 levels, and each level is subdivided into 4 stages: entry, minor success, major success, and perfection. The first 4 levels are comparable to the 4 levels of skin refining, the last 4 levels are the 4 levels corresponding to blood refining, and as for the 9th level, it has already involved the level of half-step bone refining. Chapter 20 Yun Chong Kong. Half-step bone refining. This was somewhat beyond Gu Qingfeng's expectations. I originally thought that the palm of the Lai Yang God was just a matter of cultivating to the point of perfecting blood refining, but I didn't expect to be able to go one step further and step into the half-step bone refining level. But then I thought about it. What Yun Ji said is quite good. Half-step bone refining is actually just the peak of blood refining. But anyway, Gu Qingfeng was constantly surprised by the mysteries of the Lai Yang Divine Palm. Powerful martial arts. If it can be cultivated to perfection, its power will naturally be much stronger. But the unpredictability of the Lai Yang Palm is destined to greatly increase the difficulty of practicing this martial arts. Subsequently, Gu Qingfeng took a look at his attribute panel. Name, Gu Qingfeng. Age, 32/100. Realm, intermediate level of blood refining. Martial arts, Gu family boxing, level 1 of invincible, iron shenju, body as strong as iron level 1, big monument slammer, xiaocheng, iron leg kung fu, xiaocheng, iron finger, xiaocheng, fierce yang divine palm, not yet started. Promotion points, 0. Sure enough, the Lai Yang divine palm is in a state of being uninitiated. Gu Qingfeng has finally discovered another advantage of his golden finger, that is, world martial arts. He only needs to read it carefully once to collect it all. If there are improvement points in the future, he can directly improve it. Next time, Gu Qingfeng was silently practicing the fierce sun palm. In front of this kind of martial arts, like other martial arts, Gu Qingfeng just let it go for the time being. After all, there are top-notch mid-level martial arts ahead of you. If you waste time practicing other low-level martial arts, you will abandon the good and chase the last. In the past, Gu Qingfeng had to practice a lot of low-grade martial arts, just because he didn't have middle-grade martial arts at his disposal, so he just hoped that quantitative changes would lead to qualitative changes. While Gu Qingfeng was in retreat, Bai Shidao was also turbulent. A mysterious strongman appears. Coupled with the fact that the major forces had lost many blood-refining realm warriors, it caused quite a stir in the originally peaceful world. In particular, some of the various forces that were suppressed by the 2 major forces in the past are even more ready to make moves. Tianyun sect. Yun Tianxing was standing respectfully in front of a certain courtyard, his face slightly pale, which showed that he had not recovered much from the injuries he suffered in front. After a while, the closed courtyard door opened, and an old man in brocade clothes walked out. The other person looks old, but his eyes are bright and lively, and his temples are also bulging. It is obvious that his cultivation has reached an advanced level. When the other party just walked out, Yun Tianxing felt a majestic blood rush towards his face, causing a look of shock on his face, which soon turned into surprise. The Supreme Elder has made a breakthrough. Well, I had a lucky break a few days ago. Yun Chongkong nodded slightly, but there was a proud look on his face. The inheritance of Tianyun sect can only be cultivated to the later stage of blood refining. He was able to break through the blood refining perfection only because he successfully broke through the limit based on the inheritance of Tianyun sect, so that he could step into this realm. Throughout the entire history of Tianyun sect, no one has been able to break the limit. So, Yun Chongkong also has the qualifications to be confident. Subsequently, he looked at Yun Tianxing in front of him and frowned again. Are you injured? Good. Yun Tianxing smiled bitterly and could only tell everything that happened. When he finished speaking, a cold and murderous intent suddenly burst out from Yun Chongkong. What a Qin family and what a iron bone gang! I really think that our Tianyun sect is a piece of cake. The two families must give me an explanation for this matter. Otherwise, this matter will definitely be difficult to let go. Tianyun sect's strength itself is not weak, but it is just that there is no top strong person to take charge of the situation, so it is not as good as the Qin family and the Iron Bone Gang. But now that Yun Chongkong has achieved breakthrough in blood refining, his strength is comparable to the top experts of the two major forces, so he has the confidence to accuse the two major forces. After all, Tianyun sect suffered a heavy loss in this incident. Not only did they lose two middle-level blood refining elders, but they also lost a top middle-level martial arts. No matter what, the two families must give an explanation. At the beginning, Yun Chongkong was in seclusion to strive for the perfect state of blood refining, so he asked Yun Tianxing to lead other strong men from the sect to White Rock City in order to win the palm of the Lai Yang god. Unexpectedly, there was an accident after all. Subsequently, the murderous intent in Yun Chongkong's eyes dimmed, and he asked in a deep voice, "You said that old guy Qin Wei died in the hands of a mysterious strong man in the end. Where did this person come from? Does the sect know?" The mysterious strong man acts in a very secretive way. The martial arts moves he uses are similar to collapsing mountain fist, but they are much more sophisticated than collapsing mountain fist. I suspect that this person may have practiced collapsing mountain chuan to the point of breaking the limit. Yun Tianxing told the news without any concealment. Hearing this, Yun Chongkong frowned slightly. Beng Shan fist is just a low-level martial arts, so what if it breaks the limit? The strength is as high as the average blood refining realm. According to your statement, this person has already mastered the energy and blood wolf smoke, and can kill many people in the blood refining realm with the limit-breaking collapse mountain fist, which shows that his strength is by no means simple. Strong enemy. This is what Yun Chongkong has in mind. If it were him, he might not be able to do it to the same extent as the other party. But there are only a limited number of strong people in Beishidao. If someone really has such strength, it is impossible to keep a low profile and remain invisible. So, in Yun Chongkong's opinion, the other party is very likely not a martial artist from Beishidao. The reason why he appeared is probably that he came for the middle-grade martial arts. Now that the mysterious strong man has succeeded, he may have left Beishidao long ago. Therefore, Yun Chongkong did not think about this matter for the time being. Besides, the mysterious strong man killed 6 blood refining realm warriors from the two forces. In Yun Chongkong's opinion, he can be regarded as an ally of Tianyun sect. After all, the enemy of the enemy is a friend. The two forces each lost 3 blood refining realm warriors, and they were 2 middle-level blood refining warriors and 1 late-level blood refining warriors. In this comparison, although Tianyun sect also suffered heavy losses, it also made Yun Chongkong feel a little safe. Immediately, Yun Chongkong left Tianyun sect and went to Beishi city. This matter. The two forces must give an explanation. This day. In front of the Qin family mansion, an old man in brocade clothes stepped forward. The Qin family guard who was guarding the door was about to speak when he was blown away by a tyrannical force, which directly broke the Qin family's door. The huge movement instantly changed the faces of the people around, and also alarmed the people inside the Qin family. Who dares to come to the Qin family and be presumptuous? A cold voice came, and a Qin family warrior appeared. At this moment, Yun Changkong's blood and energy burst out, and the terrifying blood turned into billowing smoke and rose up. The terrifying pressure spread, making the Qin family warrior who had just appeared pale and breathing became difficult. I am Yun Chongkong from Tianyun sect. I came here today to ask your Qin family to give an explanation. Yun Changkong's voice was angry and spread all over the place. Chapter 21, Changes in the Jianghu. Gu's backyard. Meng Peng walked in from outside, gave a respectful salute, and then said, to inform the head of the family, an hour ago, the supreme elder of Tianyun sect, Yun Chongkong, came to Beishi city and went to the Qin family in person to interrogate the crime. Hear the news. Gu Qingfeng looked slightly surprised. Yun Chongkong. I remember that person seems to have been in retreat, right? Yun Chongkong, the supreme elder of Tianyun sect, is a late-level master of blood refining. The other party is the Dingai Shenzhen of Tianyun sect. He has been in seclusion all year round to strive for blood refining and perfection. This news is not a secret. Gu Qingfeng is naturally not unfamiliar with this person. Even though he has never met Yun Chongkong, he has heard of his name and deeds. This person came out of seclusion and came to Beishi city. Could it be that he successfully broke through? Gu Qingfeng seemed to have thought of something. Meng Peng nodded with a serious look on his face. What the sect master said is true, Yun Chongkong has indeed achieved a breakthrough in blood refining, and this time the opponent came with such force that it even alarmed the ancestor of the Qin family. The two parties were discussing at Qin's house, and the subordinates could not find out the specific details. However, not long after Yun Chongkong entered the Qin family, a fierce battle broke out, and then Yun Chongkong was seen leaving angrily, which shows that the conversation between the two parties broke up unhappily. Gu Qingfeng nodded after hearing this. It doesn't take much to guess the purpose of Yun Changkong's visit to the Qin family this time. It must have something to do with the Liang divine palm. The people of the Qin family ambushed the people of the Tianyun sect outside Beishi city. It would be fine if Yun Chongkong didn't break through. Faced with the power of the Qin family, the other party could only hold their noses and admit it. But now that Yun Chongkong has successfully broken through, it's different. Both have reached perfection through blood refining, no one is stronger than the other. Yun Chongkong came with great force, but it was obvious that the Qin family did not give him a satisfactory answer. Now that the supreme elder of the Tianyun sect has left, they are probably going to create a rift with each other. Yun Chongkong left the Qin family and didn't go back directly to Tianyun sect, right? Gu Qingfeng asked again. Meng Peng nodded. What the head of the family said is true. After Yun Chongkong left the Qin family, he went directly to the Iron Bone Gang. However, there was no conflict between the two sides this time. On the contrary, the Iron Bone Gang treated Yun Chongkong politely. Chongkong invited me in. Interesting. Gu Qingfeng smiled slightly and then said to Meng Peng. You continue to pay attention to the actions of the Iron Bone Gang and the Qin family, and you don't need to pay so much attention to the rest. If Beishi Road is in chaos, that is Beishi Road's business. As long as I'm here, the Gu family can't be in chaos. The master's cultivation has reached the realm of transformation. With you in charge, the Gu family will have no problems. Meng Peng said with admiration and awe. Gu Qingfeng's strength and amazing achievements are all vividly visible to him now. In Meng Peng's eyes, Gu Qingfeng's strength can at least rank among the top 3 in Beishi Road. Even if he is comparable to the ancestor of the Qin family and the leader of the Iron Bone Gang, he may not be half as weak. With such a strong person sitting in charge of the Gu family, even if Beishi Road is turned upside down, there will be no problem. After sending Meng Peng away, Gu Qingfeng continued to practice the Burning Sun Palm. To him, nothing is more important than a breakthrough in one's own cultivation. The next day, another news came from Meng Peng. It is said that Yun Chongkong had a happy talk with the Iron Bone Gang, and Luo Yu, the leader of the Iron Bone Gang, personally sent the other party out of Beishi City. To this, Gu Qingfeng was not surprised either. From the moment the Taigu Gang treated Yun Chongkong politely, he had already guessed the Taigu Gang's thoughts. In the past, Beishi Dao was stable because there were only 2 strong men in Beishi Dao who had perfected blood refining. One person is in the Iron Bone Gang. One person is at Qin's house. The situation where the 2 major blood refiners are in perfect control has caused the entire Beishi Dao to fall into a delicate balance. Although this balance cannot allow Beishi Dao to live in peace, it will not cause too much trouble. But now the appearance of the 3rd strong man who has perfected the blood refining realm will naturally cause the original balance of Beishi Dao to undergo subtle changes again. This change, it may cause a bloody storm throughout Beishi Road. But Gu Qingfeng didn't pay much attention to these. He asked Meng Peng to pay attention to the movements of Yun Chongkong and the Iron Bone Gang, just to have some control over the situation, but it did not mean that he had the idea of intervening. For Gu Qingfeng, even if Bai Shidao was shaken up, as long as it didn't affect him, he wouldn't bother to care. 1 month later, Gu Qingfeng successfully mastered the 1st level of Liang Divine Palm. The difficulty of cultivating this middle-grade secret skill was even higher than he imagined. Even with Gu Qingfeng's cultivation level in the blood refining realm, it took him a full month to master the 1st level of Liang Divine Palm. If it were me who I was at the beginning, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to enter the 1st level of Liang Divine Palm within 10 or 8 years. Gu Qingfeng shook his head secretly. His martial arts talent can only be described as mediocre. The more advanced the martial arts, the more difficult it is to practice. Not to mention, the practice of Liang Divine Palm requires corresponding medicinal baths. Each medicinal bath requires 100 taels of silver. Gu Qingfeng's current family has a big business and can support such consumption. If it were an ordinary person, even if they obtained the Fierce Sun Divine Palm, it would be difficult for them to succeed in cultivation. But after entering the 1st level of the Fiery Sun Palm, Gu Qingfeng felt that his blood and qi seemed to have undergone some subtle changes, as if there was a little burning breath attached. Although this burning breath was very weak, so weak that it was almost imperceptible. But this change was real. In this regard, Gu Qingfeng was also shocked by the mystery of the top middle grade martial arts. The effect brought by just entering the 1st level can be comparable to the effect of other low-grade martial arts, even the great success. After realizing the benefits of the Fiery Sun Palm, Gu Qingfeng practiced more and more crazily. 3 months. Gu Qingfeng practiced the 1st level of the Fiery Sun Palm to perfection. Then, he started to practice the 2nd level of the Fiery Sun Palm. While Gu Qingfeng's strength was steadily improving, Beishi Dao also underwent great changes in these few months. First, it was the Iron Bone Gang that took the lead in breaking the long-standing peace of Beishi Dao and attacking the other dominant force, the Qin family. In the past few months, the 2 sides have had no less than dozens of conflicts, and each conflict has brought about considerable consequences. Whether it is the Taigu Gang or the Qin family, there have been certain casualties. As the 2 major forces tear apart, other forces that are dependent on the 2 major forces are also passively involved in this war. In this way, the entire Beishi Road is in chaos. The only forces that can truly remain neutral are the Gu family, which has a few blood refining realm warriors sitting in the leadership. Chapter 22 3 years. Time flies. Spring and autumn change. Another 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. For 3 years. The situation on Beishi Road has become increasingly chaotic and bad. Even the Gu family, where Gu Qingfeng lives, has had many industries affected. Even the forces in the blood refining realm are all trying to use this opportunity to annex the Gu family. However, a year and a half ago, Gu Qingfeng personally took action and killed a long-famous blood refining realm warrior in full view of the public with an absolutely crushing force, which immediately shocked Bai Shidao. Until now, others reacted suddenly. The head of the Gu family, who has always kept a low profile and behaves extremely low-key, is actually a strong man in the blood refining realm. Judging from the opponent's ability to kill strong men in the same realm, this person is at least an intermediate level of blood refining, and may even have entered the late level of blood refining. This way, the Gu family suddenly became a famous and powerful family in Beishi Road. To this end, many forces came to visit, hoping to establish a relationship with the Gu family. After all, the current situation in Beishi Road is chaotic, and there is chaos outside Beishi Road. Being able to establish a relationship with a powerful family is not necessarily a bad thing. But Gu Qingfeng had no intention of getting involved in Jianghu affairs, and politely refused the attempts of many forces. But even so, the Gu family's reputation on Beishi Road is very loud. Boom! In the Gu family's backyard, Gu Qingfeng was practicing the fierce Sun Divine Palm. As he moved his palm skills, the majestic blood energy rolled in like flames, and the terrifying and fiery aura burst out, containing astonishing power at every turn. When the set of palm skills was halfway through, Gu Qingfeng was shocked. The original fiery energy and blood suddenly surged again, causing the temperature in the backyard to rise a lot out of thin air. Boom! A palm fell. Mountain rocks turned into powder. Then, Gu Qingfeng stopped and stood still, his boiling energy and blood gradually calmed down, and then he took a look at his attribute panel. Name, Gu Qingfeng. Age, 35/100. Realm, intermediate level of blood refining. Martial arts, Gu family boxing, level 1 of invincible, iron shenju, body as strong as iron level 1, big monument slammer, xiaocheng, iron leg kung fu, xiaocheng, iron finger, xiaocheng, fierce yang divine palm, the 4th level of entry. Promotion points, 0. Finally started the 4th level. Gu Qingfeng looked satisfied. After 3 years of hard training, he successfully cultivated the first 3 levels of the Liang Divine Palm to perfection. Just now, he had a clear enlightenment and allowed the Liang Divine Palm to break through the limit of the 3rd level and enter the entry-level stage of the 4th level. Although the 3rd level of perfection and the 4th level of initiation are only one step apart. But with the breakthrough of Liang Divine Palm, Gu Qingfeng could clearly feel his own strength and became stronger. Just then, a delicate-looking woman wearing a long blue skirt walked over. She looked at the sweat on Gu Qingfeng's forehead and the rocks turned into powder, with a smile in her eyes. Congratulations to my husband for making another breakthrough in your cultivation. Madam is here. Looking at the arriving woman, Gu Qingfeng smiled lightly, but when he saw the woman's slightly bulging belly, a touch of tenderness flashed in his eyes. This woman's name is Su Yulan, and she is the legitimate daughter of the Su family of Beishi Road. The Su family suffered a disaster a year ago, and she was the only one who escaped to the Gu family. In the end, Gu Qingfeng rescued her. Since then, Su Yulan settled in the Gu family. Less than 2 months. Gu Qingfeng married Su Yulan. The reason why Gu Qingfeng married Su Yulan was that he felt that he was in love with her, and part of the reason was because he wanted to have a few more children. Good. It is the birth of children. Since awakening Golden Finger, Gu Qingfeng's only heir is Gu Yang. Whenever the opponent breaks through, he can get corresponding benefits. But the further the warrior reaches the back, the harder it will be to break through. Like now. Since Gu Yang broke through to the later stages of skin refining, he has not been able to reach the perfection of skin refining in 3 years. The realm of skin refining is still like this. When you enter the realm of blood refining later, it will only take more time. Even though the lifespan of a blood refining realm warrior is higher than that of ordinary people, it is still limited. Maybe one day Gu Qingfeng will run out of lifespan and die of old age. So, he had to change his thinking. Marry Su Yulan. This is a way for Gu Qingfeng to verify his golden finger. He wanted to see if after Su Yulan's child was born and he taught him martial arts practice, his breakthrough would also give him some improvement points. If it is really possible, then Gu Qingfeng's next idea is to change it. Many thoughts flashed through Gu Qingfeng's mind. He said to Su Yulan, "It's windy today. If Madam doesn't take a good rest, it would be bad if she catches a cold and affects the child. I take the decoction every day, and the child in my belly will be very healthy. My husband can rest assured." Su Yulan pursed her lips and smiled, and Gu Qingfeng nodded slightly when he heard this. In order to let the child Su Yulan was pregnant with have the same talent as Gu Yang, Gu Qingfeng deliberately found a magic formula, and then bought many precious medicinal materials at any cost and gave Su Yulan to take it every day. 1 year down. Not to mention what happened to the child in her belly, even Su Yulan herself benefited a lot. If it weren't for the inconvenience of practicing while carrying a child in her belly, the other party might also be able to break through to the intermediate level of skin refining. To know. Su Yulan's talent is not strong. When the other party married Gu Qingfeng, she was already 20 years old, but she was only at the beginning of skin refining. Now in less than a year, the opponent is almost qualified to reach the intermediate level of leather refining, which shows how much effort Gu Qingfeng has put into this aspect. Just then, Su Yulan frowned slightly, with a slightly painful look on her face. Seeing this, Gu Qingfeng's expression couldn't help but change, and he hurriedly supported Su Yulan, "Madam. Husband, don't worry. The child in my belly kicked me just now. It's not a problem." Su Yulan's smile was as bright as a flower. After hearing her words, Gu Qingfeng felt relieved. Subsequently, he accompanied Su Yulan back to the bedroom to let her have a good rest, and then found a doctor to diagnose her pulse. Half a day passed. Gu Qingfeng and the doctor walked out of the bedroom. "Dr. Lu, how is my wife doing?" "Mr. Gu, please rest assured that Madam Ling is in good health and the fetus in her belly is also very healthy. She is expected to give birth in 2 months." Dr. Lu chuckled. When Gu Qingfeng heard this, he was very happy, and then he called someone, "Please wait while I give Dr. Lu a ride." Finished. Gu Qingfeng took out another banknote from his pocket and handed it to the Dr. Lu as a reward for his hard work. When the latter saw the denomination on the banknote, he suddenly smiled from ear to ear. After Dr. Lu left, Gu Qingfeng looked back in the direction of the bedroom, and then called 2 maids. "You take good care of my wife and don't make any mistakes, otherwise I will only ask you." "Yes, sir." Chapter 23 The tree wants to be still but the wind does not stop. Gu Family Hall. Gu Qingfeng sat in the main seat, and in front of him were Gu Yang and Meng Peng. Although Gu Yang was only 13 years old, his posture became more and more upright, and his slightly immature face was handsome, which was completely similar to Gu Qingfeng when he was young. More importantly, he did not have the immaturity that a teenager should have, but instead had an iron-blooded aura that did not belong to this age. The reason for this was that in the past few years, Gu Qingfeng rarely intervened in the affairs of the Gu family, and all the affairs of the Gu family were left to Gu Yang to handle. At the beginning, Gu Qingfeng would also give instructions from the side. In the next year, he almost completely let go. The huge Gu family. Everything up and down. Basically, Gu Yang was responsible for handling it. Only when Gu Yang could not solve some problems, Gu Qingfeng would personally take action. The purpose of doing this was to train Gu Yang as soon as possible so that he could stand on his own. Facts have proved it. Gu Qingfeng's approach was not wrong. All the businesses of the Gu family were well managed in Gu Yang's hands. With Meng Peng's assistance, the reputation of this young master of the Gu family was not small in the world. Tell me, what happened? Gu Qingfeng took a sip of tea, looked at the two people in front of him, and asked lightly. After he finished speaking, Gu Yang took the lead and said, "Father, a few days ago, several stores of my Gu family were smashed by strange warriors, and more than a dozen people died. Later, according to my investigation, I found that behind these strange warriors, there was the shadow of the Chu family." Chu family? Gu Qingfeng narrowed his eyes slightly. The Chu family you are talking about is the Chu family where the self-proclaimed Thunder Sword Chu Tianxiang is. Thunder Sword Chu Tianxiang. The other party is the head of the Chu family, a strong man who has entered the middle stage of blood refining. Gu Yang nodded. Father is right, it is the Chu family where Chu Tianxiang is. Although my Gu family has been low-key for many years, the Chu family should not have the courage to attack my Gu family, right? Gu Qingfeng asked curiously. Although the Gu family has been low-key in recent years, he has not made many moves, but every time he has made a move, he has shown his strong strength. Normal speaking, even if the Chu family has some background, it is impossible to rashly tear the face with the Gu family. Besides, the Gu family and the Chu family have no grudges. Gu Yang said, according to my investigation, there is the shadow of the Taigu gang behind the Chu family. This time, it is not as simple as the Chu family that is targeting our Gu family, but the Taigu gang's intention. Taigu gang. When Gu Qingfeng heard the three words, his expression moved slightly, and all the doubts in his heart became clear at this moment. At this time, Meng Peng whispered, "Master, the Taigu gang has been cooperating with the Tianyun sect and has pushed the Qin family into a dead end in the past few years. Now it is clear that the Taigu gang wants to dominate Bai Shidao. A few days ago, the Taigu gang sent people to us, hoping that our Gu family would join forces with them to deal with the Qin family, but we refused. At that time, I am afraid that the Taigu gang would bear a grudge. The Chu family's move this time is just a test. If we don't have a solution next, the consequences will be serious." The Taigu gang. Gu Qingfeng's eyes were slightly cold, and there seemed to be a murderous intent emerging from his body, but it soon subsided. He looked at Gu Yang and asked calmly, "Yang, you have broken through the later stage of skin refining for many years. I see that your aura is stable. I think it won't take long to break through the perfect skin refining, right? At most 3 months, I will definitely be able to break through. 1 month, I want you to break through within 1 month, no matter what price you pay or how many resources you need to spend. In 1 month, I want to see you break through the perfect skin refining." Gu Qingfeng said word by word. His words let Gu Yang look startled, and then nodded. "I understand, it's just the Chu family's business. Don't worry about the Chu family's business for now. Before you break through the perfect skin refining, keep a low profile. After you break through, I will settle accounts with them." Gu Qingfeng's words made Gu Yang more confused. He didn't understand why dealing with the Chu family was related to his breakthrough. However, these things. Although Gu Yang was confused, he didn't ask. In his heart, Gu Qingfeng is the real stabilizer. Since the other party has spoken, the problem of the Chu family is no longer a problem. Then, the two left. Gu Qingfeng sat alone in the lobby, his eyes slightly cold. The Chu family, the Iron Bone Gang, it is really the tree wants to be quiet but the wind does not stop. I just want to act low-key and not interfere in the disputes in the martial arts world. Why do you always have to be aggressive? All along. Gu Qingfeng did not want to interfere too much in the affairs of the martial arts world. After all, for him, nothing is more important than practicing silently to improve his strength. He only needs to manage the Gu family's 1 acre and 3 points of land well, develop the family silently, and give Gu Yang enough time to grow. Result: Gu Qingfeng found that he was still too naive. Where there are people, there is the martial arts world. Even if the Gu family wants to be low-key, it is destined that someone does not want the Gu family to be low-key. In this case, then there is no need for the Gu family to continue to be low-key. 3 years of precipitation. Gu Qingfeng has a certain degree of confidence in his own strength. In particular, the Liang divine palm broke through the 4th heaven, allowing him to take his strength to a higher level. But the leader of the Iron Bone Gang is nicknamed the Invincible Divine Fist. He has been refining blood for many years. Although Gu Qingfeng is 50% sure that he can suppress the opponent, it is not safe enough after all. So he wants to wait. Wait until Gu Yang really breaks through. As long as Gu Yang breaks through, Gu Qingfeng will be sure to use the improvement points he has gained to further improve his strength. That time. This is the best time to truly settle the matter with the Chu family and the Iron Bone Gang. In a certain restaurant wing, the sounds of warblers could be heard endlessly. I saw a few people having fun here. The first one was a middle-aged man with a Chinese character face and a burly figure. His temples were bulging high, and his bronze skin seemed to contain terrifying power. At the same time, the finger bones of both hands are thick and the palms are covered with thick calluses. This person is no one else. It was Luo Yu, the leader of the Iron Bone Gang. Next to Luo Yu was an old man in rich clothes. The other person was Chu Tianxiang, the head of the Chu family, nicknamed Ben Leijian. I saw Chu Tianxiang frequently toasting to Luo Yu, his old face full of awe and flattery. The Iron Bone Gang is now at its peak. I believe it won't be long before the Qin family will be completely wiped out. I would like to congratulate gang leader Luo in advance. Master Chu, you're welcome. If the Iron Bone Gang can unify Beishi Road this time, Luo will not forget the contributions of the Chu family. Luo Yu smiled slightly. His words made Chu Tianxiang's smile grow brighter. Chapter 24, The Fiery Sun Palm is complete. At this time, Luo Yu suddenly dismissed his attendants, and all the singing girls who served him stood up and left, and other irrelevant people followed him. Seeing this scene, Chu Tianxiang's expression also became serious. According to the news, the army of King Shenyu has occupied most of Danyang County. In 1 year at most, the army will occupy the entire Danyang County. At that time, the army of King Shenyu will definitely enter Taishan County. Now the Taixuan dynasty has run out of luck. King Shenyu has occupied 3 counties in a few years. In the future, there is a great possibility that he will compete for the world and sit on the supreme throne. Now as long as we take down Beishi Road first, and wait for King Shenyu's army to come, we will cooperate with the army to take down Guangyang Prefecture. When King Shenyu ascends the throne in the future, you and I will all be meritorious officials. Luo Yu's expression was stern, and his words made Chu Tianxiang's face change slightly, and then he smiled. It is the honor of the Chu family to serve the king of Shenyu. What to do next, just tell me, gang leader Luo. I will definitely say nothing. The next thing is very simple. That is to gradually erode other forces of Beishi while dealing with the Qin family. When the army of the king of Shenyu arrives one day, Luo will only need the voice of the Taigu gang in Beishi. Then the Tianyun sect. You don't have to worry about the Tianyun sect. Yun Chongkong is already working for the king of Shenyu just like me. Luo Yu smiled slightly. Hearing this, Chu Tianxiang was relieved. Afterwards, Chu Tianxiang said again, during this period, my Chu family has also been gradually targeting the Gu family, but the Gu family seems to have no reaction to this. Facing the step-by-step pressure of my Chu family, the Gu family has never made any statement. Is there any problem here? When mentioning the word Gu family, Chu Tianxiang's eyes were also a little apprehensive. He was not afraid of the Gu family's resistance, but he was afraid that the Gu family would be like now, without any movement. As the saying goes, the dog that bites does not bark. The more the Gu family remained silent, the more uneasy Chu Tianxiang felt. Especially the strength of the head of the Gu family was unfathomable. From Chu Tianxiang's judgment, the other party was very likely to be a strong man of the middle or even late blood refining stage. Luo Yu looked indifferent. You don't have to worry about the problems of the Gu family. You just need to gradually erode the Gu family. If Gu Qingfeng doesn't take action, it's fine. If he dares to take action, this gang leader will deal with him. Anyone who dares to confront the godly king will not have a good end. As for the Gu family, Luo Yu never took it seriously. At the beginning, he sent people to recruit the Gu family, but was rejected by the other party. In Luo Yu's mind, the end of the Gu family was already doomed. Let the Chu family gradually erode the Gu family in secret, because the Taigu gang is now fully engaged in dealing with the Qin family and can't spare any time for the time being. Another thing is, the Taigu gang can't openly attack the Gu family now. After all, there are still many forces in Bai Shidao that remain neutral. If the Taigu gang openly attacks the Gu family, it will inevitably make other neutral forces feel dangerous and then turn to the Qin family. This situation is not what Luo Yu wants to see. The reason why the Chu family is eating away at the Gu family is because the Taigu gang has suffered heavy losses in dealing with the Qin family over the years, and needs to plunder resources from other aspects to supplement its own losses. When the Qin family's problems are truly solved, it will be much easier for the Taigu gang to turn back and deal with these forces. Hearing this, Chu Tianxiang also felt relieved. With the Taigu gang backing them up, the Gu family's problems are no longer a problem. Even if the head of the Gu family is strong, he can't be Luo Yu's opponent. After all, the person in front of him has been in the perfect blood refining for many years, and his strength is unfathomable. Looking at the entire Bai Shidao, only the Qin family can compete with him. After receiving the order from the Taigu gang, the Chu family increased its efforts to secretly eat away at the Gu family's industry. However, from the beginning to the end, the Chu family did not really take direct action, but only secretly instigated and trained others to target the Gu family. In this way, even if the Gu family took action, it would not be possible to find the Chu family directly. Even Chu Tianxiang wanted the Gu family to be unable to restrain themselves and openly take action against the Chu family. Then, the Chu family would have enough reasons to unite with the Taigu gang and directly destroy the Gu family. A family with a blood refining master must have a lot of resources in their hands. If the Gu family can be destroyed, even if the Taigu gang occupies the majority, the Chu family can get a lot of benefits. But what disappointed Chu Tianxiang was, no matter how the Chu family secretly forced, the Gu family always ignored it, and let the industry in their hands be lost, and turned a blind eye. This feeling made Chu Tianxiang feel like a punch on cotton. But if the Gu family did not respond, the Chu family would not be able to directly deal with the Gu family. After all, once some things are put in the open, they are different from those in secret. Given the current situation on Baishi Road, the Taigu gang will not allow the Chu family to directly attack the Gu family in public. On the other side, the Gu family. Every day, Meng Peng came to report the external situation and the problems that the Gu family was facing. Gu Qingfeng just kept it in mind without any extra actions. But in his heart, he had already made up his mind to kill the Chu family. It was just that everything was not the right time, so Gu Qingfeng could not hold back. In the past month, Gu Qingfeng practices the Burning Sun Palm every day. The fourth level of the Burning Sun Palm is more difficult to practice. Even after a month, he is still stuck at the entry-level stage of the fourth level. At the same time, Gu Qingfeng also fully mobilized the resources of the Gu family to support Gu Yang's breakthrough. This day, Gu Qingfeng was practicing, and the information panel that had been silent for a long time was refreshed with information again. Your heir Gu Yang has broken through to the skin refining realm and reached perfection. Reward improvement points *10. Reward blood refining pill *100. Reward the middle grade martial arts Tian Lei sword technique. Finally, Gu Qingfeng looked at the text on the information panel with a rare smile on his face. After waiting for many years, Gu Yang finally achieved the perfection of skin refining. This time Gu Yang's breakthrough brought rewards that were richer than ever before. 10 improvement points. 100 blood refining pills. And a middle-level martial arts called Tian Lei sword technique. No hesitation. Gu Qingfeng directly used the improvement points to upgrade the Fierce Sun Divine Palm first. Consume 1 improvement point. The palm of the Fierce Sun breaks through to the 5th level of perfection. Consume 2 improvement points. The palm of the Fierce Sun breaks through to the 6th level of perfection. Breakthrough. Consume 2 improvement points. The palm of the Fierce Sun breaks through to the 9th level of perfection. A short time. Gu Qingfeng directly upgraded the Lai Yang Divine Palm from the 4th level to the 9th level of perfection in one breath. Chapter 25 Half-Step Bone Refining. When the Fiery Sun Palm reached perfection, Gu Qingfeng's body suddenly changed as if he had studied this martial art for hundreds of years. The blood and qi surged like a torrent, and at the same time, there was an extremely hot breath flowing in the meridians. At this moment, Gu Qingfeng has become a powerful man who has reached perfection in blood refining. Name, Gu Qingfeng. Age, 35/100. Realm, Perfect Blood Refining. Martial Arts, Gu Family Fist, Level 1 Indestructible, Iron Body Art, Level 1 Body as Hard as Iron, Big Stone Smashing Hand, Minor Success, Iron Leg Skill, Minor Success, Iron Refining Finger, Minor Success, Fiery Sun Palm, 9th Level Perfect Fiery Sun Palm Strength Level 4. Improvement Points, 1. Gu Qingfeng glanced at his attribute panel. Just as he thought, the Fiery Sun Palm broke through, and his realm directly broke through from the middle stage of blood refining to the perfection of blood refining. No. Strictly speaking, it should be considered as half-step bone refining. It's just that half-step bone refining is not considered a separate realm, so the attribute panel only shows the perfection of blood refining. But Gu Qingfeng knew very well that when he perfected the Fiery Sun Palm, his cultivation had surpassed the ordinary perfection of blood refining and entered the half-step bone refining realm recorded in the Fiery Sun Palm. And when the Fiery Sun Palm entered the 5th level, this middle-grade martial art had an additional feature called Fiery Sun Palm Power. With each subsequent level increase, the Fiery Sun Palm Power was increased by 1 level. Now the 9th level is perfect. The Fiery Sun Palm Power has also entered the 4th level. The 4th level Fiery Sun Palm Power turns into a blazing torrent in the body. While flowing in the meridians, it also gradually penetrates into the bones of the body, tempering the bones at an extremely slow speed. Above blood refining. It is for bone refining. Bone refining. As the name suggests, it is to temper the bones. Now the power of the Fiery Sun Palm is slowly tempering the bones. Gu Qingfeng has a hunch that even if he stops practicing and lets the Fiery Sun Palm temper itself, he can directly break the blood refining barrier and advance to the bone refining realm. This discovery. Gu Qingfeng was also shocked. It seems that I still underestimated the power of the Fiery Sun Palm. All along, Gu Qingfeng just thought that the Fiery Sun Palm was just a powerful middle-grade martial arts, but now it seems that the perfect Fiery Sun Palm is probably already qualified to be on par with the top-grade martial arts. At least, this passive method that allows warriors to advance to the bone refining realm is not available in other middle-grade martial arts. This point. I am afraid that the people in Yun Pavilion are not clear. Otherwise, Yun Pavilion will never easily put the fiery sun palm up for auction, and it is impossible to auction it at such a low price. After all, blood refining and bone refining are completely two concepts. With Bai Shidao as the main force, the peak is the perfection of blood refining, and no warriors in the bone refining realm appear. This shows the strength of the warriors in the bone refining realm. However, the cultivation of the fiery sun palm is difficult. Gu Qingfeng spent 3 years to barely cultivate the 4th level to the entry level. According to the situation that each level is more difficult than the previous one, if you really want to cultivate to the 9th level, it will take decades, which is basically impossible. Even if you are a talented person, the time required to cultivate the fiery sun palm to perfection will definitely not be short. In addition, this upgrade, it also made Gu Qingfeng discover another thing. It takes at least 5 points to improve the limit of low-grade martial arts. Each subsequent breakthrough requires a lot more points than the previous one. But the fiery sun palm involves the blood refining realm since the 5th level, and each upgrade is a fixed 2 points. From this, it can be seen that the points required for the improvement of high-level martial arts are also much less than those for ordinary martial arts to break the limit. This is a shortcut to improve strength. The same number of improvement points, when applied to high-level martial arts, is often much better than low-level martial arts. Then, Gu Qingfeng's mind moved again, and he tried to break the limit of the fiery sun palm. As a result, he found that the improvement points required to break the limit of the fiery sun palm were about 10 points. In this regard, he temporarily gave up the idea of breaking the limit of the fiery sun palm. Then, Gu Qingfeng took out the Heavenly Thunder Sword art. With his current cultivation and vision, it is easy to comprehend the Heavenly Thunder Sword art. Half an hour. Gu Qingfeng comprehended the Heavenly Thunder Sword art completely. There are also some more words on the attribute panel. Heavenly Thunder Sword art, not yet introductory. Unlike the fiery sun palm, which is a martial art that focuses on attacking moves, this martial art is divided into 4 levels: entry, minor success, major success, and perfection, just like the collapsing mountain fist. However, when Gu Qingfeng wanted to upgrade the Heavenly Thunder Sword art, he found that the consumption required to upgrade this martial art was the same as that of the fiery sun palm from the 5th level onwards. It can be seen. When it comes to the blood refining level, the consumption required to upgrade the middle grade martial arts is almost the same. Gu Qingfeng only had a few points left to improve, so he naturally had no chance of getting started with the Heavenly Thunder Sword art. Cultivation breakthrough. Gu Qingfeng did not alarm anyone. In the next few days, he was consolidating his own realm. On the basis of taking blood refining pills to assist in cultivation, Gu Qingfeng completely stabilized the half-step bone refining realm. A breakthrough in cultivation. A cold light appeared in Gu Qingfeng's eyes. It's time to settle all the accounts. Half-step bone refining. Moreover, he has 2 martial arts that break the limit, and a perfect top-level middle-grade martial arts. Gu Qingfeng is confident that his current strength, in the half-step bone refining realm, is the top one. Even the leader of the Iron Bone Gang who claims to be invincible with his divine fist is definitely not his opponent. Immediately, Gu Qingfeng came to the lobby and summoned Gu Yang, Meng Peng, and others. Father, head of the family. Both of them bowed to Gu Qingfeng. After the ceremony, they all clearly felt that Gu Qingfeng today was obviously different from the past. With this thought, Gu Yang and Meng Peng looked at each other, and then Gu Yang asked tentatively, "Did Dad also make a breakthrough?" "Well, I was lucky to have some understanding these days, so I guess I made a breakthrough." Gu Qingfeng nodded. Hearing this, Gu Yang was slightly stunned. At this moment, he suddenly understood that Gu Qingfeng wanted to wait for a month, not to let himself break through, but to find time for himself to break through. On the other side, Meng Peng was also shocked when he heard Gu Qingfeng's breakthrough. Gu Yang didn't know Gu Qingfeng's true strength, but Meng Peng knew it very well. This person's strength was already comparable to the perfect blood refining a few years ago. If he breaks through again now, how terrible will his strength be? Half a step to bone refining? Or is it the bone refining realm? Meng Peng didn't dare to think about it. But there is one thing he can understand, this time, the Gu family is stable. Chapter 26, Punishing the Chu family. How many guards are there in the Gu family now? Gu Qingfeng asked. Gu Yang answered without thinking, there are now 136 guards in the family, including 60 at the beginning of skin refining, 60 at the intermediate level of skin refining, 9 at the final level of skin refining, and 7 at the perfect level of skin refining. People. 136 people. This number is quite a lot. Gu Qingfeng pondered for a moment and said, Yang you lead some of the guards to stay and guard the Gu family. Yulan is about to give birth. You need to take more care of her to prevent any accidents. My child understands. Gu Yang nodded seriously. Subsequently, Gu Qingfeng looked at Meng Peng again, just follow me to the Chu family. The head of the family wants to go directly to the Chu family. Meng Peng looked startled. Gu Qingfeng frowned slightly, is there any problem? The people who are dealing with my Gu family now are all unbelievers. Although there are shadows of the Chu family behind these people, the Chu family has not really taken action. If we go directly to the Chu family, we will inevitably get tongue-tied. Meng Peng expressed his concerns. In everything, it is necessary to pay attention to a teacher's reputation. If the Chu family really takes action against the Gu family, then there is no problem for the Gu family to fight back. But now the Chu family is hiding in the dark, and there is no direct evidence at all. If they take action rashly, it may put the Gu family into an unfavorable situation. Meng Peng's words. Gu Qingfeng shook his head and laughed. It's just that this smile looks so cold. Meng Peng, you are already a veteran, why are you still saying such innocent things? The so-called teacher has a reputation, and the so-called reputation is justifiable. Those are only things that the weak need. The strong are respected in the world, and what matters is whose fist is bigger. The weak need to reason, the strong only need to talk with fists. It doesn't matter if my Gu family takes action against the Chu family today, as long as my Gu family's fists are strong enough, no one dares to say a word. When Gu Qingfeng finished speaking, a powerful aura emanated from his body. Enveloped by such aura, both Gu Yang and Meng Peng seemed to feel like two big mountains were pressing on their shoulders, and their hearts were shaking. Dad is stronger. Different from the complete shock in Meng Peng's heart, Gu Yang's heart was not only shocked but also filled with admiration. He had achieved the breakthrough of skin refining and thought he could shorten the gap between himself and Gu Qingfeng, but he didn't expect that the opponent's strength was still beyond his ability to figure out. All the time, Gu Yang always regarded Gu Qingfeng as his backbone. The stronger his father becomes, the happier he will be. On the street, Gu Qingfeng led the guards of the Gu family and headed towards the Chu family. Such an action allowed many forces secretly watching the Gu family to get the news immediately. At the same time, there are also many people in the world who are looking at this scene, secretly surprised and doubtful in their hearts. Is this a family man? The leader seems to be the head of the Gu family. It is said that his boxing skills are superb and he has killed many strong men in the blood refining realm. In the past, this person always stayed in the Gu family without even leaving. Why is he here today? You don't know this, right? I heard that many properties of the Gu family have been attacked in the past month. I'm afraid this person's appearance is related to this matter. Many people in the world were talking about it along the way. When they looked at Gu Qingfeng, they had awe and deep fear on their faces. Although Gu Qingfeng didn't take many shots, there was a lot of blood on his hands. At this moment, Gu Qingfeng came forward in person, which shocked these people in the world. But soon, these people realized something was wrong. Because they discovered that the direction the Gu family was going was not somewhere else, but towards the Chu family. The first time, within the Chu family, Chu Tianxiang got the news. Gu Qingfeng led the Gu family's people to come directly. Could it be that he really has the courage to tear his face directly? Chu Tianxiang's expression changed, and then he asked a Chu family member to go directly to the Iron Bone Gang to inform Luo Yu of the news. Then, Chu Tianxiang integrated the Chu family warriors and prepared to welcome the Gu family. Stop anyone coming, this is the Chu family. In front of the Chu family's door, a guard was about to stop Gu Qingfeng, but before he could finish his words, Gu Qingfeng slapped him away. The heavy blow caused the opponent's head to explode in an instant, and his headless body flew out. Such a bloody scene left the remaining Chu family guards stunned on the spot. The other people in the world who followed closely were also stunned on the spot. No one could have imagined that Gu Qingfeng would take action directly if they disagreed with each other. What made them even more surprised was that the head of the Gu family would act so ruthlessly. Many people shuddered when they saw the headless body on the ground. In front of the Chu family, Gu Qingfeng took out a white cloth and slowly wiped the blood on his hands, then casually threw the blood-stained white cloth on top of the corpse. He looked at the silent Chu family guard in front of him and said in a cold voice, "In 3 breaths, let Chu Tianxiang come out to see me, or I will kill all the Chu family's chickens and dogs." As soon as this statement came out, the guards of the Chu family rushed forward to report. Less than a moment, Chu Tianxiang came with people. When he saw the headless corpse on the ground, Chu Tianxiang's pupils suddenly shrank, and when he looked at Gu Qingfeng, his eyes were filled with anger. "Gu Qingfeng, it's fine that you brought people to my Chu family for no reason, but now you are openly killing my Chu family guards. How do you explain it?" "Explain?" Gu Qingfeng sneered. "When your Chu family sent people to secretly destroy and occupy my Gu family's property, you should have thought of such consequences." As soon as this was said, Chu Tianxiang sneered and said, "Everything must be based on evidence. You said that my Chu family sent people to destroy and occupy your Gu family's property. Do you have evidence?" "Evidence, my words are evidence." Gu Qingfeng took a step forward and punched Chu Tianxiang fiercely. The extremely strong force burst out in the air with a loud bang, and the rolling air waves swept over, causing the latter's face to change. "You dare to do it?" Chu Tianxiang was furious, and the long sword behind him suddenly came out of the sheath. The lightning-like sword light cut through the air, and in a blink of an eye, it had turned into hundreds of afterimages, making people feel dazzled. This scene, the people around were all excited. Chu Tianxiang is worthy of the title of Thunder Sword. This sword technique is really superb. However, before the others finished speaking, Gu Qingfeng's fist came and the sharp sword only left white marks on his finger bones, but failed to really break the physical defense. The next breath, the sword shadow disappeared like a bubble. Chu Tianxiang's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly turned his sword to resist. Gu Qingfeng's fist fell, and the long sword made a mournful cry, and then it was directly cut off in the middle. The remaining force fell on the former's chest, causing him to fly out directly. Chapter 27, Killing Spree. A punch landed. The shadow of the sword suddenly disappeared. When Chu Tianxiang's body hit the ground, the others suddenly woke up. Chu Tianxiang's chest was now sunken, and he was spitting out blood. The other party wanted to struggle to get up from the ground, but there was no way at all. It takes less than a moment. Chu Tianxiang made no movement. To death. There was shock and disbelief in the other person's eyes, as if he didn't believe that he would die so simply. Hiss, Chu Tianxiang is dead. Thunder Sword Chu Tianxiang has been in the middle level of blood refining for many years. Even if he is comparable to those in the lower level of blood refining, he is not much different. Unexpectedly, he can't block Gu Qingfeng's punch. Killing Chu Tianxiang with one punch, I'm afraid this guy has reached the level of blood refining, right? For a while, everyone looked at Gu Qingfeng with fear in their eyes. Kill the mid-level blood refining expert with one punch. It was impossible for these people not to be shocked. Looking at the entire Beishi Dao, there are not many strong people who can step into the blood refining realm, and those who can cultivate to the intermediate level of blood refining are the best among them. Such a strong person could not block the opponent's punch. The strength of the head of the Gu family made them despair. But the people who are even more desperate are the people of the Chu family. Now that the Chu family's only strong man in the blood refining realm has fallen, with the remaining people, there is no chance of stopping the Gu family. At this time, subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. There was quite a commotion outside, and everyone who had surrounded the Chu family to watch the show involuntarily gave way, and then saw the leader of the Iron Bone Gang, Luo Yu, arriving with a group of masters. Luo Yu's pupils shrank suddenly when he saw Chu Tianxiang, whose chest was sunken and lying dead on the ground. At this time, a disciple from the Iron Bone Gang came out of the crowd and whispered a few words into Luo Yu's ear, causing the latter's expression to change. Subsequently, Luo Yu walked up to Gu Qingfeng, raised his hands and said, "I'm Luo Yu from Tai Gu Gang, I've met the head of the Gu family." Before Gu Qingfeng could speak, someone from the Chu family crawled forward and cried, "Gang leader Luo, Gu Qingfeng brought someone here to openly commit murder for no reason. The head of the Chu family, died tragically at the hands of this person. I hope gang leader Luo will seek justice for us. I hope gang leader Luo will uphold justice." The other members of the Chu family also shouted in unison, looking at Gu Qingfeng with eyes full of hatred and killing intent. Hearing these words, Gu Qingfeng looked indifferent. He just glanced at the Chu family members coldly, and then looked at Luo Yu in front of him. Gang leader Luo brought so many people here, could it be that he wants to stand up for the Chu family? This sentence. He didn't give Luo Yu any face at all. The latter's eyes were slightly cold, and the only smile on his face disappeared. The Iron Bone Gang should not have intervened in the fighting between the rivers and lakes, but the Chu family and the Iron Bone Gang have some connections, and the head of the Gu family killed the head of the Chu family for no reason. Still need to give an explanation. Explain. Gu Qingfeng looked at Luo Yu with disdain as if he had heard a joke. You, the Iron Bone Gang, are worthy of me giving an explanation. How dare you disrespect the gang leader? As soon as this statement came out, the warriors from the Iron Bone Gang immediately shouted angrily. But as soon as he finished speaking, he felt an afterimage appear in front of his eyes, and then there was a strong wind. Boom! Gu Qingfeng slapped it with a palm, and the man's head instantly sank into his neck. A large amount of blood spurted out, and he died immediately. The sudden change shocked everyone. Luo Yu was furious. Gu Qingfeng, how dare you do this? The words have not yet finished. Luo Yu took one step forward, and the energy and blood from his body burst out, turning into billowing smoke. He blasted out his right fist with a force that shattered the sky. Such power was enough to crack mountains and crack rocks, making people feel frightened. The divine fist is invincible. Luo Yu. A pair of iron fists is a powerful weapon for the opponent. Well done. Gu Qingfeng's eyes were cold, and the energy and blood all over his body also burst out, and the terrifying blood energy shot straight into the sky. If Luo Yu's Qi Blood Wolf Smoke was only a few feet tall, then Gu Qingfeng's Qi Blood Wolf Smoke now reaches a height of 5 or 6 feet. The blood Qi permeates the heaven and earth, and the terrifying and hot aura also permeates the air. Impossible! When Luo Yu saw such powerful energy and blood, his expression suddenly changed, and his face was full of shock. But he couldn't help but think too much. Gu Qingfeng's attack had already arrived. A palm was struck fiercely, and the palm of his hand was like a red-hot iron. It collided with Luo Yu's fist. A powerful force burst out from between the two. Gu Qingfeng's body was like a rock that never wavered. Other side. Luo Yu only felt a terrifying hot breath suddenly burst out from his fist, and then invaded him with brutal force. The powerful counterattack force made him step back more than 10 steps in an instant. Poof! Just as Luo Yu opened his mouth to say something, he felt the hot breath invade his internal organs, causing him to spit out blood when he opened his mouth, and his face turned pale in an instant. Lost. Luo Yu, the leader of the Iron Bone Gang, was injured and defeated when he met. The impact this scene brought to everyone was much more shocking than when Gu Qingfeng killed Chu Tianxiang with one punch just now. Who is Luo Yu? The top expert of Beishi Road. With his own strength, he created the Iron Bone Gang, and his pair of magic fists hit all over Beishi Road, and there was no opponent. A strong man of this level was defeated directly in the hands of Gu Qingfeng, and the latter's strength was even more shocking. This is your strength, but it makes me a little disappointed. Gu Qingfeng shook his head slightly, his face full of regret. He thought that Luo Yu, who had been famous for many years, could be very strong, but it turned out to be just that. The opponent's strength was at most about the same as his own a month ago. Now Gu Qingfeng has cultivated the fiery sun palm to the 9th level of perfection, and his cultivation has entered the half-step bone refining realm. He doesn't take a warrior like Luo Yu seriously. Do you have any last words to say? Ahem. I will no longer interfere in the affairs of the Chu family. I hope that the head of the Gu family can spare my life. Luo Yu's face was pale. Now he ignored the face of the leader of a gang, endured the burning pain in his internal organs, and directly opened his mouth to beg for mercy. Hearing his words, Gu Qingfeng shook his head slightly. Is this your last words? As he spoke, Gu Qingfeng walked slowly towards Luo Yu. Seeing this scene, the latter was in a panic. You can't kill me. Behind me is the king of Shenyu. If you kill me, the king of Shenyu will not let you go. Ignoring the threat of the other party, Gu Qingfeng slapped out with a palm and smashed Luo Yu's head directly. The leader of the Taigu gang died. Kill Luo Yu. Gu Qingfeng looked at the other people of the Taigu gang and the Chu family again, with a smile on his face, but this smile looked extremely cruel and cold. Kill, today, the people of the Taigu gang and the Chu family, don't spare any. The moment the voice fell, Gu Qingfeng had already started a killing spree. Chapter 28 Reactions from all parties. In less than half a day, a piece of news shook the entire Beishi Dao. The head of the Chu family, Chu Tianxiang, the Thunder Sword, was killed by a punch. The leader of the Taigu gang, Luo Yu, who was invincible with his divine fist, was killed on the spot by 2 palms. Once this news came out, it caused a huge wave in the entire Beishi Dao. Chu Tianxiang, the Thunder Sword, was fine. Although he had been famous for a long time, he was not considered a top master of Beishi Dao. But Luo Yu was different. He founded the Taigu gang with his own strength. In just a few decades, he made the Taigu gang the top force in Beishi Dao. Only 1 or 2 top families such as the Qin family could compete with it. Especially in the past few years, the Taigu gang has been growing stronger and stronger. Even the Qin family has been suppressed by the other party and can hardly breathe. Such a strong man was directly killed by someone. How could it not shock all parties in the martial arts world? At the same time, the name of Gu Qingfeng, the head of the Gu family, also resounded throughout Beishi Dao. Although Gu Qingfeng's reputation was already well known in Beishi Dao, it was not as intimidating as it is now. Kill Luo Yu. The 3 words Gu Qingfeng have been equated with the strongest person in Beishi Dao. Although the Qin family's ancestor and Yun Chongkong of Tianyun sect are both powerful people who have reached the perfection of the blood refining realm, in the eyes of others, the strength of these 2 people is at most at the same level as Luo Yu. In terms of strength, It is impossible for Qingfeng to be his opponent. At this moment, the back mountain of the Qin family. The contemporary Qin family's patriarch Qin Hongtang, at this moment, said respectfully in front of a thatched cottage, "Report to the ancestor, Luo Yu is dead." As soon as the simple words fell, an old man walked out of the thatched cottage. The other party's hair was grey and his face was full of wrinkles. However, his eyes were not as turbid as those of ordinary old people, but as sharp as eagles. This person. It was the ancestor of the Qin family. "Luo Yu is dead, who killed him?" The ancestor of the Qin family asked in a deep voice. He knew Luo Yu's strength. If he was in his prime, it would not be a problem to suppress him. But now he is old and weak, and his blood and qi are declining. If they really fight to the death, he may not be the opponent of the former. Qin Hongtang said, "The person who killed Luo Yu was Gu Qingfeng, the head of the Gu family. He led the Gu family guards to the Chu family and killed Chu Tianxiang with a punch in front of the Chu family gate. Not long after, Luo Yu brought people to clash with him. According to the news, Gu Qingfeng killed Luo Yu with only 2 moves." When he said this, Qin Hongtang's eyes were also vaguely frightened. Killing Qin Hongtang with 2 moves, he couldn't help but be shocked. Even the ancestor of the Qin family changed his face when he heard this, and his old face was full of solemnity. He killed Luo Yu with 2 moves. Even if he hasn't broken through the bone refining realm, he has probably entered the half-step bone refining realm. I don't know. I only know that he has practiced the blood and qi wolf smoke, and it is 5 or 6 feet high. 5 or 6 feet of blood and qi wolf smoke. The Qin family ancestor was shocked again. Blood and qi wolf smoke is difficult to practice. In his heyday, he only had 2 feet of blood and qi wolf smoke, but even so, he was still a rival in Bai Shidao. But now that the blood and qi are declining, the blood and qi wolf smoke has become a thing of the past. But even so, the Qin family ancestor also understood what the 5 or 6 feet of blood and qi wolf smoke was. Just as the Qin family ancestor was thinking, Qin Hongtang said, "A few years ago, outside Baishi city, the mysterious strong man killed several blood-refining elders of my Qin family. Now it seems that the mysterious strong man is very likely to be Gu Qingfeng. It's almost certain." The Qin family ancestor also nodded. Gu Qingfeng's strength makes it no problem to do this. Then, the ancestor of the Qin family warned again, "You should keep this matter to yourself and pretend that nothing happened. The current strength of my Qin family does not allow us to provoke a half-step bone refining expert. In addition, prepare a gift to go to the Gu family to show my Qin family's attitude." Hongtang understands. Qin Hongtang replied respectfully. A strong man who is at least half-step bone refining is indeed not someone the Qin family can provoke now. Even when the Qin family was at its peak, there was no such strong man sitting in the palace. So, it is inevitable to show goodwill. Otherwise, today's Taigu gang may be tomorrow's Qin family. As for whether the Qin family, as the overlord level force of the former Bai Shidao, will lose face by bowing to a new force of the Gu family, Qin Hongtang does not care at all. How much is face worth? The world of martial arts speaks with strength after all. If you have a big fist, you will have face. If the fist is not big enough, then you can only bow your head and be a man. In addition, before his death, Luo Yu once said that he was a man of the king of God and martial arts. What do you think of this matter? Finally, Qin Hongtang said another sentence. The king of God and martial arts. The face of the Qin family ancestor changed, and then became solemn. The king of God and martial arts started his army in Nanyang County. In just a dozen years, he swept across the 3 counties of Nanyang, Qidian, and Danyang. If the Taigu gang is really related to that person, it means that the king of God and martial arts has already set his sights on Guangyang Prefecture, and it is even possible that he has set his sights on the entire Taishan County. This matter can be big or small. Once the war starts, I am afraid that the warriors of the aristocratic families like us will not be able to stay out of it. When the Qin family thought that the rebels might enter Guangyang prefecture and the war would spread to the entire Bai Shidao, the ancestor of the Qin family felt uneasy. With the current foundation of the Qin family, if it was really affected by the war, it might be wiped out in an instant. But if they left Bai Shidao, it would be equivalent to abandoning the foundation accumulated over the years. By then, even if the Qin family left Bai Shidao and went to other places, I am afraid it would be difficult to settle down. After all, the world is in turmoil. It is not just King Yunzhou that is in turmoil. The war has gradually spread to the 9 states and 36 counties in the world. Qin Hongtang said, King Shenwu has been able to gain such a reputation in just a few years. He may be qualified to ascend to the throne one day. I wonder why our Qin family does not directly join King Shenwu. If King Shenwu succeeds one day, our Qin family will be able to follow the dragon and may be able to take this opportunity to ascend to the sky in one step. When he said the latter, Qin Hongtang's face was already a little excited. The Qin family ancestors snorted coldly and poured cold water on the other party. In troubled times, countless people will die at any time. If the Qin family participates in such a war, it will be crushed to pieces in an instant. And do you really think that the Taixuan dynasty has been in power for hundreds of years and there is really no foundation left? Now the world seems to be in chaos, but the Taixuan dynasty is not that simple. The Shenwu king seems good, but the power he controls is not compared with the Taixuan dynasty. Even compared with other rebels, it may not have much advantage. Before the situation is clear, it is completely self-destruction to stand on the side rashly. This matter is related to the future of the Qin family. Don't act carelessly. These words made Qin Hongtang suddenly sober up, and his back was soaked with sweat. The ancestor taught me. Chapter 29 Beijing. Gu Family Lobby. Gu Qingfeng sat in the main seat, and the remaining 2 people were Gu Yang and Meng Peng. I would like to inform my father that from this annihilation of the Chu family, a total of 200,000 taels of silver was obtained, and some medicinal materials, antiques, calligraphy and paintings were left. Estimating the market price, it is around 150,000 to 200,000 taels. There are 6 low-grade martial arts and 1 middle-grade martial arts. In addition, the Chu family has a lot of properties, including 3 restaurants, 5 drug stores, 2 brothels, and 2 casinos. Gu Yang held the account book in his hand and truthfully stated all the assets of the Chu family. As a veteran force in Bai Shidao, the Chu family also has a lot of assets. Gu Qingfeng nodded slightly after listening to Gu Yang's words. All these properties have been assigned manpower to take over. The Chu family wants to occupy my Gu family's property, so now it's time to change. In addition, have you calculated the industry of the Iron Bone Gang? Hear the words. Gu Yang nodded. The Iron Bone Gang's industry has also been calculated. Currently, the Iron Bone Gang has almost 530,000 taels of silver in cash, and another 3,000 taels of gold. If all the remaining antique calligraphy and paintings were converted into silver taels, they would be around 300,000 taels. In terms of industry, there are a total of 16 restaurants and inns, 8 brothels, 6 gambling houses, and 23 other bits and pieces of property. In addition, in terms of martial arts, a total of 16 low-grade martial arts and 2 medium-grade martial arts were found from the Iron Bone Gang. Compared with the Chu family, the Iron Bone Gang's assets are undoubtedly much richer. This is also normal. After all, the Iron Bone Gang is the dominant force in Baishi Road. But even if Gu Qingfeng had expected it, when he actually heard about the assets of the Iron Bone Gang, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. If all were converted into silver, the Iron Bone Gang would be worth at least 1 million taels of silver. But what Gu Qingfeng cares about more is gold. Good. It's gold. In this world, gold is a truly scarce thing that cannot be matched by ordinary things. Although the Taixuan dynasty officially set the ratio of gold to silver at 1 to 100, 1 tael of gold is equivalent to 100 taels of silver. But here's the thing. Gold is marketable but priceless. The imperial court controlled almost all gold, and gold rarely circulated among the people, so this caused the scarcity of gold. Others may not know why gold is so cherished, but Qingfeng has the psychic magic in his hands and knows that gold has a natural restraint against evil spirits. In a sense, if you want to seal evil spirits, you must have gold. Therefore, the imperial court had extensive control over gold. As for the so-called evil spirits, to be honest, Qingfeng has been on Beishi Road for many years and has never heard of the existence of evil spirits at all. What happened in Lingxian back then seemed to be just a dream. However, Qingfeng knew it very well. What happened in Lingxian County was not a dream. There are evil spirits and sorcerers in this world. It's just that neither evil spirits nor warlocks can be contacted by ordinary people, so no news has been leaked. Bring me all the gold. Send people to take over all the properties of the other two factions. Anyone who dares to stop them will be killed. Qingfeng looked indifferent. In addition, tell all the forces in Beishi Road that I will give them 3 days. All the leaders of the forces must come to Gu's house to see me. Anyone who fails to come will bear the consequences. My child understands. Gu Yang looked slightly excited. He understood that their Gu family finally no longer kept a low profile. Gu Yang had already heard about what happened in the outside world. Qingfeng killed Chu Tianxiang with 1 punch and Luo Yu with 2 strikes. He was respected by the outside world as the strongest man in Beishi Road. With his father having such strength, there was no need for the Gu family to keep a low profile. In fact, Gu Yang has long wanted to revitalize the Gu family. It was only because Qingfeng always kept a low profile that Gu Yang suppressed his inner impulse. But now, Qingfeng's actions destined the Gu family to become the largest force in Beishi Road. When Gu Yang left, Meng Pengke whispered, "Master, according to what Luo Yu said before his death, the Iron Bone Gang seems to be related to King Shen Yu. This matter is not trivial. If what he said is true, then we may have offended King Shen Yu. How much do you know about that Shen Yu king?" Qingfeng's expression remained unchanged. Meng Peng said, "The name of the Shen Yu king is Pei Jing. The Pei family is the top family in Nanyang County. The governor of Nanyang County is hereditary to the Pei family. Pei Jing was rumored to have innate supernatural power when he was young. He later became a member of the Tianyang sword sect and became the Tianyang sword sect. A true disciple. 15 years ago, the emperor was seriously ill and the court was in chaos. It coincided with the natural disaster in Nanyang County. Pei Jing took advantage of the situation and brought the entire Nanyang County under his control in just a few years. Then under the leadership of Pei Jing, the army annexed Qidian County in less than 10 years, with millions of troops, calling himself King Shen Yu. Pei Jing's Shen Yu army is now attacking Danyang County. With the strength of Danyang County, I am afraid that it may not be able to stop the Shen Yu army. Once Danyang County falls, Taishan County will inevitably become Pei Jing's target." Meng Peng's words made Qingfeng's expression move slightly. More than 10 years ago, the emperor of Taixuan dynasty was seriously ill. Coupled with the continuous natural disasters and the rise of rebels all over the world, Qingfeng has also heard about these things. It's just that we don't know much about the specific situation of the rebels on all sides. Now, after hearing what Meng Peng said, Qingfeng also found that this Shen Yu king was not simple. In more than 10 years, the other party has almost occupied 3 counties, with 1 million troops under his command, and his strength is indeed very strong. Qingfeng said lightly, "Don't worry about the problem of Shen Yu king for the time being. This is Taishan County, not Nanyang County. Besides, even if Shen Yu king really takes down the army and comes to Taishan County, it is a problem whether he can kill Bai Shidao. What's more, a small Taigu gang may not be taken seriously by Beijing. Instead of worrying about these problems, it is better to integrate Bai Shidao first. The matter of Taigu gang. Let Gu Qingfeng really understand a truth. To survive in this chaotic world, you must master a strong enough force. If you also have 1,000,000 troops under your command, why should you be afraid of a small Shenwu King Beijing? So, what Gu Qingfeng has to do now is to integrate the Jianghu power of Bai Shidao first and improve the foundation of the Gu family as much as possible. As long as the strength is sufficient, even if the king of Shenwu really conquers Taishan County in the future, the Gu family will have enough capital to negotiate with the other party. If the Gu family is weak, I am afraid that they will not even be qualified to stand in front of the king of Shenwu. Then, it is the evil spirits and sorcerers. Although the evil spirits and sorcerers seem to have completely disappeared in recent years, things are not that simple in front of Gu Qingfeng. Whether it is to deal with the king of Shenwu or to survive in troubled times, strength is indispensable. Chapter 30 Mengpeng and number 039, S Breakthrough, please read on. As Gu Qingfeng's words spread, many people in the world sneered, thinking that the Gu family had a shallow foundation. Even if Gu Qingfeng, who is known as the strongest man in Beishi Road, wanted to truly dominate the entire Beishi Road, it was just a wishful thinking. That's all. So, many warriors wait for 3 days to go to see the Gu family's show. If no force from either side comes, they will lose face by then, and it depends on how the other side will end up. Other side. When Qin Hongtang got the news, his face was a little gloomy. What does the Gu family mean? Do you really think that just by relying on Gu Qingfeng, you can make all the forces in Beishi Dao bow their heads and surrender? Originally, according to the wishes of the ancestor of the Qin family, when the Iron Bone Gang was destroyed, the Qin family had no need to offend the Gu family. At that time, the Qin family would prepare a generous gift and go to the Gu family. Both parties would be able to live in peace and harmony. That's it. But before Qin Hongtang could make any move, the Gu family took the lead. This time, if the Qin family really bows their heads, all the prestige they have accumulated over the years will be lost. Now, the other elders of the Qin family also looked ugly. Gu Qingfeng really thinks that since he is the number one master of Beishi Dao, the Gu family can dominate the entire Beishi Dao. I don't believe he really dares to take action. Yes, my Qin family is not a fool. I only recognized his Gu family's status in Beishi Dao after I sold him 3 points of the Gu family's face. If I don't sell his face, what is a mere Gu Qingfeng? The people of the Qin family are full of indignation, and at the same time they also have a lot of disdain for the Gu family. Still the same sentence. They felt that Gu Qingfeng was really drifting. At the same time, no one believed that the Gu family really had the courage to take action. Bai Shidao said that whether it was big or small, it was not small. No matter how strong Gu Qingfeng was, in the eyes of the Qin family, there was no way he could fight against the entire world. Qin Hongtang looked cold. Don't worry about the Gu family's affairs. I want to see how Gu Qingfeng will end up. Gu Qingfeng. In the Tianyun sect, Yun Chongkong looked at the news from the Gu family with disdain on his face. In front of him, the one standing is Yun Tianxing. Elder Supreme, now that the Gu family has destroyed the Chu family and the Iron Bone Gang is in full swing, will it cause some trouble if we ignore it? God's madness brings rain, and man's madness brings misfortune. The Gu family destroyed the Iron Bone Gang, and they are destined to be unable to survive for too long. Luo Yu is a member of King Shenwu, although King Shenwu's army has not yet entered Taishan County. But if a little Gu family tries to confront King Shenwu, it is asking for death. When the news of the destruction of the Iron Bone Gang spreads out, I believe King Shenwu will directly destroy the Gu family without me having to take action. Yun Chongkong smiled disdainfully. Offending King Shenwu is a dead end in King Yun state. If we were to say who was the biggest force in King Yun province, then apart from the imperial court, it was King Shenyu. The opponent has millions of troops under his command, and is sitting in the land of 3 counties. There are so many strong men. Not to mention one Gu family, even 10 or hundreds of Gu families cannot be the opponent of King Shenyu. Yun Tianxing's expression also became solemn. He knew the reputation of King Shenyu. But if Yun Chongkong hadn't mentioned it, Yun Tianxing wouldn't have known that the Iron Bone Gang was actually related to that person. So according to the Supreme Elder's wishes, the Gu family's affairs should be ignored. Yun Chongkong nodded. Ignore it. Gu Qingfeng has underestimated everyone in the world. Let's see how he ends up in 3 days. Gu family. In the backyard. Gu Qingfeng is practicing the Heavenly Thunder Sword technique. What he holds in his hand is an extraordinary divine weapon called the Tiangang Sword, which is a mid-grade divine weapon. Middle-grade magic weapons are rare. At least it is rare in Beishi Road. This magical weapon was originally owned by the Iron Bone Gang. Later, when the Iron Bone Gang was destroyed, Gu Qingfeng found this magical weapon from the Iron Bone Gang's treasure house. Just right. Because of Gu Yang's breakthrough in skin refining, Gu Qingfeng obtained a middle-level martial arts called Tian Li Sword Technique. This middle-grade martial arts is at the top level at this stage. It is much stronger than the ordinary middle-grade martial arts. It is considered to be on the same level as the Liang Divine Palm. Just different. The Liang Divine Palm is a dual cultivation of both internal and external aspects. Not only can it temper qi and blood and improve a warrior's cultivation, but it also has matching moves and routines. As for the Heavenly Thunder Sword art, it is entirely based on moves. When it comes to the subtlety of the moves, they are much better than the Liang Divine Palm. Ever since he obtained the Heavenly Thunder Sword art, Gu Qingfeng has been studying this secret art. What a pity! The Heavenly Thunder Sword technique is so mysterious that Gu Qingfeng has never been able to gain direct access to it until now. To this, Gu Qingfeng didn't pay much attention. He knew that his talent was not high and his understanding was not very strong. It was naturally not that simple to get started with such middle-level martial arts. In addition, this time, several middle-grade martial arts were also obtained from the Chu family and the Iron Bone Gang, but Gu Qingfeng had no idea of practicing these middle-grade martial arts for the time being. After all, martial arts is more important than mastery. He practiced other low-level martial arts before, mainly because it was difficult to improve in the original martial arts, so he only practiced other martial arts. But right now, I have no introduction to the Heavenly Thunder Sword technique, so it would be a bit greedy to practice other mid-level martial arts. In addition, Gu Qingfeng also passed on the complete Gu family fist to Meng Peng during this period. Not only that, Gu Qingfeng also passed on the Gu family fist to some guards who had joined the Gu family for a long time and were more loyal. With many mid-level martial arts in hand, Gu Qingfeng did not need to guard a Gu family fist. The most important thing is, the Gu family now needs a sufficient number of strong people. Otherwise, it is unreasonable that such a large Gu family only has Gu Qingfeng, who is in the half-step bone refining realm, and the rest are not in the blood refining realm. For this reason, Gu Qingfeng gave Meng Peng 10 blood refining pills to help him break through the blood refining realm. Most of the remaining blood refining pills were given to Gu Yang for cultivation by Gu Qingfeng to speed up his breakthrough in the blood refining realm. As for himself, he rarely took blood refining pills for cultivation. After entering the half-step bone refining realm, the effect of blood refining pills is limited. Besides, with the characteristics of the blazing sun palm, even if Gu Qingfeng doesn't take any pills, he can still be promoted to the bone refining realm. So, instead of wasting the blood refining pill and himself, it is better to use it to cultivate the Gu family's strong men. Among them, Gu Yang is Gu Qingfeng's main training target. Whether he can break through to a higher level depends largely on Gu Yang. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Meng Peng walked outside. I greet the head of the family. Gu Qingfeng looked at the aura on the other party, which was different from the past, and his eyes suddenly flashed. You broke through the blood refining realm. Chapter 31 Qin Family. I have to thank the patriarch for giving me the elixir, otherwise it would not be so easy for me to break through the blood refining realm. Meng Peng smiled. He had been stuck in the perfect skin refining realm for many years and had never been able to break through, not only because he did not have the corresponding skills, but also because it was difficult to break through the blood refining realm. After all, in terms of talent, Meng Peng was not strong. If he only had the complete Gu family fist and no blood refining pill to help, it would take Meng Peng a year or two to break through the blood refining realm. This is because Meng Peng himself has accumulated many years of experience. So, the blood refining pill played a great role in breaking through the blood refining realm. Gu Qingfeng nodded, it's good that you can break through the blood refining realm. What are the reactions of various forces now? Hearing this, the smile on Meng Peng's face disappeared, and his expression was a little ugly. So far, only a few small forces have sent people here. Big forces like the Qin family and Tianyun sect have never made any moves. Because the Qin family and Tianyun sect have not made any moves, other forces are also watching from the sidelines. In my opinion, this matter may not end well. The words have been spoken, but there are few responses. In Meng Peng's opinion, the Gu family is in a dilemma. Could it be possible? Can the Gu family really settle accounts with all the forces? Thinking of this, Meng Peng shook his head secretly. It's not that he doesn't believe in Gu Qingfeng's strength, but it's too difficult to fight against the entire Bai Shidao with his own strength. Hearing this, Gu Qingfeng's eyes flashed. If it doesn't end well, then don't end it. I have given them a chance. Since they don't cherish it, there is nothing to say. Hearing this, Meng Peng was shocked. Does the head of the family really intend to attack them? Why not? Gu Qingfeng glanced at Meng Peng, his face full of murderous intent. I gave them face, but they were unwilling to give face to the Gu family. There is nothing to say. The martial arts world speaks with fists. As long as they dare not listen to me, they think that my fist is not hard enough. Next, I will let them see whether the Gu family's fist is hard enough. Gu family lobby. Several people sat upright. When they saw Gu Qingfeng and Meng Peng coming, they all stood up and saluted in a hurry. Meet the head of the Gu family. Gu Qingfeng came to the main seat and sat down, smiling indifferently. No need to be polite, please sit down. Thank you, head of the Gu family. Everyone sat down. At this time, Gu Qingfeng's eyes swept over the people in front of him one by one, and the corresponding information also appeared in his mind. The Gu family has been staying in Beishi Road for many years, and they naturally have some understanding of the martial arts forces here. Zhou Family Martial Arts Hall Zhou Yuan. Sihai Gang Gu Xingai. Poison Hand Sect Old Man Baidu. Zizu Manor Murong Xiu. The first two are warriors who have perfected skin refining, and the latter two are half-step blood refining. Overall, the four forces are not big or small in Bai Shidao. Although there are no blood refining warriors, their foundation is not weak. When they were stared at by Gu Qingfeng, they all felt a great pressure coming, and the few thoughts in their hearts disappeared without a trace at this moment. At this moment, they understood. The strength of the head of the Gu family is probably 3 times more terrifying than the rumors. Gu Qingfeng said, I am very happy that you can come to Gu's house. Let's not waste any more time. I plan to unify Bai Shidao. If you agree, I can give you the opportunity to break through the blood refining. If you don't agree, you can leave now, but once you step out of the door of Gu's house, you and I will be enemies when we meet again. Gu Qingfeng didn't waste so much time, but went straight to the point and let everyone make a choice. The faces of the people from the 4 major forces changed, and they were obviously shocked by Gu Qingfeng's words. Although they came here with mental preparation, they still didn't expect that the other party would be so straightforward. After a while, the old man Baidu of the Poison Hand sect took the lead in bowing. The Poison Hand sect is willing to follow the lead of the Gu family in the future. The Zhou family martial arts school is also willing to follow the lead of the Gu family in the future. 4C's Gang. Purple Bamboo Manor. With the old man Baidu speaking first, the other three no longer hesitated and spoke directly to express their loyalty. The world is in chaos now, and Bai Shidao is not peaceful either. Even if they don't think the Gu family has the strength to unify the entire Bai Shidao, at least with a strong man like Gu Qingfeng in charge, the Gu family is destined to be not bad. If they can get close to the Gu family, it can be equivalent to getting a powerful force as a backer. Not to mention anything else. At least in the martial arts world, there will be more protection. Very good, you will be grateful for your choice today in the future. Now it seems that other forces are not planning to come. Since they are not coming, Gu will pay a visit. Gu Qingfeng's mouth curled up a cold and fierce look. His words let several people look stunned. Murongxiu asked cautiously, does the head of the Gu family really intend to take action against other forces? Gu never speaks nonsense. Gu Qingfeng's eyes were fierce. Hearing this, several people were shocked. At this moment, Gu Qingfeng gave the order to Meng Peng on the side, directly mobilized the Gu family guards, and headed towards the Qin family. Seeing this, Murongxiu and other powerful people could only bite the bullet and follow. They just bowed their heads to the Gu family. If they don't keep up, they will definitely be punished by the Gu family. Things have come to this. A few people can only walk down an alley until dark. When the Gu family takes action, the Qin family is the first to get the news. After learning that Gu Qingfeng led others to come straight to the Qin family, Qin Hongtang looked shocked and angry. He couldn't believe it. The Gu family really dared to attack the Qin family for no reason. Faintly, Qin Hongtang already felt a little regretful in his heart. But it was a matter of the Qin family's face. When the matter reached this point, Qin Hongtang could only maintain a tough attitude, mobilize all the Qin family warriors to assemble, and then go to the back mountain in person to invite the Qin family ancestors out. When Gu Qingfeng brought people to the Qin family was already ready. Qin Hongtang, the head of the Qin family, and the ancestor of the Qin family are all prominently listed. The head of the Gu family brought so many people to my Qin family. I don't know why. The ancestor of the Qin family spoke first. Gu Qingfeng glanced at the other party. Are you the ancestor of the Qin family? Although the person in front of him is old, his energy and blood are still strong. If you want to have this kind of energy and blood power, you must at least perfect the blood refining process, then the identity of the other party will naturally be revealed. Without waiting for the ancestor of the Qin family to answer, Gu Qingfeng looked at the rest of the Qin family with cold eyes, murderous look on his face. I will give you the Qin family a chance to surrender to my Gu family, otherwise, there will be no need for the Qin family to exist. Chapter 32, Destroying the Family. As soon as this statement came out, everyone in the Qin family was immediately furious. The ancestor of the Qin family also looked gloomy and his voice was full of evil. The head of the Gu family is young after all, so don't be too arrogant. The water in the world is not as simple as you think. My Qin family has been standing in the world for many years, and it's not like I have no foundation at all. You and I still have to pay attention to the principle of being harmonious and making money. If we really want to quarrel with each other, we may not be able to benefit from it. It's not that Gu is young, but that you are old. There is no such thing as harmony and wealth in the world. It only depends on whose fist is big enough. Gu Qingfeng laughed loudly and then took a step forward. The energy and blood in his body was like billowing smoke rising into the sky. Fist is power. Now that my fist, Gu Qingfeng, is big enough, I should set the rules in this world. I have given you the Qin family a chance. If you don't cherish it, then there is no need for the Qin family to exist." The words fell. Punch out! The fierce and domineering power shattered the air, and the terrible pressure made a thunderous explosion out of thin air, causing the ancestor of the Qin family to change his expression immediately. "How dare you, Shuzi!" The old man of the Qin family was furious, and powerful energy and blood emerged from his seemingly old body. The skin that was originally dry and sunken became plump and plump again at this moment. I saw his 2 fingers together, as powerful as a meteor, as fast as thunder and lightning, and the shadows of his fingers in the sky were dazzling. Every finger shadow contained the majestic power of breaking mountains and cracking rocks. This is the unique skill of the Qin family. Meteor-piercing cloud finger. However, as Gu Qingfeng punched out, there was only a click, and then the shadows of fingers in the sky disappeared. The ancestor of the Qin family showed a look of pain, and the fingers on his right hand had become strangely twisted. It can be seen that the phalanges of both fingers were directly shattered by this punch. In comparison, there were only some white marks left on Gu Qingfeng's fist, and there was no sign of breaking the defense at all. Then, Gu Qingfeng stepped forward again and struck out with Hunyuan with both palms. The fierce palm power contained a majestic and fiery aura, making the ancestor of the Qin family feel a wave of heat rushing towards his face. Under such attacks, the ancestor of the Qin family felt a long-lost fear in his heart. He wanted to ask for mercy, but it was too late. So, faced with Gu Qingfeng's fierce palm force, the ancestor of the Qin family could only use all his strength to resist forcefully. Boom! Both palms fell. The ancestor of the Qin family flew out instantly, and several Qin family disciples were hit. Their muscles were broken and fractured by the huge impact. They didn't even scream, and they died on the spot. When the ancestor of the Qin family landed on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood again, there was no sound. Everything happened in an instant, from Gu Qingfeng's attack to the death of the ancestor of the Qin family, it was just a few breaths away. By the time others reacted, the ancestor of the Qin family was already dead on the spot. This scene. Everyone's expressions changed. Ancestor of the Qin family. That is a strong man who has been famous in the world for many years. Although the other party has not personally taken action for a long time, its prestige has not diminished at all. However, in front of Gu Qingfeng, such a strong man couldn't hold on for a few rounds and was killed on the spot. Gu Qingfeng's strength shocked everyone. Especially the Sahai gang and others who followed behind them felt extremely happy in their hearts after seeing Gu Qingfeng's terrifying strength. Fortunately, they have already surrendered to the Gu family. Otherwise, if you really want to offend such a powerful person, the consequences can be imagined. Other side. Everyone in the Qin family looked sad, and many people were filled with fear in their hearts. The only strong man in the Qin family who had perfected blood refining died, and the strength of the Gu family was obviously beyond his ability to compete with. Just when Qin Hongtang was about to speak softly, Gu Qingfeng waved his hand and ordered coldly. "Kill, no one from the Qin family will be left alive today." The words fell. Meng Peng directly led the Gu family guards to kill the Qin family. Murongxiu and other forces who had surrendered to the Gu family did not dare to neglect, and hurriedly followed behind the Gu family to take action. Seeing this scene, Qin Hongtang's eyes were about to burst. "Gu Qingfeng, do you really want to drive out my Qin family and kill them all? I have already given you a chance. I, Gu Qingfeng, have made it clear that if I want to destroy your entire Qin family today, I will destroy your entire Qin family." Gu Qingfeng looked indifferent. As he spoke, he took a step forward and appeared directly in front of Qin Hongtang within a few feet. He suddenly printed out a palm, causing the Qin family head's face to change suddenly. Bang! Although Qin Hongtang tried his best to resist, he was only at the lower level of blood refining, and his strength was very different from Gu Qingfeng. His chest was dented by a palm bombardment as soon as he met him, and he was completely killed on the spot without even making a scream. Kill Qin Hongtang! Gu Qingfeng kept moving his hands and continued to kill the other Qin family warriors. In front of his half-step bone refining realm, the Qin family warriors were like paper. No one could block his move. All the Qin family warriors were killed on the spot under the palm of Liang God. Less than a quarter of an hour. All the blood refining realm warriors of the Qin family have been killed. The remaining warriors in the skin refining realm were also slaughtered by Meng Peng, the Sihai gang and other forces. After all, although the Sihai gang and other forces are not as good as the Qin family, their own background is not weak. At least at the level of skin refining, they still have many masters. Coupled with the leadership of Meng Peng, a new blood refiner, it will not be a problem to deal with the warriors of the Qin family. When the last warrior fell, Meng Peng came to Gu Qingfeng, clasped his fists and said, "Reporting to the head of the family, all the warriors of the Qin family have been killed." Hear the words. Gu Qingfeng glanced at him, his voice was indifferent and there was no emotion. "I want to destroy the entire Qin family. If you stop now, do you want to make me break my trust?" As soon as this statement came out, Meng Peng felt cold in his heart. Although Gu Qingfeng's tone was indifferent, he could smell the cold murderous intent in it. It was obvious that he was dissatisfied with him for stopping his actions at this moment. Immediately, Meng Peng did not dare to hesitate and raised his butcher knife towards the remaining Qin family members with a fierce look on his face. The head of the family is destined to kill every one of the Qin family. Give an order. The killings resume. Everyone in the Qin family screamed in agony, and some even cursed before they died. Gu Qingfeng, you must die a happy death. You act cruelly. Even if we are a ghost, we will not let you go. Listening to the Qin family's curse before their death, Gu Qingfeng looked indifferent, with no fluctuation in his expression. Cut off the roots. This is what you must do when traveling in the world. It's okay if you don't break up with the Qin family. Since you have fallen out with the Qin family, you have to make things right. Gu Qingfeng didn't hope that one day his soft-heartedness would bring him some unnecessary trouble. As for the so-called curse, Gu Qingfeng didn't care at all. This arena. Let's talk about fist strength. Chapter 33 Dividing the Qin family. The Qin family was massacred. Many people's faces were pale, and the smell of blood that hit their faces made people feel sick. When they looked at Gu Qingfeng, many people already had a bit of horror and fear in their eyes. Before that, the Iron Bone Gang and the Chu family were destroyed. Now the Qin family has been wiped out again. If the head of the Gu family doesn't take action, then he will kill everyone in the family. Such ruthless methods made them all feel frightened. After all, disputes and fights are common in the rivers and lakes. But the matter of exterminating a whole family is not done much. Mainly because it's easy to catch people's tongue. Anyone who lives in the world does not care about their reputation and face. If they really want to cause massacres, they will only bring trouble to themselves. However, these concerns seem to be completely non-existent in front of Gu Qingfeng. In the past, the Gu family kept a low profile and they didn't have a clear understanding of the Gu family, but the scene that happened in front of them completely overturned their understanding. At the same time, Gu Qingfeng was also labeled as someone not to be easily provoked. He kills people all over the house at every turn. Who can withstand this? Less than half a day. There is no one alive in the Qin family. Gu Qingfeng asked Meng Peng to ransack the Qin family's home, take everything back home, and then turned around and left. After a long time, only someone dared to cross the many corpses in front of Qin's house and then step into Qin's house. The huge Qin family fell into a dead silence, and the strong smell of blood filled the air. See this scene. Many people's faces turned pale again. It didn't take long. The news that the Qin family was destroyed spread. As soon as the news came out, the world was shaken. As a long-established family in Baishidao, the Qin family was destroyed in one fell swoop, which would naturally have a great impact. Especially when it became clear that it was Qingfeng who destroyed the Qin family, many forces secretly felt fear and regret. No one expected it. The Gu family actually dared to act like this. Once the 3 days are up, the Qin family will be wiped out directly. All the forces that originally wanted to make fun of the Gu family suddenly found themselves becoming the joke. For a while, many leaders of the forces were so frightened that they hurried to the Gu family, fearing that the Gu family's butcher knife would fall on their heads in 1 second at night. But there are also many forces who are very angry about the destruction of the Qin family, and they have united with each other to prepare to deal with the Gu family together. Tianyun sect. The news of the destruction of the Qin family reached Yun Tianxing immediately. After the Tianyun sect leader learned about this, his face suddenly turned pale. The Qin family was destroyed. Yun Tianxing looked at the sect warrior in front of him and couldn't help but confirm again. The man nodded, with a look of fear on his face, as if he had thought of something terrible. Yes, the Qin family has been destroyed. The ancestor of the Qin family was killed by Gu Qingfeng with several moves. The head of the Qin family, Qin Hongtang, died. Now the entire Qin family has been slaughtered by the Gu family, leaving no chickens or dogs behind. Damn! Yun Tianxing's expression changed drastically. He also didn't expect that Gu Qingfeng would act so ruthlessly, and he would directly kill the Qin family without caring about the reactions of all parties in the world. The great foundation of the Qin family was in vain. Such a result naturally made Yun Tianxing feel frightened. Immediately, Yun Tianxing informed Yun Chongkong of this news. When the latter learned the news, his expression also changed. He did not expect that the Qin family would be exterminated directly. After a while, Yun Chongkong sneered, "Okay, the Gu family is going to annihilate themselves from Baishidao. This is the opportunity for our Tianyun sect to rise. Now that the Iron Bone Gang and the Qin family have been destroyed, as long as the Gu family is eliminated, our Tianyun sect will become the Baishidao. The biggest force. Gu Qingfeng is a powerful person. Is the Supreme Elder confident of dealing with him?" Yun Tianxing looked worried. Yun Chongkong said, "No matter how strong Gu Qingfeng is, he is only in the blood refining realm. If he has not broken through the bone refining realm, it will still be nothing. Besides, what if he steps into the bone refining realm? Although bone refining realm warriors are powerful, they are not completely immortal. Now that the Qin family has been destroyed and many forces in the world are in danger, our Tianyun sect can use this as an excuse to directly unite with these forces in the world to deal with the Gu family. As long as there are enough people among us, even a pile can kill Gu Qingfeng." The Qin family was destroyed. Although Yun Chongkong was shocked at first, he soon understood that this was Tianyun sect's opportunity. So what if they are bone refining realm warriors? As long as there are enough people, they can still pile up the bone refining realm warriors to death. Say it again. It is still unclear whether Gu Qingfeng has entered the bone refining realm. If the opponent is only at the blood refining realm or half-stepped into bone refining, it will be easier to deal with. If Gu Qingfeng didn't destroy the Qin family, it would not be so easy for the Tianyun sect to integrate all the forces. After all, until the critical moment, the world of Baishi Road is still a mess. But now that the Qin family has been destroyed, many forces feel threatened. At this time, as long as Tianyun sect takes the lead, it will be easy to integrate a force. Just destroy the Gu family. Tianyun sect is bound to rise. Yun Chongkong's words also made Yun Tianxing's eyes light up. Good. This is indeed an opportunity for Tianyun sect to rise. Just now he was shocked by the news of the Qin family's demise, but he didn't think of this level. Master, you can contact all forces immediately and then deal with the Gu family together. Okay. Gu family lobby. Gu Qingfeng sat in the main seat, and the rest were Meng Peng, Gu Yang, and several leaders of the Zizhu manor. Unlike before, Murongxiu and others were sitting upright now, and when they looked at the people in the main seat, their faces were full of awe. Suppress the ancestor of the Qin family. Kill Qin Hongtang, the head of the Qin family. Gu Qingfeng showed enough strength with his amazing record. Such terrible strength is something they cannot contend with. Gu Qingfeng said, the Qin family has been rampant in Bai Shidao for many years, and has many industries under its umbrella. The Gu family now has limited manpower, so the four families will arrange the manpower to take over the Qin family's industries. But I have a request. All the future profits of all the Qin family's industries must be handed over to my Gu family, and the remaining 50% belongs to each of you. In addition, 30% of the profits of all your original industries must also be handed over regularly every year. No problem. Everything is up to the orders of the head of the Gu family. Murongxiu and others were all overjoyed, and hurriedly clasped their fists and said, the Qin family has many industries, even some of which are not comparable to their own forces. If they can swallow these industries, it will be enough to greatly increase their own strength. Even if they can only take 50% of these industries, and 30% of the original industries in their hands must be handed over to the Gu family, if they calculate carefully, it is still a sure win. So, there is no reason for them to refuse. Chapter 34 Gu is here today. The Qin family was destroyed. The outside world is turbulent. Only the Gu family was quiet. Some forces were afraid of Gu Qingfeng's ruthless methods and hurriedly came to pay their respects not long after the Qin family was destroyed. To this, Gu Qingfeng didn't really drive these people away. After all, it would not do much good to him if he really wanted to slaughter all the forces in the Bai Shidao arena. At nightfall, Meng Peng came in a hurry. Master, there is news from the outside world that the Tianyun sect wants to unite all major forces to deal with the Gu family. Tianyun sect. Gu Qingfeng's eyes were slightly cold. I haven't gone to trouble them yet, but they are here to die. Since Tianyun sect wants to die, then I will help them. What does the head of the family plan to do? The Qin family has been destroyed, so it doesn't matter if one more Tianyun sect is destroyed. Suppress all the voices of resistance, and the only thing left will naturally be surrender. Gu Qingfeng looked indifferent. In his heart, he had already sentenced Tianyun sect to death. Originally, Gu Qingfeng had the idea of taking action against Tianyun sect. It's just that the Qin family has just been destroyed, and there are some things that need to be dealt with, so there is no free hands for the time being. In addition, Gu Qingfeng also wanted to give Tianyun sect a chance. It would be great if Tianyun sect could surrender to the Gu family. After all, the strength of Tianyun sect is not weak. There is a strong man who has perfected the blood refining realm. If he can conquer it, it will definitely make the Gu family's strength even further. But now, Gu Qingfeng no longer planned to waste time. Tianyun sect is seeking death. Then he will fulfill the other party's needs. Subsequently, Gu Qingfeng looked at the person in front of him and asked calmly, what is the specific situation at Tianyun sect? Yun Tianxing is currently uniting all parties to prepare for a demon-slaying conference to be held in Tianyun sect 3 days later with the intention of dealing with my Gu family. 3 days later, Gu Qingfeng nodded slightly, and then asked Meng Peng to step back. Not long after Meng Peng retreated, a fragrant breeze filled his nostrils. Gu Qingfeng looked up and saw Su Yulan walking in slowly. See this? He just stood up and supported the other party. It's late at night. Madam, if you don't have a good rest, what are you doing here? While talking, Gu Qingfeng looked at the protruding belly, and his expression became a little gentler. With his current keen sense, he can certainly feel the faint life in his belly. Su Yulan stroked her belly and said softly, I heard during the day that you destroyed the Qin family. The Qin family has vowed to fight against my Gu family, so I will have no choice but to destroy them. I will not allow any potential threat to the Gu family." When he heard these words, Gu Qingfeng's expression turned slightly cold, but he quickly returned to normal. Su Yulan shook her head slightly. The Qin family is powerful and has a good reputation in the world over the years. If you destroy the Qin family, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble in the future. Trouble? Gu Qingfeng smiled confidently, exuding a somewhat heavy aura. Strength speaks for itself in the world. Only the weak are afraid of trouble. Why should the strong be afraid of this? Today I will destroy the Qin family. If anyone is dissatisfied, I will just destroy them tomorrow. Listening to Gu Qingfeng's domineering words and the other person's angular face, Su Yulan was a little crazy for a while. When she married Gu Qingfeng, she had the idea of repaying her kindness. But as they got along, Su Yulan discovered that there were many indescribable and charming things about Gu Qingfeng. Especially at this moment, he was so domineering that she could not help but be immersed in it. This time, Gu Qingfeng's aura suddenly subsided, and his voice became softer. "Okay, you don't need to worry about these things. I will solve the Gu family's problems. You just need to worry about raising your baby." 3 days later, Qidian sect held a grand banquet. Many forces were invited, and many powerful people gathered here. When Yun Tianxing arrived, many people stood up to greet him. "I've met sect leader Yun. Sect master Yun is here." To this, Yun Tianxing nodded every time, with a smile on his face. When he came to the front of the banquet and looked at the powerful men from all forces in front of him, Yun Tianxing felt heroic in his chest. Just deal with the Gu family. Tianyun sect is the overlord of Beishi Dao. Like today's grand occasion, it should continue into the future. Yun is very pleased that you all can come here, and I would like to thank you all for selling me the favor of Tianyun sect. Yun Tianxing spoke slowly, and the many noisy voices gradually stopped. Subsequently, his face was solemn and his voice became much higher. In the past, the Chu family and the Iron Bone gang were wiped out for no reason. Later, the Qin family was exterminated. Gu Qingfeng's behavior has become evil. Such evil behavior is something that people of our generation will never tolerate. The Qin family was destroyed this time, so in the future, it may be our Tianyun sect, or it may be all of you here. Therefore, the Gu family must put an end to such evil practices. Today Yun called everyone here to discuss how to deal with Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng acted cruelly and inhumanely, so he deserves to be killed. Yes, with such ruthless methods, he must be someone from the devil's path. Before the Gu family came, my Beishi Dao was peaceful. After the Gu family came, they made a lot of noise. If they can destroy the Qin family today, they can attack us tomorrow, so the Gu family must not be left. Destroy the Gu family! Destroy the Gu family! For a while, the crowd was excited. Yun Tianxing looked at the scene in front of him, and a satisfied look suddenly appeared in the depths of his eyes. As long as everyone's emotions were mobilized, it would be much easier to deal with the Gu family. At this moment, there was a noisy sound outside the gate of Tianyun sect, and then a black shadow broke through the air and instantly fell on a table. The violent sound made many people change their faces. Who dares to cause trouble in my Tianyun sect? Yun Tianxing was furious, but when he saw the middle-aged man in green, his face suddenly changed. Gu Qingfeng. Although he had not met Shen Gu Qingfeng, he had seen many portraits of the other party, so naturally he was not unfamiliar. When the others heard Gu Qingfeng's words, their expressions also changed. No one expected that when they were discussing how to deal with the Gu family, the head of the Gu family would come alone. Gu Qingfeng stood with his hands behind his back, and his indifferent eyes swept across the people present, and finally fell on Yun Tianxing. Why do you have to go through so much trouble to deal with Gu? I am here today. Anyone who wants to take action can come, and I will accompany you to the end." These words made everyone's faces change again. Immediately, someone couldn't help but shout angrily, "Gu Qingfeng, don't be so arrogant, I will meet you." As soon as the voice fell, an old man came out of the crowd. His movements were as agile as a monkey, and he was bullying in an instant, and the sharp wind hit Gu Qingfeng's face. Gu Qingfeng's expression remained unchanged. He suddenly threw a punch, hitting the opponent's palm as if he was the last one to arrive. The powerful force broke his bones, and the white bones pierced through the flesh from his elbow. The severe pain made the opponent scream. The next moment, Gu Qingfeng flicked his fingers and a strong wind broke through the air. The old man's head exploded instantly, and the scream stopped abruptly. Chapter 35 Yun Chongkong, Die. "That's Mr. Shen Tonghai, the eight-armed monkey." Hiss. When they saw Gu Qingfeng killing Shen Tonghai with the power of thunder, many people were filled with horror. Eight-armed ape Shen Tonghai. The other party is also a famous warrior in the world. Although the opponent is not a top expert, he has been in the intermediate level of blood refining for many years, but now he can't stop Gu Qingfeng from taking a breath. Such strength! It's quite shocking. Yun Tianxing also shrank his pupils, and immediately his face became furious. "Gu Qingfeng, how dare you kill someone here?" Gu Qingfeng smiled disdainfully. "Aren't you gathered here just to kill me? Now what's the problem if I kill you? Could it be that when you want to kill me, I can only kill you with my neck?" As soon as this statement came out, Yun Tianxing's eyes were gloomy. "First you destroyed the Qin family, and now you killed Mr. Shen in public. How could Yun let you leave the Tianyun sect alive?" Having said this, Yun Tianxing looked at the others. "Today, I ask you to join forces with me to suppress this demon. Yun Tianxing, if you want to take action, why bother calling others together? Let me see the strength of you, the leader of Tianyun sect." Before Yun Tianxing could finish his words, Gu Qingfeng directly interrupted the other party's words. His powerful energy and blood exploded, and he pushed his palm towards Yun Tianxing. A terrifying and hot wave swept over him, making the latter's expression pale. Sudden changes. Immediately, Yun Tianxing stimulated his own energy and blood, and his physical body seemed to become as pure as jade. Then the sharp sword beside him was unsheathed, and the white sword cut through the air. The shadow of the sword was dazzling, and it was almost difficult to determine whether it was true or false. Tianyun Body Refining Technique. Tianyun Sword Ju. These are the two great secrets of Tianyun sect. Yun Tianxing, the master of a sect, naturally masters these two great skills. Everyone else's expressions were shocked when they saw this scene, especially the sharp sword energy, which could make their skin hurt even if they were several feet away. However, when Gu Qingfeng pushed forward with his palm, all the sword shadows suddenly dissipated, and a sharp sword was caught in his hand. The middle-level magic weapon that could cut iron like mud could not break through the defense of his palm. Immediately afterwards, Gu Qingfeng squeezed hard with his 5 fingers, and the long sword broke into pieces with a mournful cry. Powerful power came from the sword body, causing Yun Tianxing's tiger's mouth to crack, causing his expression to change again. "Go!" Gu Qingfeng flicked his hand, and several pieces of iron sliced through the air, instantly breaking through Yun Tianxing's physical defense, and several flowers of blood bloomed on the opponent's body. Immediately afterwards, he took another step forward, and his big hand came down to suppress the opponent. The terrifying power made Yun Tianxing look frightened. "Stop!" There was an angry voice, but Gu Qingfeng ignored it. His big hand fell on Yun Tianxing's body, breaking the bones of the opponent's blocking arms into several sections, and the remaining force was imprinted on the opponent's chest, instantly making his chest was sunken, his body fell heavily to the ground, and he died instantly. "You are looking for death." Yun Chongkong was furious, and his abundant energy and blood erupted into smoke. The long sword in his hand stabbed at Gu Qingfeng's back with a cold light. As if he had been aware of it for a long time, the latter suddenly turned around and with a flick of his finger swung away the stabbing sword edge. Another palm struck Yun Changkong's middle door, and the scorching energy and blood palm force caused a wave of energy in front of the opponent. The only way to change is to turn around and resist. From Gu Qingfeng's action to Yun Tianxing's defeat, and then to Yun Changkong's action, everything happened in an instant. It wasn't until Gu Qingfeng and Yun Changkong fought together that the others reacted. Looking at Yun Tianxing, whose chest was sunken on the ground and who had long since died, most of the people looked pale. Yun Tianxing's strength ranks among the top 3 among all the warriors present. Such a strong person. However, Gu Qingfeng killed him on the spot as soon as he saw him. The latter's strength horrified them. But some people who had witnessed Gu Qingfeng kill the ancestor of the Qin family were not much shocked by this. After all, the ancestors of the Qin family were killed by Gu Qingfeng with the force of thunder, let alone a Yun Tianxing. Right now, everyone's eyes fell on the scene. I saw that Gu Qingfeng and Yun Tianxing were both surrounded by billowing blood, and they couldn't see clearly what was going on inside. Occasionally, they could only see sword light and heat waves. This kind of hot energy and blood power makes people think of something. Fire Sun Divine Palm. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Gu Qingfeng practices the Fierce Sun Divine Palm. It is said that if you practice the Liang Palm to an advanced level, you can develop the strength of the Liang Palm, and your energy and blood will be as hot as flames. Unexpectedly, Gu Qingfeng not only obtained the Liang Divine Palm, but also in a short period of time, this secret skill has been cultivated to such a high level. A veteran strong man said with a horrified expression as if he had thought of something. At that time, Liang Zhenren was very famous, and the Liang Divine Palm he created was also famous in the world. Although not many people knew about the characteristics of this kind of martial arts, there were definitely many. After hearing what the other party said, the expressions of the others changed again. How long has it been since Gu Qingfeng obtained the palm of the Fierce Sun? It has only been 3 years. 3 years. The other party has cultivated this unique skill to such a high level. Such talent. They all felt horrified. At this moment, the battle in the field has changed. The blood and energy are surging, and it seems to gather together and turn into a raging flame. Then the long sword hums and a figure flies out. The winner? Seeing this scene, everyone looked at the figure flying out, wanting to see who was defeated. When they saw the identity of the loser, their faces turned pale again. Yun Changkong. The current Tianyun sect's Grand Elder had a burnt palm print on his chest and blood in his mouth and nose. Ahem! Yun Changkong barely got up from the ground and looked at Gu Qingfeng with fear in his eyes. The Fiery Sun Palm. I didn't expect you to practice the Fiery Sun Palm to such a level. Puff! Yun Changkong didn't finish his words, and spit out another mouthful of blood. The whole person fell heavily without a sound. That palm just now. His internal organs have been shattered. It was only because of the powerful vitality of the perfect blood refining realm that he did not die immediately. As Yun Changkong fell, Gu Qingfeng was still in his green shirt, without any scars on his body. He glanced at the corpse on the ground indifferently, and then looked at the others. Is there anyone else who wants to take action? The voice fell. The whole audience was silent. No one dared to speak. As the leader of the Tianyun sect, the sect master and the supreme elder had already died. If they took action, they would probably end up like this. The remaining Tianyun sect elders dared not speak. Chapter 36, Letter of Submission. I'll give you another chance. Swear to submit to my Gu family now, otherwise, everyone present today will die. Gu Qingfeng's tiger eyes were full of majesty, and the powerful aura of the half-step bone refining realm emanated from his body, which made the faces of everyone in the audience change again and again. Immediately, Someone took the lead in kneeling down, and said with a flattering face, "I have long admired the reputation of the head of the Gu family. It is my honor to serve the Gu family now." One person knelt down. Soon the second and third people bowed their heads and surrendered. Yun Chongkong was dead. What could they do to deal with Gu Qingfeng? Let's take a step back. Even if everyone present rushed forward and could kill the other party, how much would their side have to pay? No one could guarantee whether they would become one of the many sacrificed people. Once they fell here, they would be making wedding clothes for others. Moreover, Gu Qingfeng's current strength is unfathomable, and it is impossible to see where the opponent's limit is. I am afraid that everyone together will not be enough for the other party to kill. If Gu Qingfeng showed some signs of fatigue, someone might have taken action. But now, Gu Qingfeng used thunderous means to kill Yun Tianxing and Yun Chongkong, which completely disintegrated the only will of these people. Surrender. It is the only way. If you don't surrender, you will die. No one would doubt whether Gu Qingfeng would kill ruthlessly. The Taigu gang in front and the Qin family behind already showed that this person's methods were ruthless. Looking at the surrender of everyone and the anger of the disciples and elders of Tianyun sect, Gu Qingfeng smiled slightly. Since you surrender to me, then show enough sincerity and destroy Tianyun sect, which is your token of surrender. As soon as these words came out, many people were stunned. The faces of the people of Tianyun sect also changed drastically. An elder shouted angrily, "Gu Qingfeng, do you really want to kill us all?" Before the elder finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. When he looked down, a bright blood-red sword tip appeared in his sight. Puff! The long sword was pulled out from behind. The elder of Tianyun sect fell down with a face full of unwillingness. The person who attacked was Sheng Guanrong, the leader of Qidian sect, who was the first to kneel down and surrender. The opponent was a mid-level blood-refining warrior, and he suddenly attacked. The elder of Tianyun sect had no chance to resist. Sheng Guanrong killed the opponent with a sword. His expression was cold and fierce, and he looked at the remaining Tianyun sect warriors with murderous eyes. The Tianyun sect has evil ambitions and wants to stir up all forces in the martial arts world to harm the Gu family. I, the Qidian sect, will be the first to disagree. Today, I will destroy your Tianyun sect and vent the anger of the Gu family. When Sheng Guanrong finished speaking, his figure was like a ghost, and the cold light of his long sword broke through the air. In an instant, he had killed many warriors of the Tianyun sect. This scene made everyone else look stunned. Obviously, they did not expect Sheng Guanrong to be so shameless and turn against his side so easily. But soon, when the others saw Gu Qingfeng's cold eyes, they also reacted suddenly and rushed towards the other people of the Tianyun sect. In an instant, everyone in the Tianyun sect was shocked and angry. The various forces that should have been invited to deal with Gu Qingfeng together have now become the death warrant of the Tianyun sect. Without Yun Tianxing and Yun Chongkong, the Tianyun sect had no strength to compete with the various parties. In less than a moment, the entire Tianyun sect was slaughtered. Sheng Guanrong, with his long sword stained with blood, came to Gu Qingfeng with a flattering face. "Master Gu, Tianyun sect has been destroyed. Okay, you did a good job on this matter." Gu Qingfeng nodded slightly. Although Sheng Guanrong in front of him looked shameless and a fence-sitter, Gu Qingfeng didn't care about it. It doesn't matter if he is a fence-sitter, as long as he can be used by himself. With such a person working for him, it will be much easier for the Gu family to conquer the entire Bai Shidao. As for whether Qidianmen will betray him in the future, this is not within Gu Qingfeng's consideration. If Qidianmen wants to betray, then destroy it. Afterwards, Gu Qingfeng said, "Take your people to collect all the resources of Tianyun sect and send them to the Gu family." "No problem, Qidianmen will definitely handle this matter." Sheng Guanrong patted his chest and promised, not caring about the contemptuous eyes of others. In his opinion, face is worthless. The strength Gu Qingfeng showed was enough to show how strong the opponent was. More importantly, he was young enough. Judging from his appearance, he was only in his early 30s at best. At this age, he had already entered the half-step bone refining realm. If there were no problems in the future, it would be inevitable to break through the limit of the blood refining realm and break through the bone refining realm. Even breaking through the level above the bone refining is not impossible. Following such a strong man, there are only benefits and no harm for the Red Sword sect. He who knows the times is a hero. Shang Guanrong regarded this as a golden saying. Gu Qingfeng left. He did not stay in the Tianyun sect for long. But not long after he left, the news that the Tianyun sect was destroyed also spread. In an instant, the world was in an uproar. Before, the Qin family of the Iron Bone Gang was destroyed, and now the Tianyun sect is following suit. The only three forces in Bai Shidao that have perfect blood refining have all been destroyed by the Gu family. With the surrender of the Red Sword sect and other forces, the Gu family has already become the dominant force in Bai Shidao. The next day, Shang Guanrong sent all the resources of Tianyun sect to the Gu family intact. Then, Gu Qingfeng recruited warriors and formed the Gu family guards, and there was an endless stream of responses. In just less than half a month, there were more than 300 warriors who joined the Gu family. Among these people, the weakest ones were in the middle stage of skin refining. As for the initial stage of skin refining, they were not qualified to join the Gu family at all. In addition, even warriors in the blood refining realm have joined the Gu family. In the past, warriors in the blood refining realm had a high status in the world. They either established their own forces or acted as idle clouds and wild cranes. It was rare for them to join other forces. But now it is different. The Gu family has suppressed Bai Shidao and has become the dominant force in Bai Shidao in just a few years. Gu Qingfeng, the head of the Gu family, has a profound and unfathomable cultivation. In today's chaotic world, if you can rely on a big force, you will have the capital to settle down, so now the Gu family has become a favorite in the eyes of many warriors. What's more, the treatment given by the Gu family is also particularly generous. This is also because after destroying the top forces such as the Qin family, and other forces surrendered, the Gu family's foundation has increased rapidly in a short period of time. In the following period of time, the warriors of the Gu family swept across the entire Baishi road. All the voices of disloyalty were completely dissipated in the face of absolute strength. Chapter 37, Harboring Evil Intentions. Report to the head of the family, a total of 136 forces in Bai Shidao have surrendered. In the lobby of the Gu family, Meng Peng said in a deep voice. At the same time, he looked at Gu Qingfeng with admiration. Meng Peng joined the Gu family at the beginning and witnessed the rise of the Gu family step by step. He never thought that Gu Qingfeng could make the Gu family grow into a giant in just a few years. Well, let everyone pay attention to the news of Guangyang Prefecture and Taishan County, and also pay close attention to Danyang County. Gu Qingfeng said lightly. The world can be big or small. In a big way, the world covers the world, and in a small way, a gang or a faction is also the world. Although the Gu family unified the entire Bai Shidao, it was only the Bai Shidao. Bai Shidao is just a part of Guangyang Prefecture, and above Guangyang Prefecture is Taishan County, and above Taishan County is the huge King Yunzhou. In this regard, Gu Qingfeng will not be proud and complacent. If the Taigu gang hadn't wanted to attack the Gu family, Gu Qingfeng wouldn't have acted so high profile. But at this point, it was impossible for the Gu family to retreat. Unify Bai Shidao. It is bound to attract the attention of other forces. What can be done now is to deal with it as soon as possible. Meng Peng nodded, and then said, should we go to the court to say hello? Don't worry about it. The Taixuan dynasty is busy with its own affairs. When the Qin family and other forces were there, the court had nothing to do with the martial arts world. Gu Qingfeng waved his hand and had no intention of meeting the court. Bai Shidao is different from Lingxian. The martial arts world in Lingxian is weak, so it naturally depends on the face of the court. But the martial arts world in Bai Shidao is much stronger. Unless it is necessary, the court does not want to have anything to do with the forces in the martial arts world. Especially now that rebels are everywhere, the Taixuan dynasty has no intention of provoking all parties. In the final analysis, as long as the Jianghe forces do not threaten the foundation of the court and do not directly rebel, the court will turn a blind eye. In this regard, Gu Qingfeng naturally has no intention of causing trouble for himself. Then, he took out another piece of paper and handed it to Meng Peng. Collect the medicinal materials required above with all your strength. I will be of great use for this matter. Yes. Meng Peng took a look at the medicinal materials recorded on it. He had never even heard of some of the names, but this was not a big problem. If the power of the entire Bai Shidao was really mobilized, it would be easy to find these medicinal materials. Then, Gu Qingfeng asked Meng Peng to withdraw. Most of the medicinal materials he asked Meng Peng to collect were what was needed to prepare the bone-forging soup. The recipe for the bone-forging soup was what Gu Qingfeng found from the Qin family after destroying the Qin family. The bone-forging soup has only one function. That is to speed up the pace of the blood-refining warriors to break through the bone-refining realm. Gu Qingfeng is now half-step into the bone-refining realm. With the characteristics of the fiery sun palm, he will be able to gradually break through the bone-refining realm later. However, letting the fiery sun palm break through on its own is too slow after all. Gu Qingfeng needs to break through faster. Half-step bone-refining realm seems to be almost the same as bone-refining realm, but the gap between them must be quite large. The Gu family has now unified the entire Bai Shidao, and it is possible that they will be noticed by other forces. At this time, only a strong enough strength can truly solve all the troubles. Therefore, bone-refining soup is indispensable. Of course, there is also a small part of the medicinal materials that Gu Qingfeng asked Meng Peng to collect, which are what the warriors in the skin-refining realm need to break through the blood-refining realm, and for the warriors in the blood-refining realm to practice themselves. If the Gu family wants to grow stronger, they must have enough strong people in charge. In the past, the Gu family was weak, and it was not easy to collect these things, but now that the power of the entire Bai Shidao has been mobilized, it is different. Time passes. It has been more than a month since the Gu family unified Bai Shidao. On this day, the Gu family was under martial law. Gu Qingfeng was pacing back and forth in front of the bedroom, listening to the noise coming from inside, and his face was a little anxious from time to time. It was very simple. Because Su Yulan was about to give birth. Even though Gu Qingfeng had the experience of being a father once, he still felt nervous. Gu Yang said on the side, "Father, don't worry, mother is lucky, there will be no problem." Su Yulan is Gu Qingfeng's current wife, so he naturally has to call her mother. Gu Qingfeng nodded slightly, "I hope so. In addition, you take people to deal with the problems of the Gu family and don't let anyone disturb Yulan's delivery. Child understands." Gu Yang retreated and, according to Gu Qingfeng's instructions, led a part of the Gu family guards to impose martial law on all sides. At this time, someone whispered, "Young master, are we really going to do this?" "What do you mean?" Gu Yang looked at the person in front of him, frowning slightly. He recognized the other person's identity. He was a guard who had joined the Gu family for many years, named Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan looked towards the inner courtyard, his eyes flickering slightly. The young master is not the wife's child after all. Now, judging from the situation of the head of the family, it seems that he is quite fond of the wife. If the wife really wants to leave the young master, he may threaten the young master's position in the future. In my opinion, it is better for us to. Lu Yuan gestured with his hands, and his face became fierce. Gu Yang's expression did not change, and he looked at the other person straight. Who asked you to say these words? These words are from the bottom of my heart. In the past few years, there is no one who is dissatisfied with the fact that the young master has been in charge of family affairs. I am doing this for your consideration. Before Lu Yuan finished speaking, Gu Yang suddenly took action and broke his neck to death. Lu Yuan's eyes widened, as if he didn't expect it at all. Kill Lu Yuan. Gu Yang immediately called the others. Come here, drag the body down, and then investigate this person's identity to see if there is anyone behind him who wants to harm my Gu family. Subordinates take orders. After hearing the news, several guards who came to see Lu Yuan's body were stunned for a moment, then hurriedly took orders, and then dragged the body down. Get rid of Lu Yuan. Gu Yang didn't have much fluctuation in his heart. Although he is not very old, his hands have already been stained with blood over the years he has been in charge of the Gu family. Killing someone is nothing. Get rid of Lu Yuan. Gu Yang looked toward the inner courtyard with a calm expression. Lu Yuan's words did not worry Gu Yang at all. The position of the young master of the Gu family belongs to him and only him. In this regard, Gu Yang is absolutely confident. Don't say anything else. It has only been 6 or 7 years since he entered the martial arts, and he has already reached the perfection of skin refining. After a period of further polishing, it is a sure thing to break through to the blood refining realm. With such talent, Gu Yang is not worried about anyone who can shake his position. Lu Yuan's move seemed to be for his own good, but in fact it contained evil intentions. This was the reason why Gu Yang directly killed him. Chapter 38 Changes in the Information Panel. The Cry of a Baby. And the Information Refresh of the Information Panel. Gu Qingfeng's originally worried heart was completely relieved. Your second child is born. Your third child is born. 2 pieces of information. Explained many things. Just then, the closed door opened, and Po Wen, who delivered the baby, said, Congratulations, Master Gu, Madam has given birth to twins. Mother and child are safe. Okay, everyone responsible for delivering the baby this time will be rewarded with 100 taels of silver. You can follow Meng Peng down to receive the reward. Gu Qingfeng waved his hand, and Wang Po, who was delivering the baby, and everyone else in the room all looked overjoyed when they heard this. Thank you, Master Gu. 100 taels of silver. Even if they don't eat or drink for 10 years, they may not be able to earn it. Nowadays, Gu Qingfeng's generous reward has made everyone happy. To this, Gu Qingfeng didn't care either. With the Gu family's current wealth, casually giving him a few thousand taels of silver would be nothing more than a minor problem. When everyone went down to receive the reward, Gu Qingfeng also walked into the room and saw Su Yulan lying weakly on the bed, next to her 2 newborn children. Thank you for your hard work, ma'am. Gu Qingfeng took 3 steps and took 2 steps forward. Looking at the weak-looking Karen, his face showed distress. Hear the words. A smile appeared on Su Yulan's bloodless face. These are what I should do. Now that 2 children are born, my husband would like to give them names. I've thought about it. Gu Qingfeng looked at the 2 children in front of him, pondered for a moment, and then said. The older one will be named Gu Xian. The little boy's name is Gu Xiu. As Gu Qingfeng finished speaking, text appeared on the information panel again. Your second heir was named Gu Xian. Your third heir is named Gu Xiu. Subsequently, Gu Qingfeng looked at the weak Su Yulan and immediately asked someone to stew the supplements to restore Su Yulan's strength. The news that the head of the Gu family had 2 more children spread quickly. For a while, there is also an endless stream of people coming to congratulate him. The Gu family is now Bai Shi Dao's heaven, and many forces are naturally rushing to sell it well. Gu Qingfeng was also in a good mood and received all visitors in person. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. Gu Qingfeng specially set up a full moon banquet and invited all parties to come. At the same time, the information panel is refreshed with text again. Your heir Gu Xian is 1 month old. Your heir Gu Xiu is 1 month old. Ever since his 2 children were born, Gu Qingfeng has noticed that the information panel seems a little different. In the past, text would only appear on the information panel when you received a reward. For example, Gu Yang was born, and Gu Yang broke through the realm, etc. But now, in the information panel, text appears frequently. These words have nothing to do with rewards, but a growth record of one's own children. To this, Gu Qingfeng had some ideas in his mind. But these are secondary. What he wants to see is whether the 2 children can bring certain benefits to him if they embark on martial arts practice in the future. The full moon party is over. The Gu family has returned to calm. Gu Yang still handles the affairs of the Gu family, and Gu Qingfeng spends most of his time practicing in seclusion. Although Liang Divine Palm is willing, he now has a lot of middle-grade martial arts in his hands. Before breaking through to the bone refining realm, Gu Qingfeng must practice as many middle-grade martial arts as possible to improve his foundation. At the same time, Gu Qingfeng also took time to teach Gu Yang how to practice. Gu Yang's talent is very strong, and with the blood refining pill as an auxiliary training, it won't take long for the opponent to break through to the blood refining realm. Once Gu Yang breaks through the blood refining realm, the rewards he will receive will be extremely generous. Then there is. Gu Qingfeng also collected many precious medicinal materials to cut the marrow for Gu Xian and Gu Xiu, gradually laying a solid foundation since childhood. Each time the I Ching is completed, the marrow is cut. Text appears in the information panel. Your heir Gu Xian has completed a I Ching marrow cutting, and his bones have been slightly improved. Your heir Gu Xian has completed a I Ching marrow cutting, and his bones have been slightly improved. Your heir Gu Xian has completed a I Ching marrow cutting, and his bones have been slightly improved. Your heir Gu Xian has completed a I Ching marrow cutting, and his bones have been slightly improved. Your heir Gu Xian completed a I Ching marrow cutting, and his bones have been significantly improved. Your heir Gu Xian completed a I Ching marrow cutting, and his bones have been significantly improved. Your heir Gu Yang has gained enlightenment by practicing Gu family Chuan, and his strength has improved slightly. For several months, the information panel occasionally refreshed with text, which Gu Qingfeng was not surprised by. But this time, Gu Yang's changes also appeared in the information panel, making Gu Qingfeng's expression slightly change. Really? Since Xianer and Xiu'er were born, the information panel has indeed changed differently from the past. These changes are much more flexible than before. The previous information panel simply recorded rewards and did not have much effect. But now the information panel can update the changes of his offspring in real time, so that he can always know the situation of Gu Yang and others, which naturally makes Gu Qingfeng feel satisfied. Just then, Meng Peng walked in from outside. I greet the master. What's the matter? The Red Sword sect has received news that the 1000-year-old ginseng king that the master is looking for has been found, and now the Red Sword sect's master Shang Guanrong is waiting outside. Meng Peng's words made Gu Qingfeng's eyes light up. Let him in. Yes. Not long after Meng Peng retreated, he saw him leading a group of people here. Shang Guanrong bowed down the moment he saw Gu Qingfeng. Shang Guanrong greets Master Gu. Master Shang Guan, there is no need to be polite. I heard that the Red Sword sect found the 1000-year ginseng king. Is this true? Yes, a few days ago, a disciple of my Red Sword sect accidentally found the 1000-year ginseng king. After I learned the news, I immediately brought the ginseng king to Master Gu. While Shang Guanrong was speaking, he untied the bag behind him, and a sandalwood brocade box appeared in front of the 3 people. Gu Qingfeng took the sandalwood brocade box and opened it. He saw ginseng lying quietly inside. This ginseng was much larger than ordinary ginseng. A refreshing fragrance filled the air. Just a simple sniff made people feel relaxed. Okay, it is indeed the 1000-year ginseng king. Gu Qingfeng looked very happy. This 1000-year ginseng king is exactly the same as the one recorded in the bone forging soup. It is obvious that this is what he is looking for. And with the 1000-year ginseng king in hand, the last precious medicine of the bone forging soup can be considered to be collected completely. In this way, Gu Qingfeng can also start to make the bone strengthening soup and officially move towards the bone refining realm. Chapter 39 Black Suanwei. Hongjiang Mansion. The army is stationed. There was a chilling atmosphere in Fukan, but it was also slightly peaceful. Outside Fukan, corpses were everywhere, broken limbs and broken arms could be seen everywhere, and a lot of blood flowed and dyed the land red. In the official office of the city, a middle-aged man with a Chinese character face was handling affairs. He was dressed in a black gold robe and had a serious look on his brows, which was the aura of a superior. Now, someone came in from outside and bowed to the middle-aged man. Haixuan guard Bei Husishan, pay your respects to the king. What's the matter? Pei Jing raised his head and glanced at the other party with an indifferent expression. Si Tian said, a secret message has come out from Guangyang Mansion in Taishan County. Please read it to your majesty. The words fell. Si Tian handed a secret letter into the other party's hands. Pei Jing opened the secret message and scanned the contents with just 2 eyes. Why did it take so long for this secret message to be delivered to me? His face was slightly gloomy. The contents of the secret letters are several months apart now. Although Taishan County is far away from Danyang County, it will not take such a long time. The moment he finished speaking, a terrifying power emanated from Pei Jing's body. With a puff, Sishan knelt down with a look of fear on his face. Your Majesty, please calm down. The Taishan County Sheriff's information blockade is serious. Many of our Haixuan guards have been detained in Taishan County, so this news has been delayed until now. I hope your Majesty will forgive me. Hear the words. The terrifying aura on Pei Jing's body suddenly disappeared, but his eyes were still cold. Taishan County. When I solve the problem in Danyang County, he will feel better. In addition, Luo Yu will die. A small person in the blood refining realm thought he could make this king shine, but after all, it is mud cannot hold up a wall. The Gu Qingfeng mentioned in the secret letter seems to have good skills, he is not too old, and his future potential is acceptable. On behalf of this king, you go to Guangyang Mansion and ask him to join our Shenwu army. What if Gu Qingfeng doesn't want to? If you don't want to, then find someone who is willing to take charge of Beishi Road. Pei Jing's simple words seemed to have decided Bai Shidao's ownership. To this, Si Tian didn't find it strange either. After all, the man in front of him is the Shenwu king who has an army of millions and is in charge of several counties. Naturally, a small Beishi Dao is not a problem. Subsequently, Si Tian took the order and retreated. Candlelight flickers. The reflection on King Shenwu's face flickered, and the other's originally indifferent face seemed to have darkened at this moment. Danyang County, humph, I want to see how long you can stop me. This world has become corrupt and must be overthrown and a new order must be established. At this time, someone came in from outside. When he saw someone coming, Pei Jing's expression returned to normal. Elder Duan is here. But what's the matter? Greetings to King Shenwu, our Tianyang sword sect has received news that the imperial court has taken action. People from the suppressing evil division seem to have arrived in Danyang County. This problem is quite serious. Suppression of evil division. When he heard the name, Pei Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. Do you know who is coming from the evil suppression department? I heard that he is a Qunhu. The Qunhu of the evil suppressing department should not be underestimated. At worst, he is a warlock who has entered the level of God fusion. If he goes further, it will only be more troublesome. I have informed the sect that there is an ancestor who is willing to take action, but we need to prepare the flesh and blood of thousands of people. Hear this. Pei Jing said lightly, it would be great if an ancestor is willing to take action. Thousands of flesh and blood is just a small problem, just a matter of war. If the Tianyang sword sect can help me capture Danyang County within 3 years, I will donate another 100,000 people. Okay, I will tell the ancestor what King Shenyu said. In addition, other elders of the sect are also coming one after another. This time the Zhengzai division is just an introduction. There are many sects supporting Danyang County governor behind him. However, these sects are nothing to our Tianyang sword sect. With the help of our Tianyang sword sect, King Shenyu will be able to become a great treasure in the future just around the corner. Thank you to Elder Duan for your kind words. If I can really take that position, Tianyang sword sect will be the state religion, and I will not forget Elder Duan's contribution. Pei Jing's words made the smile on the latter's face become more obvious. Taishan County. Guangyang Mansion. Beishi Road. In the Gu family, Gu Qingfeng was soaked in a medicine bucket. The medicinal bath in the medicine bucket was part of the bone forging soup. These medicines need to be used both internally and externally. When Gu Qingfeng was immersed in the medicinal bath, he felt an extremely hot force, drilling into his body from his pores, like a steel knife scraping bones, causing unbearable pain. Gu Qingfeng groaned, his expression slightly ferocious. He endured the severe pain, and then drank the medicinal soup that he had prepared. Boom! Terrifying energy exploded from within his belly. The two forces combined from inside to outside, constantly washing Gu Qingfeng's body, then penetrated deep into the bones, and began to temper the bones to eliminate some existing impurities. At the same time, the power of Liang Pom was also mobilized, and under the pull of the medicine, the speed of tempering the bones was accelerated. Bone refining realm. What you are training is all the bones in your body. In Gu Qingfeng's previous life, the human body had 206 bones, but the people in this world are different. The human body has 365 bones, which is the number of Zhou-Tian. To enter the bone refining realm, you need to temper all 365 bones in your body, so that you can truly break through successfully. However, tempering bones is not easy. It is not easy to temper one bone when you reach the perfection of the ordinary blood refining realm, and it is even more difficult to temper 365 bones. What's more, bone tempering must be cautious. Any slight mistake may lead to serious consequences. If it is a top-grade martial art, it will record the real method of tempering bones and entering the bone refining realm, which can avoid these problems. But if there is no top-grade martial art, and you only rely on your own exploration to break through, the danger will increase tenfold and 100-fold out of thin air. The so-called skills. In fact, they are all paid countless heavy prices by the predecessors, and finally they are explored bit by bit. If the later generations want to explore the way forward, they can either rely on the legacy of their predecessors or follow their predecessors to forge ahead on their own. However, the latter is too risky, and no one will do it unless they have no choice. Now, Gu Qingfeng does not have any top-grade martial arts. But the fiery sun palm he practiced involves the mystery of bone refining. When the fiery sun palm is perfected, the fiery sun palm will travel around the body, and its power will spread across 365 bones. What Gu Qingfeng has to do now is to rely on the root of the fiery sun palm, and then temper his own bones and enter the bone refining realm as soon as possible. Chapter 40, Building a Strong Body. Tempering. Tempering with all your strength. Gu Qingfeng mobilized the power of qi and blood, madly absorbed the medicinal power of the medicinal bath and the medicinal soup, and then mobilized the scorching sun palm power to gradually temper his own bones. Under the self-tempering of the scorching sun palm power, part of Gu Qingfeng's bones have been successfully tempered. Now what he has to do is to temper all the remaining bones. However, When he was halfway through tempering his bones, Qingfeng stopped. It was not that he wanted to stop. It was because his body had reached its limit and the power of the medicinal soup was exhausted. Breaking through the bone refining realm. No one succeeded in one breath. Any warrior who enters the bone refining realm needs a long time to polish and temper his bones bit by bit. Coming out of the bathtub, Qingfeng took a look at the medicinal bath that had turned a little dark brown. He put on his robe and went outside to continue practicing swordsmanship. The long sword was unsheathed. The sword light was sharp. As the long sword swung, the sword energy could be seen raging, leaving white marks in the air that never dissipated. Boom! The sword energy rolled like thunder, and the sword shadows in the sky gathered into a sword, bursting out with a soul-stirring explosion. So far. Introduction to the Heavenly Thunder Sword Technique. I have finally officially entered this middle-grade martial arts. Qingfeng had a faint smile on his face. He had obtained the Heavenly Thunder Sword Technique for several months, but it was always the last step and he had not really entered the entry stage. Now that he has broken through in one go, it is not bad. Introduction to the Heavenly Thunder Sword Technique. The mystery of this middle-grade martial arts is the real first glimpse of the door. At the same time, Iron Leg skill also entered the great success realm. In response to this, Qingfeng consumed a little improvement point and directly improved the Iron Leg skill to perfection. When the Iron Leg skill was perfected, he felt that the muscles and skin of his legs were tight, as if they had turned into fine iron. At the same time, his own blood and qi were slightly enhanced, but the change was not too big. It seems that ordinary low-grade martial arts are no longer of much use to me. Only when low-grade martial arts are perfected can they bring some enhancement. But even so, the enhancement is limited. Qingfeng understands that his current realm is too high, and the changes that low-grade martial arts can bring are already quite limited. Of course, if a martial art is perfected, it can have some effect. If it is just one martial art, maybe nothing can be seen, but if 10 or 100 martial arts are accumulated, Qingfeng believes that his strength will definitely be able to step into a terrible realm. At that time, even if he has not broken through the bone refining realm, he can probably press the bone refining realm to the ground and rub it. Of course, if you really want to achieve that level, it will not be a matter of a day or a night. With so many improvement points, why doesn't Qingfeng use martial arts to break the limit, and why does he have to accumulate these low-grade martial arts? Only like now, when the remaining improvement points are not of much use, Qingfeng will use them to improve the Iron Leg skill and make this great martial art perfect directly. The following days, Qingfeng basically spent his time tempering his body and bones, speeding up his pace of breaking through the bone refining realm. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. This day, Qingfeng was exactly 36 years old. It was the same day. He had been stuck in the half-step bone refining realm for a long time, and finally got a breakthrough. Boom! All 365 bones in his body were fully tempered, and the extremely powerful power revived from his body, making Qingfeng feel that he could kill a half-step bone refining realm with one punch. No. This is not an illusion. The 365 bones in his body were fully tempered, just like breaking through the shackles of the limit. Qingfeng's whole person was sublimated a lot out of thin air. Compared with the strength before the breakthrough, it was more than just a doubled. If he really faced his previous self, Qingfeng was sure to solve the battle within 3 moves. If he faced an ordinary half-step bone refining realm, it would probably be a one-punch kid. Boom! A punch was thrown, and the rockery collapsed. Then he grabbed a stone, rubbed his 5 fingers slightly, and saw the stone turned into powder and dissipated. This is the power of the bone refining realm. It seems that I have underestimated the power of this realm in the past. Qingfeng smiled slightly. Before breaking through the bone refining realm, Qingfeng did not have much intuitive understanding of this realm. Until this moment, He really saw the power of the bone refining realm. That punch just now. Qingfeng only used a little force, which was enough to split the mountain and crush the rocks. The power was terrifying. Then, Qingfeng looked at his attribute panel. Name, Qingfeng. Age, 36/150. Realm, bone refining beginning. Martial arts, Gu family fist, indestructible level 1, iron body skill, body as hard as iron level 1, great stone smashing hand, minor success, iron leg skill, perfect, iron refining finger, minor success, blazing sun palm, 9th level perfect blazing sun palm strength level 4, thunder sword skill, introduction. Improvement points, 0. Bone refining beginning. 150 years of life. Qingfeng's eyes shone with brilliance. The lifespan of a warrior in the blood refining realm is only about 100 years, but if he breaks through to the bone refining realm, it will directly soar to 150 years. 50 years of lifespan. It is not a trivial matter. And the higher the cultivation level, the longer the lifespan may be. In this way, if he really wants to reach a higher level one day, he may be able to achieve immortality in martial arts. Immortality in martial arts. With my advantages, he may have the opportunity to achieve immortality in martial arts one day. The word immortality also stirred up waves in Qingfeng's calm heart. No one can resist the temptation of immortality. It's just that it's not easy for ordinary people to achieve immortality in martial arts, but Qingfeng has his own advantages, and he may really have the possibility of entering that realm one day. Then, Qingfeng also calmed down quickly. Immortality in martial arts is too far away from him. Now he has just broken through the bone refining realm. The world is big. The strong in the bone refining realm may not be that strong. Of course. If it is on the Beishi road, then the bone refining realm is considered the strongest. The next day, Qingfeng came to Yun Pavilion. With the reputation of the Gu family, the manager of Yun Pavilion came out to greet him immediately. In the wing room, the maid served tea. The manager of Yun Pavilion who came out this time was not Ji Ping, but another woman. She had a beautiful face and dressed elegantly, and her every frown and smile was full of charm. My name is Chai Hong, and I am the manager of Yun Pavilion now. I wonder if the master of the Gu family has any advice for you today. I heard that Yun Pavilion has a big business, so I came here this time to ask if Yun Pavilion has any top-grade martial arts. If so, I am willing to buy it. Qingfeng was not confused by Chai Hong in front of him. The other party's appearance did not stir up much waves in his heart. He got straight to the point and stated the purpose of his trip. Chapter 41, Martial Arts Manual. High-quality martial arts. Chai Hong's face moved slightly, then she pursed her lips and smiled. Martial arts of this level are of great importance and are not usually sold. However, occasionally some declining aristocratic families and sects will sell such martial arts out of necessity. If the head of the Gu family really has an idea, then I can keep an eye on it for you. That's fine. Qingfeng nodded slightly. Subsequently, he looked at Chai Hong, paused and said again, Beishi Dao's martial arts is weak. I want to know some information about martial arts. I wonder if Yunj can satisfy it. These are trivial matters. I, Yun Pavilion, have a martial arts manual compiled by strong men in the past, covering all levels of martial arts. It only costs 10 taels of silver. Then give me one. Master Gu, please wait a moment. Chai Hong immediately asked someone to fetch a martial arts manual and handed it to Qingfeng. Afterwards, the two paid for the money and goods, and the transaction was completed. Subsequently, Qingfeng didn't stay in Yunj for long, he just got up and left. Looking at his leaving back, Hai's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. With his condensed aura, I'm afraid this person has already entered the bone refining realm. I didn't expect that after so many years in Beishidao, there would be another master of the bone refining realm, and this one is not too old. He has entered the bone refining realm at such a young age. If he has a complete inheritance, he may be able to go further in the future. It's a pity that those sects and aristocratic families with advanced martial arts will not let it out easily. Without corresponding martial arts as inheritance, I am afraid that this person will reach his limit in the bone refining realm throughout his life. Carrying the martial arts manual, Gu Qingfeng returned to the Gu family happily. Subsequently, he just opened the martial arts manual and read the information recorded on it. Martial arts begins with skin refining, followed by blood refining, then bone refining, and above that is marrow refining, and above that is marrow refining. When reaching the peak of Zhang refining, the warrior's physical body is already perfect and can no longer advance further. This time, it is the qi and blood filling the true qi itself, which is the innate master. If you are gifted, you can transform your qi and blood body again, break the limits and become a saint. You are a qi and blood master. In the lifespan of the Xiantian Grand Master is 300 years. The qi and blood master has a lifespan of 500 years, which ensures that his body is full of qi and blood and is always in peak condition, even at the moment before his death. Innate Grand Master. Qi Blood Grand Master, the martial arts in this world are indeed extraordinary. According to the records here, strong men who have entered the realm of Grand Masters are already extraordinary and holy beings. However, compared to the innate master, the Qi and Blood Master is obviously more powerful, but it is obvious that it is also the most difficult to become a Qi and Blood Master. I just don't know how many powerful masters there are in this world. Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. He would not be surprised at all if there were stronger people above the bone refining level. After all, there are people outside the world. Although after entering the bone refining realm, his strength has become inhuman, he is not considered to be the top powerhouse in the world. Since there is a Grand Master here, it means that there must be a strong master in the world, but Gu Qingfeng doesn't know which one is stronger and which one is weaker than the so-called Grand Master. And how does the master compare with the evil spirits? With Yunji's methods, Gu Qingfeng believed that they must have information about warlocks and evil spirits, but these topics were particularly sensitive, and Gu Qingfeng would naturally not cause trouble for himself. Sometimes, information revealed unintentionally can cause big trouble for oneself. So, Gu Qingfeng didn't intend to pry into Yunji's affairs about evil spirits and warlocks. These things were particularly sensitive. It could be seen from the fact that ordinary people didn't know anything about evil spirits at all. For Gu Qingfeng right now, the most important thing is still to break through in cultivation. According to the records in the martial arts manual, the bone refining realm is divided into 4 stages. Iron bones, copper bones, silver bones, golden bones. For example, Gu Qingfeng's 365 bones have now been transformed into iron bones, and he has entered the first level of the bone refining realm. If you cultivate a body of bronze bones, you can enter the middle level of the bone refining realm. If you have a body of silver bones, you can enter the lower level of the bone refining realm. If you have a body of gold bones, you can reach the perfection of the bone refining realm and can reach the next level. Normal people only need to develop iron bones to become invulnerable to swords, and even if they are cremated after death, they will be extremely difficult to melt. If you can cultivate golden bones, your bones will remain incorruptible even after 100 years of death, and your body will be radiant with golden bones. But it's not easy to truly develop a golden bone. It's extremely difficult for ordinary people even if they have a perfect body of iron bones. For example, people like the ancestor of the Qin family who have been immersed in the blood refining realm for many years have not been able to develop a complete body of iron bones. Don't talk about higher levels. Gu Qingfeng put away the martial arts manual. This book was a channel for him to gain a deeper understanding of martial arts. Although martial arts are prevalent in this world, each sect and sect also cherishes its own virtues. Middle-grade martial arts can occasionally be spread in the world, but high-grade and above martial arts are very rare. If you lead an art teacher, the sect may not accept him. If you work as a dog for other aristocratic families, you may not be able to practice advanced martial arts. So, if he wanted to obtain high-grade martial arts, Qingfeng could only start with improvement points. Right now, I'm just waiting for Xianer and Xiu'er to grow up to see if they can be like Yanger, and the breakthrough can also have an effect on me. If this is possible, this matter is settled. Qingfeng has been conditioning the bodies of Gu Xian and Gu Xiu, polishing their bones since they were young. This is the purpose. Moreover, the higher the martial artist's cultivation level, the lower the probability of giving birth to offspring. For example, Qingfeng has now entered the bone refining realm, and his essence is extremely condensed. If he wants to really give birth to offspring, it is much more difficult than ordinary people. When Su Yulan was pregnant, it was because Qingfeng's own cultivation level was not very high, and she was lucky enough to get pregnant after working hard every day. If it were now, it would not be certain. Normally speaking, once a cultivator enters the blood refining realm, the probability of giving birth to offspring is much lower. The most suitable time was when he was in Lin County. However, at that time, Qingfeng himself was in danger of his own death. If he really wanted to take care of his family, he might not be able to leave Lin County alive. It was not until he settled down in Beishi Road that Qingfeng had time to make plans for the next step. Then, Qingfeng abandoned the distracting thoughts in his mind and continued to sharpen his muscles and bones and practice other martial arts. In the current situation where there is no way to break the limit of the fiery sun palm, Qingfeng naturally has to enhance his strength in disguise, and starting from other martial arts is the best way to do it. However, when he stepped into the bone refining realm, Qingfeng found that ordinary low-grade martial arts were no longer useful to him. If he wanted to temper his blood and strengthen his strength, he had to learn at least middle-grade martial arts. If it was a few years ago, it would not be easy for Qingfeng to get middle-grade martial arts, but after destroying the Qin family Iron Bone Gang and Tianyun sect and other forces, he actually had a lot of middle-grade martial arts in his hands. Chapter 42 Who Gave You the Courage? In the ancient city, a middle-aged man with an ordinary face walked slowly. The city in front of him was quite lively, which was different from other places. The stability of Beishi city can't be maintained for too long. When the army of King Shenyu arrives, the peace here will be completely broken. I just hope that the Gu family can be more sensible. In this way, Beishi city can be spared from the war. Otherwise, the middle-aged man thought of this, and his eyes were slightly cold. Yes. He is Qidian. After receiving the order from King Shenyu, Qidian came to Beishi city without stopping, but because Beishi city was under the jurisdiction of Guangyang Prefecture, Taishan County, and the governor of Taishan County monitored the Black Xian guards more seriously. In order to enter Beishi city safely, Qidian also paid a heavy price. Now, entering Beishi city. The stable scene here is two concepts from Danyang County. The war in Danyang County spread, and the people were all panicked. How could they see such a grand occasion? However, these are only temporary. In today's chaotic world, there is no real stability. When the army of the godly king arrives, Beishi city and even the entire Taishan County will be engulfed in war. For this situation, Qidian does not think there is any problem. Again, the Taixuan dynasty has been corrupted. This world should have a new master. The sky gradually darkened. At nightfall, Qingfeng is honing his muscles and bones. He is now practicing the unique martial arts of the Iron Bone Gang, the Hunyuan Iron Shirt. This martial art is also considered to be the top middle grade martial arts. It is mainly used to polish the warrior's skin, muscles, bones, qi and blood. If it can be practiced to the peak of perfection, it can enter the level of perfect blood refining. At the same time, if the Hunyuan iron shirt is perfect, it can also greatly increase the warrior's defense, almost to the point where it is invulnerable to water and fire. Among them, the Hunyuan iron shirt is divided into 9 levels like the Liang divine palm. 9-fold perfection. That is, perfect blood refining. Because Gu Qingfeng himself is a warrior in the bone refining realm, he can practice middle-grade martial arts as if he has divine help. In just a few days, he has practiced the first level to perfection and is about to enter the second level. However, also because Gu Qingfeng is in the bone refining realm, the entry of ordinary middle-grade martial arts will not bring much change to himself. In his opinion, at least after the Hunyuan iron cloth shirt enters the 5th level, it will bring some changes to itself. At this moment in the dark night, several guards in the blood refining realm are holding iron rods and hitting Gu Qingfeng hard. The latter's blood and qi are condensed, and his naked upper body muscles are knotted. The iron rod that is enough to split mountains and rocks fell on his body, leaving only white marks. After a long time, Gu Qingfeng's blood and qi shook all over his body, and all the iron rods that fell on him were shaken away. Several people only felt a huge force coming, and their bodies could not help but step back a few steps. That's enough. Thank you for your hard work today. Gu Qingfeng smiled faintly. Just now, his Hunyuan iron shirt had already broken into the 2nd level. With his current state, he has not reached his limit, but the few people who helped him to temper a lot have obviously tried their best. Meng Peng. I am here. Today, everyone will be rewarded with 10 taels of silver, which is considered as their hard work fee. I understand. Meng Peng clasped his fists and accepted the order. The rest of the people smiled when they heard it. Thank you for the reward, Patriarch. 10 taels of silver may not seem like much for a blood refining realm warrior, but it should be clear that this is only a day's hard work fee. If it takes a month, it will be a full 300 taels of silver. In a year, it will be more than 3,000 taels. Even for a blood refining realm warrior under normal circumstances, it is not easy to earn more than 3,000 taels. Although the few people felt exhausted, it was worth it to have the silver in hand. Just as Meng Peng led a few people to retreat, Gu Qingfeng slowly put on his clothes with a calm expression. You have been watching for so long, why don't you come out and see? As soon as the voice fell, a black shadow suddenly appeared. Who would have thought that the dignified head of the Gu family is not a cultivator in the blood refining realm, but has already entered the bone refining realm? As a warrior in the bone refining realm, Qidian could see that Gu Qingfeng in front of him was not just a blood refining realm, but had already entered the bone refining realm. Gu Qingfeng looked indifferent. Who are you, and what is your purpose here? Why don't you guess, Gu family head? Guess? Gu Qingfeng suddenly smiled, but the smile looked a little chilling. The next breath, he disappeared on the spot, and all 365 iron bones in his body were shaking, and the strong blood and qi burst out, and he blasted towards Qidian with a palm with the force of splitting the mountain. The latter's face changed. He had never expected Gu Qingfeng to attack as soon as he said so. He could only resist in a hurry. Fists and palms collided. A powerful force flooded in, accompanied by a burning breath that was hard to resist, which made Qidian's face change again. Bang! Qidian took several steps back in an instant. With such strength, you dare to come to my Gu family and act presumptuously. Who gave you the courage? Gu Qingfeng sneered. Although the realm of the person in front of him was also in the bone refining realm, his strength was just that, not worth mentioning at all. Seeing that Gu Qingfeng was about to attack again, Qidian said hurriedly. I am a captain of the Black Xian Guard under the command of the King of Shenyu. Today I am here on the order of the King of Shenyu. Before Qidian finished speaking, Qingfeng's attack had already arrived. The moves like a storm made him a little tired to resist, and he had no time to say anything else. The more he fought, the more frightened Qidian was. He had entered the bone refining realm for many years and had already trained a body of Zhoutian copper bones. He had even tempered a few silver bones. His strength was among the ranks of the strong in the bone refining realm. However, in front of Qingfeng, such a realm was completely suppressed by the opponent. The blood and qi of the person in front of him were strong, and he didn't look like a warrior who had just entered the bone refining realm. Moreover, Qingfeng's fists and palms contained an extremely domineering and hot energy. This energy continued to invade Qidian's body as the battle went on, making him feel very uncomfortable. And when the energy accumulated to a certain extent, it would directly explode in the body. Boom! The scorching sun palm energy exploded. Qidian spat out a mouthful of blood. His previous move was flawed during the defense. Qingfeng seized the flaw and slapped him hard on the chest, causing his body to fly out. After landing, Qidian spat out another mouthful of blood. He was already seriously injured. Such a big commotion. It naturally attracted people from the Gu family. Qingfeng looked cold and scolded, "You all go away. You don't need to interfere in the affairs here." Hearing this, many guards retreated as he was told. Then Qingfeng came in front of Qidian, leaned down and struck with both hands like eagle claws, directly dislocating all the joints of his limbs. The severe pain made Qidian's face pale and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Chapter 43, Refined Golden Body. Finish these. Qingfeng looked at the other party condescendingly, with an indifferent expression. Tell me, what is your purpose here? Qingfeng, I am a member of Qingshan Yu. If you attack me, you are offending Qingshan Yu. Ah! Just as Sishan gave a cold warning, he saw Qingfeng stepped on one of his palms with his right foot, crushing it hard with the sole of his shoe. Suddenly, the palm of his hand was bloody, and the bones inside were even broken by the force. The severe pain caused the other party to scream in agony. Qingfeng's eyes were cold. You don't seem to understand the current situation. Let me ask you questions. If you say anything nonsense, I will make your life worse than death. Explain. What's your purpose here? This time, Sishan didn't dare to talk nonsense or threaten with words, and said with a fearful expression. The king heard that you destroyed the Iron Bone Gang and unified the entire Beishi Dao, and he wants you to work for him. The person behind the Iron Bone Gang is Qingshan Yu. I killed Luo Yu and destroyed the Iron Bone Gang. Beijing doesn't want to avenge them. The Iron Bone Gang is not worthy of the king's revenge. The Gu family can destroy the Iron Bone Gang and unify Beishi Road, which shows that the Gu family has more potential than the Iron Bone Gang. As long as the Gu family can serve the king will definitely not be stingy with the benefits. With Patriarch Gu's talent, if he gets the king's resources, he might be able to break through the marrow cleansing process in the future, or even have the opportunity to step into the internal organs refining. Sishan didn't hide anything and told everything directly. The end. He still wanted to win over Qingfeng. After all, given the current situation, if he couldn't win over the other party, he might not be able to get out of the Gu family alive. Qidian's answer. It didn't go beyond Qingfeng's expectations. It can also be seen from here that the Shenyu king is somewhat unsympathetic and unjust. He only values his ability and has little mercy. But then I thought about it, this is normal. Those who achieve great things do not stick to trivial matters. It is not unreasonable for the other party to be able to occupy several counties. Qingfeng asked, if I don't agree, what should Beijing do? This. Qidian was hesitant just now, but Qingfeng pressed harder with his shoes again. The other party's face turned pale and he did not dare to hesitate any more. Your Majesty, if the Gu family is unwilling to surrender, then there is no need to exist. How much power does Peijing have in Guangyang Mansion? I don't know this. Tian said something first, and then quickly added something for fear that Gu Qingfeng wouldn't believe it. I really don't know. Only the commander will really know the whereabouts of the black mysterious guards. We and other hundreds of households can only know a very small number of other black mysterious guards situations. However, the sheriff of Taishan County has been wiping out the black Xian guards. It is not that easy for us to act in Taishan County. How many strong men do Peijing have under his command? The king has many strong men under his command. I don't know how many strong men there are specifically. What kind of cultivation level does Peijing have? Your Majesty has a high level of cultivation, at least to the Zhang refining realm. It is rumored that he may have entered the Grand Master realm, but I don't know exactly how. Tian answered all Gu Qingfeng's questions honestly. No answer. It's a dead end. After a long time, Gu Qingfeng was sure that there were no more questions to ask, so he looked at Peijing and said, "You should have died if you broke into the Gu family trespassing, but today I will give you a chance to memorize all the martial arts you have practiced. I will consider giving you a way out. Is this true?" Gu never tells lies. Gu Qingfeng's words made Tian's expression change. Finally, he gritted his teeth and made up his mind. "Please, Master Gu, please set my bones, I will do it." Hear the words. Gu Qingfeng didn't waste any time and directly reattached all the dislocated bones of Tian's limbs. However, the 5 fingers of Tian's left hand were rotten, but it did not affect the writing on his right hand. Subsequently, Gu Qingfeng asked Tian to get pens, inks, paper and inkstones and write down all the martial arts from memory. The latter endured the pain in his left hand and wrote it down from memory. An hour later, Sishan wrote down all the martial arts silently, and his face was a little pale due to excessive blood loss. "Okay, all the martial arts are here, I hope the head of the Gu family can fulfill his promise. If there is no problem with martial arts, Gu will fulfill his promise." Gu Qingfeng picked up the paper in front of him. The ink on it had not yet dried completely. He scanned it 10 lines at a time. In less than a moment, he had memorized all the martial arts in his mind. Immediately afterwards, Gu Qingfeng glanced at the attribute panel again. Sure enough, there are obviously corresponding martial arts included in it. 100 Alchemy Golden Body, not yet started. 7 Killing Sword Techniques, not yet started. Both martial arts are high-grade martial arts, and they are top-level martial arts, pointing directly to the existence of perfect bone refining. Among them, the 100 Alchemy Golden Body is mainly based on tempering and breakthrough, while the 7 Killing Sword Law is mainly based on combat. The latter's level of mystery is much higher than that of the Heavenly Thunder Sword technique, and it is completely a military martial art that focuses on killing. Normally, ordinary people have no chance to obtain such advanced martial arts. Now that he has obtained 2 high-grade martial arts from Haichuanwei, it is an unexpected gain. There is no problem with martial arts, you can leave. Thank you, Master Gu. Tian finally let go of his worries. He jumped up and was about to leave the Gu family when a sword light pierced through the darkness and pierced his chest. Plop. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Tian's body, which had just jumped up, fell head first. Then Gu Qingfeng blasted out with a palm, and in the other party's unbelievable eyes, he directly smashed his head. The headless body struggled a little and was no longer moving. "I only agreed to consider giving you a way out, but after thinking about it, it's better for you to die here." Gu Qingfeng looked cold. From the moment the Taigu gang was destroyed, he and the Shenwu king had already torn their faces. Even if he listened to Tian's words and worked for the Shenwu king, he might not get any benefits. It's very simple. Because this is Guangyang Prefecture. Taishan County has been controlled by the court so far. If the news that the Gu family surrendered to the Shenyu king leaked out, how could there be any good end? Besides, given the unfeeling and unrighteous character of the king of Shenyu, it is not certain that the Gu family will really get much benefit from serving him. There is another point. That is, Gu Qingfeng is not used to being a dog for others. So from the moment Qidian appeared, he was destined to fall. But seeing that Qidian explained it straightforwardly, Gu Qingfeng did not torture him and gave him a quick death. This time Qidian died, and he was completely on the opposite side of the king of Shenyu. But Gu Qingfeng did not care about these things. If the king of Shenyu wanted to deal with him, he had to at least conquer Guangyang Prefecture first. Chapter 44 Generous Rewards. The next day, the morning sun was rising. Gu Qingfeng walked out of the bedroom. The bloodstains in the backyard yesterday had been washed away, and Qidian's body had been properly handled. However, if you look carefully, you can still find some red residue. Since he had offended the godly king, Gu Qingfeng naturally didn't care so much, and only wanted to improve his strength first. The same sentence. As long as the strength is sufficient, all problems are not problems. Qidian yesterday not only had copper bones all over his body, but also trained some silver bones. It can be seen that his cultivation has entered the middle stage of bone refining for a long time, but he was not my opponent in the life and death fight. From this, it can be seen that if I am now strong enough, I believe I have some confidence in fighting against ordinary warriors in the late stage of bone refining. The battle last night was the first battle since Gu Qingfeng broke through the bone refining realm. 1 top middle grade martial arts was perfected. 2 lower grade martial arts broke the limit. 1 lower grade martial arts was perfected. After entering the bone refining realm, his strength is much stronger than that of ordinary bone refining realm. Although the fiery sun palm is called a middle grade martial art, the warriors who have successfully entered the bone refining realm with this kind of martial arts are stronger than those who have practiced the upper grade martial arts and broken through the bone refining realm. It can be seen how strong the fiery sun master who created this martial art was. The fiery sun palm can train iron bones, so that the iron bones around the body are tempered by the palm power, which is much tougher than ordinary iron bones. Then, it is because Gu Qingfeng once took a large amount of blood refining pills. Such pills can not only enhance the cultivation of warriors, but also enhance the blood and qi of warriors. This is why Gu Qingfeng's strength is the best among the same level. The pills from the outside world cannot be compared with the blood refining pills. Such pills build the foundation, not only without any side effects, but can make people's foundation stronger. At this time, Gu Yang came to pay his respects. My son greets his father. You are here. Gu Qingfeng looked at Gu Yang in front of him. The other party had strong blood and solid foundation. It was obvious that he had reached the peak of perfect skin refining. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was half a step away from blood refining. At this level of cultivation, he was only half a step away from breaking through the blood refining realm. Father sees that your blood and qi are solid. I think it won't take long for you to break through the blood refining realm. Today, I will teach you 2 more middle grade martial arts. I hope you will practice well. Yes, father. When he heard the words middle grade martial arts, Gu Yang's eyes lit up. Immediately, Gu Qingfeng didn't say anything nonsense and directly passed on the fiery sun palm and the thunder sword art to him. There is no need to say much about the fiery sun palm. Such a powerful martial art is even more precious than ordinary top-grade martial arts. Ordinary people, Gu Qingfeng would not leak such a unique skill. But Gu Yang was trained as the successor of the Gu family, so Gu Qingfeng would naturally not be stingy. As for the heavenly thunder sword art, it is also a top-level middle-grade martial arts. As for why he didn't teach the other party the 100 refinements golden body and the 7 killings sword technique, it was because the former was not necessarily more powerful than the fiery sun palm in terms of polishing the foundation. As for the latter, without the corresponding cultivation as a foundation, it is difficult to play a big role in cultivation. Heavenly Thunder Sword Art. It is the most suitable martial arts. After handing the secret book recording the fiery sun palm and the Heavenly Thunder Sword Art to Gu Yang, Gu Qingfeng handed all the remaining 60 blood refining pills to Gu Yang. The blood refining pills have no effect on him. Rather than wasting it in his own hands, it is better to give it to Gu Yang. After receiving the martial arts and pills, Gu Yang bowed and retreated. Then, Gu Qingfeng concentrated all his efforts on comprehending the 100 refinements golden body. When he really comprehended the 100 refinements golden body, Gu Qingfeng found that this martial arts had many similarities with the Hunyuan iron cloth shirt. The Hunyuan iron cloth shirt should be a fragment of the 100 refined golden body. As expected, the Iron Bone Gang was supported by the Godly King. The so-called unique skills of the gang are also part of the 100 refined golden body. The 100 refined golden body is divided into 3 levels. The first level is to refine the skin. The second level is to refine the blood. The third level is to refine the bones. The 9 levels of the Hunyuan iron cloth shirt are the evolution of the first and second levels of the 100 refined golden body. If he had not obtained the 100 refined golden body, Gu Qingfeng would naturally practice the Hunyuan iron cloth shirt, but now that he has obtained this martial art, there is no need to practice the latter. As Gu Qingfeng's thoughts fell, the text on the attribute panel changed. The original Hunyuan iron cloth shirt disappeared, and the 100 refined golden body had never been entered, and it directly became the first level of entry. It seems that martial arts with the same roots can be integrated together, but I must realize it. Gu Qingfeng understood. And then, in the following days, Gu Qingfeng devoted himself to practicing the 100 refined golden body. Gu Qingfeng would not miss the top-grade martial arts that directly lead to the perfection of the golden bones. At the same time, to some of the trusted Gu family guards, Gu Qingfeng also passed down some of the Hunyuan iron cloth shirt one after another, allowing them to practice. For Mengpeng, Gu Qingfeng directly gave him the complete Hunyuan iron cloth shirt. After all, he has now broken through the bone refining realm and has top-grade martial arts in hand, so there is no need to control the general middle-grade martial arts so tightly. Properly giving some benefits can make people more devoted to serving you. In a blink of an eye, another half a month has passed. Sitians did not cause any movement here at the Gu family, as if the news had not been spread. But Gu Qingfeng didn't care. Even if the news spread, so what? Could it be that King Shenyu could directly kill Guangyang Mansion? At this point, Gu Qingfeng is not worried. After all, he always makes people pay attention to the situation in Taishan County. If King Shenyu really invades with his army, he can know the news as soon as possible. During this time, Gu Qingfeng spent all his time cultivating the 100 alchemy body. For half a month, he has already entered the first level of the 100 alchemy golden body and has directly cultivated to the first level of Xiaocheng. Within 1 year, Gu Qingfeng is confident that he has completely mastered the first level of this technique. On this very day, the information panel that had been silent for a long time was refreshed again. Your heir Gu Yang has broken through to the first level of blood refining realm. Reward improvement points *50. Reward blood refining pill *100. Reward bone refining pill *10. Reward for the perfect mid-level martial arts Tiangang Bati. See this scene. Gu Qingfeng's face suddenly became happy. Yang Er has made a breakthrough. The opponent's breakthrough from skin refining to blood refining was much faster than before. To this, Gu Qingfeng also thought it was normal. After all, he gave Gu Yang almost all of the blood refining pills he got last time. It was normal for the latter to break through faster. The difference is, the last time Gu Yang broke through, he was only given 10 improvement points, but this time the opponent's breakthrough was directly given to 50 improvement points. Compared with the original reward, it can be said to be several times higher. It can be seen from this. The rewards given by breakthroughs in large realms are not comparable to those in small realms. Chapter 45, Breakthroughs. 50 points of improvement. This was a generous reward that Qingfeng had never had before. Immediately, he did not hesitate and directly piled all these improvement points on the 100 refined golden body. Consume 1 point of improvement. The first level of the 100 refined golden body was completed. Consume 1 point of improvement. The first level of the 100 refined golden body was completed. Consume 2 points of improvement. The second level of the 100 refined golden body was entered. Consume 5 points of improvement. The third level of the 100 refined golden body was entered. When the 100 refined golden body entered the third level, Qingfeng was shocked, and a strong blood force emerged spontaneously. The color of the iron bones around him became deeper and deeper. Although he did not advance to the bronze bone level, he seemed stronger than the bronze bone. Immediately afterwards, Qingfeng continued to improve. The bronze bone was completed. The silver bone was completed. The gold bone was completed. In just a short moment, Qingfeng cultivated the 100 refined golden body to perfection. If Qidian was here, he would be shocked. After all, the 100 refinements golden body is a military martial art. Many people may not be able to cultivate it to perfection even after decades of hard practice. Now Qingfeng has achieved the golden body perfection in just a moment. How can it not be shocking? The whole body is golden and bone perfect. So this is the power of the perfect bone refining realm. Qingfeng clenched his fists. Compared with his strength before the breakthrough, this kind of power is more than twice as strong. If he was at the initial stage of bone refining here, he would be sure to kill with one punch. This is the power of the perfect bone refining realm. Moreover, when the 100 refinements golden body broke through the second level, there was an additional reminder, that is, the golden body is indestructible. Now that the 100 refinements golden body has broken through the third level, Qingfeng has directly cultivated the characteristics of the indestructible golden body to an extremely high level. Now ordinary bone refining warriors don't even have the qualifications to break through the defense. According to the martial arts manual, if an ordinary person's golden bones are perfect, even if he dies for 100 years, his bones will not decay and will still remain bright. If you go up further, you will reach the marrow cleansing realm. To break through the marrow cleansing realm, you must have top-grade martial arts. Qingfeng currently does not have top-grade martial arts, so there is only one way to break through the marrow cleansing realm, and that is to break through the martial arts limit. Then, Qingfeng communicated with the 100 refinements golden body through his thoughts. Suddenly, information appeared in his mind. Breaking the limit of the 100 refinements golden body. 20 points of improvement are required. Seeing this, Qingfeng's eyes were firm. Without any hesitation, he directly consumed all the remaining 20 points of improvement. In an instant, the limit of the 100 refinements golden body was broken. Qingfeng only felt his bones vibrating, and the impurities in the bone marrow were all discharged. The majestic and powerful blood was surging, and his body also burst out with an extremely powerful aura. Crackle! Qingfeng's bones crackled all over, and now his blood and qi surged, which was completely incomparable to the previous bone refining stage. Blood and qi are like mercury. Bone marrow is like frost. This is the marrow washing stage. Name, Qingfeng. Age, 36/180. Realm, marrow washing initial stage. Martial arts, Gu family fist, level 1 indestructible, iron body art, level 1 body as hard as iron, big stone smashing hand, minor success, iron leg art, perfect, iron refining finger, minor success, fiery sun palm, level 4 fiery sun palm power, 9th level perfect, sky thunder sword art, entry, 100 refining golden body, level 9 indestructible golden body, 7 killing sword art, not yet entry. Improvement points, 0. Qingfeng glanced at his information panel and saw that his lifespan had broken through to 180 years. In other words, even if he did not make any breakthroughs in the future, he could live to 180 years in peace and security. At this age, he could already be called long-lived, but to say immortal, it was far from it. But no matter what, with the breaking of the limit of the 100 refinements golden body, Qingfeng can feel that the 9th level of the indestructible golden body is much stronger than the 8th level of the indestructible golden body. Judging from his current situation, only warriors who have trained the golden bones can break their own defense. Those below the golden bones, there is no threat to him at all. The strength of the marrow washing realm is several times stronger than the bone refining realm. The strong people in this realm should be strong in the whole world. Qingfeng thought secretly. It is recorded in the martial arts book that there are masters in the world, but below the master, it is the refining of the organs, and below the refining of the organs is the washing of the marrow. At the beginning, the strongest of the Beishidao was only the perfect blood refining. Although the strength of the Beishidao was not strong, it was also a microcosm of the world. It can be seen from this. Being able to step into the marrow washing realm is already quite strong. With this step of cultivation, Qingfeng can be regarded as having the capital to settle down in this world. But if you want to go further, you still need top-grade martial arts, otherwise the required points of improvement are too high. The first time you break the limit, you need 20 points of improvement, and the second time you need 40 points. You know. Qingfeng only needed 30 points of improvement to perfect the 100 refinements golden body. It can be seen how high the requirements for breaking the limit of martial arts are. So, until the last moment, it is best not to use the upgrade points to break the limit, but to collect martial arts of the corresponding level, so that a lot of losses can be saved. Of course, high-level martial arts cannot be collected just because you want to. All the major sects and families hold the top martial arts tightly, so it is not so easy for others to get them. Hey! Qingfeng abandoned the distracting thoughts in his mind and let out a long breath. The blood and qi in his body that had been boiling because of the breakthrough just now gradually calmed down. At this time, Gu Yang also arrived. The other party was in high spirits at the moment, and the smile on his face was hard to hide. Father, the child has broken through the blood refining realm. Yes, at this age, he can break through the blood refining realm. He is expected to make further progress in the future, but you must not be proud and complacent. There is always someone better than you. Qingfeng nodded in approval, and then warned solemnly. Hearing this, Gu Yang looked a little unconvinced. I understand that there is always someone better than you, but not many people can enter the blood refining realm in this Beishi road. My father gave me the blood refining pill to build my foundation. Now I am strong enough to be on par with many warriors in the middle stage of blood refining. Give me some more time, and I believe it will not be a problem to be on par with the late stage of blood refining. Except for my father, no one in the entire Beishi road can be my opponent. Looking at his appearance, Qingfeng's eyes condensed slightly. Do you think you are very strong now? Although I can't compare with my father, I am more than enough than others. Well, in this case, let your father test your strength. You can use all means, but as long as you can hurt your father a little bit, you will win. No matter what you ask, your father can agree to it. Qingfeng's voice was calm, without any emotional fluctuations. Chapter 46 Qingyang Sect. Are you serious? Father never tells lies. Qingfeng walked slowly to the center of the courtyard, looked at Gu Yang in front of him, and said lightly. Go ahead, you only have 3 chances to attack. Okay, I'll offend you. Gu Yang also wanted to verify how much difference there was between his strength after breaking through the blood refining realm and Gu Qingfeng. Seeing Gu Qingfeng standing still, Gu Yang took a deep breath and mobilized his blood and qi. There seemed to be blood mist everywhere, and he had already seen the prototype of the blood and qi smoke. Father, be careful! The voice fell. Gu Yang took a step forward, twisted his muscles and bones together, and punched out like a landslide. The fierce power made Gu Qingfeng nod slightly. It has to be said. Gu Yang has not practiced Gu family fist for too long, but he has already mastered the essence of this martial art. This punch. It is amazing that he has already comprehended the charm of martial arts itself. The blood and qi in Gu Qingfeng's body turned into a strong energy. Gu Yang punched the blood and qi, just like hitting a very solid steel plate. The powerful recoil force made him retreat several steps uncontrollably, and his blood and qi kept surging. This scene let Gu Yang look shocked. He knew that there was a big gap between him and Gu Qingfeng, but he didn't expect the gap between them to be so big. Even if his punch was not full strength, it would not be impossible to break the opponent's blood and qi. First move. Gu Qingfeng stood there with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent. Gu Yang took a deep breath and then attacked again. This time, he didn't hold back at all. A stronger punch than before came, but still failed to break through the defense of the blood and qi, and was instead injured by this force. Immediately, Gu Yang suppressed the surging blood and qi, and sent out another palm strike. The powerful force made the air suddenly explode, and there seemed to be a burning breath attached. The fierce and domineering palm fell hard on the blood and qi. The next breath, Gu Qingfeng's body shook, and the blood and qi burst out. The terrifying impact instantly made Gu Yang fly out. Gu Yang barely stabilized his body in mid-air, but he still couldn't stop his body after landing, and had to step back a few steps before he stopped. How is it? Gu Qingfeng had a faint smile on his face. Gu Yang's face turned green and red, and he finally bowed his head and said, "Father has a profound cultivation, and I am ashamed of myself. My father's strength is not the best in the world. You can't even break my father's blood and qi, how can you have the qualifications to ignore the world? It is true that Bai Shidao is small, but how do you know that a seemingly ordinary person is not a hidden master? If you are arrogant, you will suffer the consequences. Face your own strength, so that you can go a long way." Gu Qingfeng warned in a deep voice. "When I first came to Bai Shidao, if I acted like you, how could there be the Gu family today? So before you are not strong enough, you must learn to keep a low profile and wait until you are strong enough, you can really ignore everything." Speaking of this, Gu Qingfeng's voice softened a little. "But you are so young that you can enter the blood refining realm. You have a good talent. If you practice hard, you will break through the bone refining realm and even step into the bone refining realm. It is not completely impossible. My father will grow old, and the Gu family will still need you to take charge of the overall situation in the future." Gu Qingfeng gave Gu Yang a big stick and a date, which made Gu Yang's face look much better. "My son understands. Well, it's best if you understand. Well, there are also some blood refining pills here, which are just right for you to consolidate the foundation you just broke through. Go down and practice well." Gu Qingfeng casually gave out 80 blood refining pills. Anyway, he didn't need this kind of pill. Although the effect of taking it was greatly reduced when Gu Yang broke through the blood refining realm, it was good after all. For this, Gu Yang was more and more moved. "Send Gu Yang away." Gu Qingfeng began to continue practicing. Although he broke through the marrow washing realm with his own cultivation, there are people beyond the sky, and Gu Qingfeng naturally would not be proud and complacent. That Chen Yuqing Peijing is at least a master of the refining organ level, and may even have entered the master level. Not only that, Peijing also has many strong men under his command. Tianyang sword sect is famous, and there are countless strong men among them. A mere marrow-cleansing realm is still a little bit behind such a force. Guangyang Mansion. In a cave in the back mountain of Qingyang sect, there were shrill screams and wails, as if many people had seen something terrible. Such screams lasted less than a moment and stopped abruptly. Then, there was only a slow chewing sound, echoing in the dark cave. Outside the cave, Yanan Kaiu, the leader of Qingyang sect, looked calm, as if he was accustomed to all this. After a while, the chewing sound stopped. A strong voice sounded from the cave. "Come in." Hearing this, Yanan Kaiu walked into the cave, which was dim from the outside, but now it became much brighter. He saw a lot of blood splattered on the cave wall, and there were more than a dozen fresh skeletons stained with blood on the ground. If you look carefully, you will find that these skeletons are very young. In the deepest part of the cave, there was a Taoist in green sitting there. His face was old and there was blood on the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, he stretched out his scarlet tongue and licked the blood on the corner of his mouth, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Disciple greets the ancestor. "Ancestor, I am about to break through. Now I need 3,000 boys and girls. You should arrange for the Qin family to do this." Ancestor Qingyang said in a deep voice. When mentioning the 3,000 boys and girls, there seemed to be a green light in the other party's eyes, which was particularly strange in this cave. Yanan Kai said, "Report to the ancestor, there was news earlier that a mysterious master named Gu Qingfeng appeared in Bai Shidao. The other party founded the Gu family and destroyed the Qin family, Taigu Gang, Tianyun sect, and other forces with his own strength, becoming the leader of the Bai Shidao Jianghu. Now that the Qin family has been destroyed, I hope the ancestor will give the next step." The Qin family was destroyed. Ancestor Qinjiang's eyes were slightly cold. How powerful is the Gu family? Do you know? It is said that Gu Qingfeng has already entered the half-step bone refining realm. Half-step bone refining. Qingyang Patriarch nodded slightly. If it is this level of cultivation, it is really possible to unify the entire Bai Shidao. Then, Qingyang Patriarch sneered. The Qin family is also a waste. With the support of my Qingyang sect for so many years, they have not been able to unify the entire Bai Shidao. Such a waste family is destroyed. But no matter who is in charge of Bai Shidao now, they have to obey my Qingyang sect. Since the Gu family is in charge of Bai Shidao now, you can send someone over and ask the Gu family to prepare 3,000 boys and girls within a month. If there is any mistake, you have to use his family's people to supplement. I believe that a warrior in the half-step bone refining realm tastes much better than ordinary boys and girls. P.S. The update time is 12 noon every day. I hope everyone will read it. Thank you very much. Chapter 47, Unkind Visitors. Tiangang Overlord Body. Gu Qingfeng took out this martial arts from his inventory, and immediately saw the martial arts turning into a stream of light and sinking into his mind, and then countless memories emerged. In an instant, Gu Qingfeng, as if he had practiced Tiangang hegemony for many years, had directly cultivated this martial arts to a perfect level in an instant. Tiangang hegemony is complete. Gu Qingfeng only felt that his energy and blood were much stronger. So changing. There was also a look of shock in his eyes. The middle grade martial arts is perfect. It seems that the martial arts rewarded this time is not simple. This time, Gu Qingfeng finally discovered that what the information column said was the perfect level intermediate martial arts. It can be seen from this. A descendant's breakthrough will not only reward promotion points and general martial arts, but may also reward perfect martial arts. This way, perfect martial arts. Gu Qingfeng himself can save a lot of trouble. Just like now. The Tiangang Overlord body is perfect. If it were Gu Qingfeng who practiced on his own, it would take more than 10 years to perfect a middle-grade martial arts. This is based on the fact that he is already a marrow-cleansing realm warrior. Otherwise, it will only take longer for Tiangang hegemony to be completed. But now, Gu Qingfeng directly completed the Tiangang hegemony in one breath, so it cannot be compared with him. Like the Liang Palm, the Tiangang overlord body is also divided into 9 levels. When entering the 5th level, the Tiangang overlord body is to cultivate the body-protecting Gangqi. The so-called body-protecting Gang Qi is the manifestation of the warrior's Qi and blood turning into Gang Qi. Normally, as long as a warrior's Qi and blood are strong enough, they can turn them into body-protecting Qi, but the difference is that the body-protecting Qi developed after the Tiangang hegemony is perfected is much more domineering. Call. Although a top-notch middle-level martial arts can't make my strength improve by leaps and bounds, it can be regarded as strengthening my foundation. As long as I accumulate enough martial arts, even if I stay at the beginning of the marrow-cleansing realm, it will be enough to suppress my fellow students. There are powerful people in this world. Gu Qingfeng was very satisfied with this reward. Where there is one there are two. Since Gu Yang's breakthrough this time can reward perfect martial arts, it means that he will also have the opportunity to obtain perfect martial arts again in the future. It's just that Gu Qingfeng doesn't know whether the emergence of perfect level martial arts is a matter of probability, or whether the perfect level martial arts can only be obtained when the air breaks through the great realm. Then, Gu Qingfeng took out the bone refining pill from the inventory. Compared with the blood refining pill, the bone refining pill is obviously a pill taken by bone refining realm warriors. Although he has now broken through to the marrow cleansing realm, it does not mean that taking the bone refining pill will have no effect at all. Immediately, Gu Qingfeng took a pill. After the bone refining pill entered the abdomen, there was an explosion of energy that was many times more terrifying than the blood refining pill. The 365 golden bones in the sky were trembling violently, as if they had been tempered in some way. After a long time, Gu Qingfeng let out a long breath. This time after taking the bone refining pill, his cultivation level did not improve at all, but the golden bones were tempered more perfectly, thus making his strength even further. Obviously, bone refining pill is different from blood refining pill. The latter can be regarded as strengthening the foundation and increasing the energy and blood, helping the warrior to break through. The former is simply strengthening the foundation. But the bone refining pill's enhanced basic digestion is completely unmatched by the blood refining pill. If you are new to the bone refining realm, taking one bone refining pill a day is the limit. But now that Gu Qingfeng has entered the marrow cleansing realm, the restrictions on taking bone refining pills have been greatly reduced. It's just a day's work. Gu Qingfeng refined all 10 bone refining pills and took them. The effect of taking the elixir is to make him stronger. After taking the bone refining pill, the golden bones throughout my body have been tempered. In terms of strength, my combat power has increased by at least 10% compared to before. Gu Qingfeng's eyes were solemn. 10% combat power may not seem like much, but the superposition of a warrior's strength is never as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Now that 10% of the combat power has been increased, it is not an exaggeration to say that the strength has been greatly increased. This is Beishi City, which is much worse than Guangyang Mansion. Among the 3 people in the group, there was a pretty woman in a purple dress. Her nose was wrinkled and her beautiful eyes were filled with disgust. Hear the words. Another handsome young man said with a smile, "Junior sister, Beishi City is a small place after all, how can it be compared with Guangyang Mansion? I heard that the biggest power in Beishi Road now is the Gu family. It's just in such a small place. If it were in Guangyang Mansion, a small Gu family would mean nothing." The young man's words had no intention of lowering his voice. When the others heard this, they looked at each other with eyes full of shock and disbelief. Everyone knows it. Nowadays, Gu Qingfeng is the most powerful person in Beishi Road, and the Gu family is also the only top power. Nowadays, it is shocking that someone dares to say something offensive in the street. Immediately, someone stood up and said unconvinced, "Little brother, you'd better be careful what you say." Although the identity of the young man in front of him is not simple at first glance, this is Baishi City, which belongs to the Gu family's territory. If he can sell the Gu family well, he might also be able to use this opportunity to get into the Gu family's lap. This is also the reason why this person stood up directly. "Are you a family person?" Yeshi's eyes were slightly cold. The man shook his head, "Although I am not from the Gu family, the reputation of the Gu family cannot be slandered by you." Before he finished speaking, Yeshi's palm struck out like lightning, and instantly landed on the man's chest. The powerful force made the latter fly out horizontally, and he died before he landed on the ground. Not a member of the Gu family, a waste who has not even entered the blood refining realm dares to speak in front of me, he is really courting death. Yeshi sneered, looking at the corpse with disdain in his eyes. When the others saw this scene, their faces changed. Many people recognized the identity of the dead warrior. Although the other party had not entered the blood refining realm, he was also a warrior with perfect skin refining, but now he was killed by Yeshi's palm. It can be seen from this. The person in front of him is at least a master of the blood refining realm. Suddenly, everyone scattered like birds and beasts. Blood refining realm masters are considered strong here, not to mention that the old man in brocade clothes who led the group did not personally take action from beginning to end. Judging from the look of the old man in brocade clothes, he is clearly the elder of the young man. A junior is already a blood refining realm warrior, and his elder will be even stronger. Immediately, someone passed the news to the Gu family. The comer is not kind. Gu Yang listened to the report of his subordinates, his eyes were slightly cold. The other party openly spoke rudely to the Gu family, and killed people in the street, which was enough to show that the other party's purpose was not simple. However, Gu Yang was not too worried. Not to mention that he himself broke through the blood refining realm, there was also a strong man like Gu Qingfeng behind him. If there was a strong enemy coming, the Gu family might not be unable to deal with it. Chapter 48. Are you pretending? This is the Gu family. Yeshi looked at the Gu family mansion in front of him, and a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. Immediately, he was going to break in directly. At this moment, a Gu family guard reached out to stop him. "Stop, this is the Gu family's forbidden to trespass." Before he finished speaking, the guard had already flown out and smashed the door hard. He almost vomited a large mouthful of air, and it seemed that he was breathing in more than out. The sudden change shocked the entire Gu family. Meng Peng led many guards to come. When he saw the corpses on the ground and the broken door, Meng Peng's eyes were slightly cold. He immediately glanced at Yeshi, and finally his eyes fell on the old man in brocade clothes. "You broke into my Gu family for no reason, and even killed my Gu family guards. You must give an explanation," Meng Peng said coldly. He did not act rashly. After all, the Gu family is now famous. Under such circumstances, those who still have the courage to come to the Gu family to cause trouble must have a very complicated identity. What's more, in Meng Peng's eyes, the old man in brocade clothes is just like an ordinary person. In this way, there are only two possibilities. The first is that he is really an ordinary person, and the second is that the other party's cultivation is unfathomable, far beyond his ability to guess. Of the two, Meng Peng naturally tends to the latter. After all, the two young men and women are masters of the blood refining realm, and the strength of the old man in brocade clothes who is leading them is not simple. When Meng Peng finished speaking, the old man in brocade clothes did not speak, and Yeshi had already spoken first, saying arrogantly, "This is my Qingyang sect, Shui Wang, Elder Shui. I am a true disciple of Qingyang sect. Let alone killing a guard of your Gu family, even if I exterminate your entire Gu family, who dares to say no? Now let Gu Qingfeng come out to see me. If we are in a good mood, maybe we can spare the Gu family once." As soon as these words came out, many Gu family guards and Mengpeng all changed their expressions. Qingyang sect. These three words are well known in Guangyang Prefecture. Although Beishidao seemed to have many masters in the past, they were nothing in front of Qingyang sect. Before Mengpeng could speak, a cold and arrogant voice came. "What a big tone, this young master wants to see who dares to speak nonsense in my Gu family." While speaking, Gu Yang was already walking slowly, and his face became even colder when he saw the body of the guard on the ground. When Gu Yang appeared, Yin Lu, who had been silent, had brightened her eyes slightly. The handsome face of the former made her heart involuntarily stir up some ripples. This scene. It was seen by Yeshi, who immediately became jealous and his face suddenly became ferocious. "Little Gu family young master, dare to disrespect our Qingyang sect, it's simply courting death." The moment the voice fell, Yeshi had already made a move, and the fierce force broke through the air and hit Gu Yang fiercely. His attack was as fast as thunder, and his face was full of murderous intent, clearly intending to take Gu Yang's life. The latter stood firm without fear, his physical body and blood vibrated, and the Gu family boxing method that had reached perfection was displayed. The surging power gathered and the punch was as powerful as a landslide, which could be said to be powerful and heavy. In less than a breath, the two had fought more than a dozen times in an instant. Yeshi was no longer as arrogant as before, and his heart was full of shock. He thought that the little Gu family young master's strength could never be compared with his own. If he took action, it would be a matter of an instant to kill the other party. But when they really fought, Yeshi found that he was naive. Gu Yang's strength was not only very strong, but also terrifyingly strong. As soon as they met, he was already at a disadvantage. Just when Yeshi was thinking of retreating, Gu Yang's fierce attack made it difficult for him to resist. He punched his arms away and hit him with a palm strike, aiming directly at his vital point. "Elder Shuet, save me!" Yeshi was so scared that he no longer cared about his face and begged for mercy in fear. At this time, King Shuet, who had not moved, had a cold light in his hawk-like eyes. His right hand struck out like lightning, and his 5 fingers fell towards Gu Yang's head like eagle claws. This attack made Gu Yang feel a great threat, forcing him to return to defend. However, before the attack really landed, King Shue's palm stayed in the air. Gu Qingfeng appeared beside Gu Yang at some point, and his right hand clasped the former's wrist like an iron clamp, so that he could never fall. The next breath, Gu Qingfeng's palm force was released, and King Shue's whole body was shaken, and his body could not help but retreat several steps back before it could be considered to have stopped. "Father!" Gu Yang lowered his head, looking somewhat ashamed. If Gu Qingfeng hadn't taken action just now, he would have died in the hands of King Shuet. Gu Qingfeng waved his hand, looking calm. "You step back first, let me handle the matter here." On the other side, Yeshi and Songlan also changed their expressions, looking at Gu Qingfeng with some horror. King Shuet is an elder of Qingyang sect, and his strength is not comparable to that of blood refining realm, but the person in front of him can repel King Shuet, which shows that his strength is extraordinary. Bone refining realm, I didn't expect that the head of the Gu family is a master of bone refining realm. No wonder he can unify the entire Beishidao, and no wonder he dares not to take my Qingyang sect seriously. King Shue's face was slightly gloomy, and his eyes were full of coldness. However, if the Gu family thinks that they can ignore our Qingyang sect with the strength of the bone refining realm, then they are underestimating our Qingyang sect. Hearing this, Gu Qingfeng smiled gently and bowed politely. "I have never dared to underestimate the Qingyang sect. I just took action because I was in a hurry. I haven't asked your name, your position in the Qingyang sect, and what is the matter with you coming here?" Seeing Gu Qingfeng's polite words, King Shui's expression was relieved a little, and then he snorted coldly. Humph, I am King Shui, the elder of the Qingyang sect. I am here today because the Qingyang sect has something that the Gu family needs to do. As long as it is done well, the Qingyang sect will reward it. If it is not done well, the consequences will not be something the Gu family can bear. King Shui stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Gu Qingfeng with a look of superiority. Hearing his words, Gu Yang's face was angry, but Gu Qingfeng's expression remained the same, with a smile on his face. It is an honor for the Gu family to serve the Qingyang sect. I have also known the reputation of the Qingyang sect for a long time. I just don't know if there are any strong people in the marrow washing realm in the Qingyang sect now. Humph, do you know what the marrow washing realm is like? Looking at the entire Taishan County, there are not many strong people who can enter the marrow washing realm. King Shui snorted coldly, said with sarcasm, and then his face was proud again. Although there are no strong people in the marrow washing realm in my Qingyang sect, my sect master has already entered the golden bone perfection in the early years. Breaking through the marrow washing realm is just a matter of time. So that's it. Gu Qingfeng nodded slightly, but his smile suddenly disappeared. The next moment he appeared in front of King Shui, holding the opponent's face with 5 fingers, and slammed down to the ground. You don't even have the marrow washing realm, are you pretending? Chapter 49 Drag him down and bury him. Boom! The blue stone floor cracked. King Shui only felt a splitting headache, and then there was warm liquid flowing from the top of his head. His head was so dizzy that he still hasn't realized what happened. Immediately afterwards, Gu Qingfeng grabbed King Shui's head again and smashed it on the ground several times. Only when the other person's face was covered with blood and flesh and he was about to die, did he loosen his grip on the other person's door. Straighten up! Gu Qingfeng looked at King Shui who was lying on the ground and passed out, and immediately spat, and then looked at Yeshi and Songlan who were stunned in place with an expression of extreme indifference. Young Qingyang sect, you really think you are nothing, and you dare to come to my Gu family to kill people? Hear this! Yeshi barely reacted, looking at Gu Qingfeng with fear in his eyes, and his voice became trembling when he spoke. My father is, Qing, the head of the Qingyang sect, you can't kill me. Now Yeshi didn't care about his face and directly mentioned Yanankai's name in an attempt to scare Gu Qingfeng. What a pity! Before Yeshi could finish his words, Gu Qingfeng kicked him away. The former's chest was sunken and he died before he could really hit the ground. The remaining Songlan was so frightened that her face turned pale, and a warmth overflowed from between her legs, making her skirt wet without any notice. Before she could ask for mercy, Gu Qingfeng struck down with a palm, causing her head to sink into her chest. A large amount of blood exploded, and her body instantly collapsed to the ground. Drag it down and bury it. Gu Qingfeng said lightly, and the many guards behind him just woke up from a dream. They did not dare to hesitate for a moment, and directly dragged the 2 corpses on the ground and left. Subsequently, Gu Qingfeng said to Meng Peng again. This person is being thrown into the dungeon and I want to interrogate him personally. Yes. Meng Peng immediately led people to take the half-dead King Shui directly into the dungeon. The so-called dungeon. It is the place that Gu Qingfeng built some time ago. From Si Tian's incident, Gu Qingfeng understood one thing, that is, if the enemy was captured alive, there must be a place for interrogation, so he built a dungeon. Unexpectedly, just a few days after the dungeon was completed, guests were already checking in. When Meng Peng took the person away, Gu Qingfeng turned around and looked at Gu Yang, giving a rare compliment. You did a good job this time. Yeshi has already reached the intermediate level of blood refining. You can crush him easily, which shows that you have a good foundation. I have something I need to do next. Father, just ask. I want you to find out all the background forces of Qingyang sect. Gu Qingfeng said. Since you have offended the Qingyang sect, you need to truly understand the details of the other parties so that you can make corresponding preparations. Gu Yang nodded. My child obeys. Speaking of which, Gu Yang asked cautiously again. My child has a doubt. What level of cultivation is his father now? King Shui was obviously a master in the bone refining realm, but he was pinned to the ground and rubbed by Gu Qingfeng. He had no ability to resist at all, which shows how terrifying the latter's strength was. Gu Qingfeng smiled calmly, as long as the Qingyang sect does not have a strong man at the marrow cleansing level or above, I can solve it myself as a father. A simple sentence. Gu Yang was shocked. He thought he had overestimated Gu Qingfeng's strength as much as possible, but now it seemed that he still underestimated his father. But the stronger Gu Qingfeng becomes, the more Gu Yang feels at ease. In the dungeon, there were many oil lamps lighting the walls, making the entire cell as bright as day. In the dungeon, King Shui was unkempt and tied to a wooden frame in a large font. The pipa bone had been pierced by an iron hook, and a large amount of blood flowed down the wound. From the broken flesh and blood, you can see some bronze and some silver bones. It can be seen that this is a warrior with perfect bronze bones and some silver bones. It is precisely because the vitality of bone refining realm warriors is so strong that ordinary people cannot compare, so King Shui did not die. If it were an ordinary person, such an injury would have been completely cold. When Gu Qingfeng stepped into the dungeon, the man on the wooden frame seemed to sense something. He tried his best to lift his drooped head, revealing a face covered with blood and dirt. Who are you anyway? King Shui's voice was hoarse, and there was shock in his eyes, but more importantly, he was unwilling. He did not expect that he, the dignified elder of Qingyang sect, would fall to this point. What King Shui didn't expect was that Gu Qingfeng's strength would be so terrifying. He was suppressed directly by the opponent before he could react at all. Such strength gave King Shui a deep sense of powerlessness. Visible. The man in front of him is definitely not that simple, and his strength is at least a perfect one with golden bones. Gu Qingfeng stood with his hands behind his hands and looked at King Shui with indifferent eyes. Who am I? I am Gu Qingfeng, now the head of the Gu family. With your strength, it is impossible for you to have no reputation. No matter what your purpose is in coming to Beishi Road, you should not conflict with my Qingyang sect. Our Qingyang sect has been standing in Guangyang Mansion for hundreds of years, and our background is beyond your imagination. As long as you let me go, everything can be treated as if it never happened, and the Qingyang sect and the Gu family are on the same page. King Shui said in a deep voice. Gu Qingfeng shook his head slightly. You are saying this now, I am afraid it is a little late. The man who claimed to be the son of the leader of Qingyang sect has been killed by me. Our forces are destined to tear each other apart. As soon as these words came out, King Shui was shocked. He seemed to sense the murderous intent in Gu Qingfeng's words and hurriedly said again. Your Excellency can rest assured. A dead genius is not a genius. I believe that the leader will not tear his face with a strong man like you for a dead air. Before King Shui finished speaking, Gu Qingfeng interrupted him directly. Now it is not a matter of whether your Qingyang sect will care about my Gu family, but whether my Gu family is willing to let your Qingyang sect go. Tell me everything you know about Qingyang sect and the specific purpose of your trip. Gu may let you die more comfortably. This sentence made King Shui's face change. You really want to be an enemy of my Qingyang sect? While King Shui was speaking, he suddenly felt a piercing pain in his palm. Gu Qingfeng grabbed his palm and squeezed it with 5 fingers. His palm was immediately broken into pieces, and the half-copper and half-silver bones were crushed bit by bit. Such severe pain is simply unbearable for ordinary people. The pain of the broken bones made King Shui scream miserably. Gu Qingfeng's face was neither sad nor happy. He crushed the opponent's bones bit by bit until the whole palm was completely broken into slag. He stopped. I'll give you another chance. I don't want to hear any nonsense. Otherwise, you should know the consequences. Chapter 50 King Shui and number 039, S. Reluctance. Tell me, what is the purpose of your visit to the Gu family? Gu Qingfeng released his palm and asked coldly again. This time, King Shui did not dare to talk nonsense, nor did he dare to threaten the other party, because he found that the person in front of him was really not afraid of the Qingyang sect. If he continued to persist, he would only suffer. The Qin family was destroyed, and the sect master learned that Bai Shidao was in charge of the Gu family, so he asked me to come to the Gu family and ask the Gu family to prepare 3,000 boys and girls to send to the Qingyang sect. 3,000 boys and girls. Gu Qingfeng's face changed slightly. What do you want with 3,000 boys and girls? I don't know, I said. Just as King Shui shook his head, he felt the heart-breaking pain coming from his arm again, causing his face to suddenly distort, and he let out a shrill scream. Gu Qingfeng looked cold as he crushed the opponent's bones bit by bit. It seems that you are still not honest enough and turned a deaf ear to what I just said. I don't want to hide anything anymore. The words fell. Only then did Gu Qingfeng stop. King Shui's face turned pale, and his whole body was soaked with sweat and blood. His weak voice was now filled with fear for Gu Qingfeng. Before Gu Qingfeng could ask again, King Shui hurriedly spoke. Ancestor needs 3,000 boys and girls to practice. Ancestor, who is the ancestor of the Qingyang sect? Gu Qingfeng narrowed his eyes. King Shui said, the ancestor is the strong man who founded the Qingyang sect in the past. He calls himself the ancestor of Qingyang. I don't know the rest. Ancestor Qingyang. Hear the name. Gu Qingfeng's expression changed slightly, and he looked at King Shui with cold eyes. Your Qingyang sect has been established for hundreds of years. The average lifespan of a bone-refining warrior is only over 100 years, and even a viscera-refining warrior can only live for 200 years. Is it possible that the ancestor of your Qingyang sect was a Qi and blood master? Gu Qingfeng had heard about the origin of Qingyang sect. The other party has hundreds of years of roots in Guangyang Mansion and is considered a big force in Guangyang Mansion. But Gu Qingfeng absolutely does not believe that Qingyang sect has a Qi and blood grandmaster. If the Qingyang sect really had such strong men, how could they succumb to Guangyang Mansion? I am afraid that the entire Taishan County and even Qingyun Prefecture, Qingyang sect could be among the top. How could they only dominate in Guangyang Mansion? I'm not lying. Although Patriarch Qingyang is not a master of Qi and blood, he has long given up on martial arts and refined evil into his body to become a warlock. Over the years, all the various forces under the Qingyang sect have provided a certain number of boys and girls to help them practice every year. It is precisely because of this that Patriarch Qingyang can live for hundreds of years without dying. Afraid that Gu Qingfeng wouldn't believe him, King Shui told everything he knew. Warlock. This is the second time Gu Qingfeng has heard this name. He didn't expect that. Ancestor Qingyang was actually a sorcerer. Refining evil into the body. Achievement Warlock. It's no wonder that the other party can live for so many years. Gu Qingfeng's eyes were slightly cold. Ancestor Qingyang cultivates with living people. How is this kind of behavior different from evil spirits? Could it be that the people in the imperial court are also sitting idly by? Warlocks and evil spirits are naturally difficult for people at the bottom to come into contact with, but for major sects and families, the existence of evil spirits and warlocks is not a secret. Martial arts are limited, so no matter how talented you are, it only takes 300 years to become an innate master, and only 500 years to become a Qi blood master. Only by refining evil into the body and becoming a sorcerer can one truly transcend the world, and only by such a being can one hope to glimpse the possibility of eternal life. All the people in the world are like livestock. No matter how much they are slaughtered, it doesn't matter. Does Mr. Gu think that the court doesn't know about such things? That's not the case. The imperial court has an evil suppressing department, which supports many warlocks, and more people died at the hands of these warlocks. How can the imperial court care how many people our Qingyang sect kills in a year? Not to mention the suppression of evil division, there are many sects from major aristocratic families who kill more people than our Qingyang sect. As long as the people are not slaughtered, the missing population will be replenished in a few years. At the end of King Shui's words, his face was full of sarcasm and disdain. Of course. This disdain is not for Gu Qingfeng, but for the common people in the world. In his eyes, ordinary people are no different from livestock. Gu Qingfeng was silent for a long time, and then asked. You're not a warlock, right? It is not easy to become a warlock, and suppressing evil spirits is even more risky. Only those who have made great contributions to the sect are qualified to refine evil spirits into their bodies. Moreover, refining evil into the body is not guaranteed to be successful. Over the years, only the ancestor of the Qingyang sect has successfully refined evil into the body. But no matter what, as long as one person can succeed, it means there is no problem with this way. King Shui shook his head, and then said again. The head of the Gu family is extremely powerful. He is at such a level at such a young age. He will surely have the opportunity to step into Zhang refining and even reach the master level in the future. But even stepping into this realm is useless, and will turn into a handful of Lois in a few hundred years. Only by refining evil into the body can it truly be possible to achieve eternal life. But if you want to refine evil into your body, you must have the corresponding secret method. As long as the head of the Gu family is willing to join the Qingyang sect, I believe that it will not be a problem for the ancestor to obtain this secret method to refine evil into the body. Moreover, the head of the Gu family is very powerful, and the probability of success in refining evil into the body is extremely high. Until this moment, King Shui still did not forget to pull Gu Qingfeng into the Qingyang sect's camp. There was no way. If Gu Qingfeng was not pulled into the Qingyang sect's camp, it would probably be difficult for him to walk out of the dungeon alive. Gu Qingfeng did not answer, but continued to ask. How strong is the Qingyang patriarch? King Shui said. The patriarch's strength is unfathomable. He had already reached the golden bone perfection hundreds of years ago. 10 years ago, a strong man who had just entered the marrow-washing realm came to kill the Qingyang sect. Later, the patriarch personally came forward and fought fiercely with him. In the end, he forcibly suppressed the marrow-washing realm strongman. Hearing this, Gu Qingfeng already had an idea in his mind. Although the Qingyang patriarch had already reached the golden bone perfection hundreds of years ago, the other party had refined evil into his body to become a sorcerer, and there was no possibility of any further progress in martial arts. According to King Shui, 10 years ago, the Qingyang patriarch fought a bloody battle with a strong man who had just entered the marrow-washing realm, and then suppressed him. This explains. The strength of the Qingyang patriarch should be around the marrow-cleansing realm, but not much stronger than the ordinary marrow-cleansing realm. With his current foundation, if he really fights to the death, the probability of killing the opponent is not small. With this thought, Gu Qingfeng already had an idea in his mind. Then, he asked about other issues of the Qingyang sect, and King Shui said them one by one. At this point, King Shui already understood something. He looked at Gu Qingfeng with a face full of reluctance. Why does the head of the Gu family have to be the enemy of the Qingyang sect? Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.